Please do what I'm doing. Reach for your devices and turn them off, please. Or quiet them in any event. Okay. We are on day 4 of the joint hearing of the Environmental Improvement Board and the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board in the joint petition to adopt vehicle emission standards. When we broke last night, prior to an evening public comment session, the board was in the middle of asking its questions of Mr. Domenichi's panel. And let's see, I think we had completed this side of the tables, and so we'll begin on this side. Are there preliminary matters before we return to the questioning of the panel? Mr. DeSalen, I see you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Early this morning, we filed a written motion to strike portions of the testimony of Mr. Zach Brandt, who testified yesterday for basically the reasons that we stated yesterday. And Mr. Domenichi has agreed to, and I'll let him speak, but he's agreed to the motion. We had suggested the possible alternative of putting on rebuttal testimony to respond to Mr. Brandt, but in the interest of time, I think both Mr. Domenichi and I agree that it would be better just to strike the testimony, and then we wouldn't have to, spend another hour with rebuttal and cross-examination.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Domenichi?
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. That's correct. The motion is pretty precise as to the parts of testimony that they request to be stricken, and we concur with that.
All right, thank you very much. Comments from anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry?
The gentleman who's been weighing in via the screen,
Mr. Maxwell?
Does he have standing as well to be consulted on this?
I will call on him after I recognize Mr. Knight and Ms. Sona, if she's here. Mr. Knight.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, members of the board. We too concur in the motion, unsurprisingly, but I would also like to make it clear that striking this testimony means that these boards cannot consider that testimony when making their decision. And I know that's a hard thing to do from a human, natural inclination. But I would ask everyone to do everything that they can to, make that a reality in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Ms. Sona.
Always hard without the microphone over there. The city doesn't have a position on where this motion goes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, I found Council Knight's arguments well supported. I concur.
Thank you very much. Sir. Yes, Member Armijo.
Yeah, can we know what exactly has been stricken?
Yes, because you will see the motion, and it has very specifically the testimony given.
Okay. Okay.
Also, the AQCB counsel, Ms. Cedillo Lopez, will give you any further instructions you need on that, and Ms. Bowen will further instruct the EIB as necessary. Chair Sweeney.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I had a follow-up question to Board Member Armijo in that. So is there a way, I don't know if our legal counsels or somebody can define what can we talk about? Because if we have follow-up questions to what they shared yesterday, I want to know which items I can talk about or ask about.
Sure.
Today.
So the motion was filed early this morning. You may or may not have had a chance to review it.
I have not.
Okay. So let's ask Mr. DeSalen. Mr. DeSalen, would you give a brief description for Chair Sweeney so that we know which topics are out of bounds?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, there was testimony regarding the operation of batteries in cold weather. There was testimony regarding the extent to which batteries wear out or the battery life is shortened as a result of using level 3 chargers or direct current fast chargers. There was testimony about the costs of upgrading an electrical panel from 100 to 200 amps. There was, let's see, there were a couple of other things. They are all stated in the motion. It was most of the
Oh, I can, yeah. You want to read it?
I can't read that.
Good morning. Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh, there was also testimony on electric fires from batteries in vehicles, and there was testimony about the cost of insurance or the ability to get insurance, homeowners insurance as a result of fires. I think that covers it.
And thank you very much, Mr. DeSalen.
I think there was also delays in getting the electrical work done for a shortage of labor. Is that part of what has to be stricken as well?
Yes, I think that was covered in the description of the electrical panel, that it would take 6 months to get the upgrade installed.
We forget all of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Demenci?
Thank you.
Board member, I don't think you should forget all of it. I think you should just pay attention to precisely what was stricken,
Okay.
respectfully.
And for clarification, Member Bitzer, we do have Mr. Brandt's testimony in writing.
Good. Yeah. I figured as much. That we have what's been stricken in writing.
Well, so the things in his written statement have not been stricken. It was the things in his verbal statement that were added to that. Okay?
That's not correct, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
I'm agreeing to precisely what is described in the motion, not a single statement he made other than what was requested by that motion. The best reference to what is stricken is the language in the motion. I think Mr. DeSalen accurately described that.
Okay, I wasn't
But-
trying to broaden it. I was trying to make the point that there was nothing in the written testimony that was stricken. That's what,
Oh, okay.
that was
thank
my
you.
point.
I agree. I just think he did embellish on his written testimony on areas other than what has been stricken,
Okay,
just
Okay.
to bring that to life in his own words, which is kind of what the summary is.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, thank you. Mr. Bach?
And if I could just, to Member Bitzer's question, just to remind the board why this is being stricken. The alternative request was we did have a 20-minute rebuttal presentation that explained why, in our position, a lot of these issues were not correct. And so that's why, rather than having to have that debate go on, striking it is the solution we've agreed on among council. So it's not, that's the reason. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Let's return then to the questioning of the panel by the board members. And when we broke last night, I would have moved to Member Lewis. Member Lewis, are you on the platform? Maybe not. Let's start with Member Richards.
I'm going to use these microphones. Am I on right now? Can you hear me? Okay. One of my questions, when the auto dealers were talking about the need to sell EVs, thank you, and sort of the allocations, that got a little bit confusing for me. So my understanding of this rule is that the manufacturers will be required to send a certain percentage of their manufactured cars as EVs, and then the remaining would be ICE vehicles. I'm confused. It seems to me from the regulation that a dealership is not necessarily required to buy those, that percentage of vehicles. So for example, Ms. Garcia, in the case of your dealership in Gallup, my understanding of the rule is that you wouldn't necessarily have to buy a certain percentage of your inventory as being EVs. So I'm trying to find out a little more from you on how this rule may impact you, given that scenario, if that's correct.
Thank you. That's a good question. It's not, I won't, if this goes into effect, the problem with, right now, I can decline inventory on an allocation. If, let's just say, Stellantis wants to send me 14 Jeep 4xEs, I can decline that now and show them that I've had to dealer trade or I've had to sell off what I did have in stock. If this mandate goes in, I lose the ability to turn that down. If it's a plug-in hybrid or an EV, it's part of my 70% that no matter what is going to get sent. The 30% will be ICE. I won't have a say in what comes in. I won't be able to cherry pick that 70% to lower cost or cheaper EVs. The manufacturer takes that away from me and sends the allocation that they feel I need to have on my lot to reach the 43%.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is that you are somewhat constrained by this because a certain amount of your inventory is still being required to be EV.
Correct. It would be the 70% on the Stellantis side. So 70% of my current allocation would be plug-in hybrids or EVs. The other 30% would be the ICE engines. I don't get to pick those. Again, the manufacturer just automatically send those.
Okay, so this must be something that I haven't heard previously. That's why I'm asking about it, because it made it, what I understood is a certain percentage of the manufacturer had to be EV. But I didn't translate that necessarily to a dealership having to receive a certain percentage as well.
So right now, I can go in, and as we get our biweekly or monthly allocations or consensus, that's another word they call them, we can go in and I can decline inventory. If they want to send me a $115,000 Grand Wagoneer, I can decline that inventory. Under this new rule, because Wagoneer is going to also come out in a 4xE, which under Stellantis terms, that's going to be a plug-in hybrid, I won't be allowed to turn down that $115,000 Wagoneer because it will be part of the allocation required for me to meet the mandates based off Stellantis's formulations.
Okay, so it sounds like the manufacturer is putting the onus on
us as the dealers, correct.
Okay.
So that, and again in these allocations, that $115,000 Wagoneer, the minute the invoice is created, I pay that invoice or have to floor that dollar amount and then pay that monthly like I explained yesterday. You know, I mean, we get the first 30 days free, and then the clock ticks by 6 months, I start paying penalties on that. Well, if I've got 70% of my inventory setting that's not being sold and I'm paying penalties on that, I've only got 30% of my inventory I can sell to keep 100% of my business running.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
All right, thank you. Member Armijo?
Yes, this question is for Mr. Ortiz. You cited an article indicating that the sale of EVs is stagnant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that data for the whole United States, New Mexico? What is it? Where did it come from?
So I cited a couple of different figures as far as sales stagnating. The 7.1% and the automotive news article that I provided on the screen, that's nationwide. And then I cited a 3.5%, which is 2.6 of battery electric and 0.9 of plug-in hybrid. That's New Mexico specific. So the New Mexico specific numbers averaging 3.5%, what we did is we relied on motor vehicle data of new vehicles that were titled in New Mexico through MVD. We looked month over month at that data from January 1st of 22 through October of 23. Month over month, it was around 3.5% combined battery electric and plug-in hybrids, with a couple of months in that 20-month window, if you will, that it reached 4%. But the average of the 20 months, if you will, was consistently between 3.5% and 4%.
And did that include Teslas?
Yes, sir. All new vehicles that were titled by motor vehicle registered to drive on New Mexico highways, registered New Mexico residents, if you will.
Okay, and were you here for the previous panel?
I've been here the entire time, sir.
Okay, and did you hear what the previous panel said with regards to the uptick in EV sales in the state of New Mexico?
I did, but I'm not sure where that data is coming from. My data is coming directly from new vehicles that were titled with Motor Vehicle Division.
Okay. The second question I have is for the dealers. I understand that you're going to, or the testimony is you're going to lose money if this mandate is implemented. And I'm just curious as to what percentage of your income is from sales compared to service?
That's a very good question. So in a domestic store, we rely heavily on the service department. It's called service absorption. What that measures is the amount of business we do in the shop that covers the total expense of the store. If we're operating a good store, our service department is what pays all the bills. So that would be hugely impactful to us if we lost that service business.
Okay, could you guess percentage?
So my score is 110%. To open my doors every month costs me $924,000. Means I have to generate $924,000 in gross revenue just to open my doors every month.
Well, is it fair to say that the service portion far outweighs the sales portion?
100%.
Okay.
I'd like to add to that because you've got two different markets. Me being rural market, sales is almost 80% of my revenue, where service is 20. Reason being the amount of mileage we drive rurally. My customers can be out of warranty within 18 months, 2 years. We sell, my number one plan for extended warranty, which I don't have an extended warranty company right now that'll cover a battery. It only covers the drivetrain and the original factory warranty. My best plan right now is a 5-year, 100,000 miles because it's cheaper than a 3-year, 100,000. So that's what we put on there. My customers are out of warranty usually within 18 to 24 months. So service for me, they trade it before they'll bring it back in for service because they've already hit 80 to 85, 90, 95 to 100,000 miles that fast. So again, I can tell you 80% of my revenue comes from sales. And if this happens, again, like I'm going to reiterate one more time, that means I'm having to run 100% of my business off 30% of the income.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm done.
Thank you. Member Eberline.
So I have a question for the the lady dealer from Gallup. So yesterday you talked a lot about how you basically would price out many of your customers out there in the rural areas, in the reservations and stuff like that, you know. So I just have a question. I just looked at the webpage this morning. You have 2 Corvette Stingrays at the 94,000 and 102,000, and 10 Silverados that are more than 70,000. How do you sell those?
The Corvettes, we actually put on a Corvette forum, and all of them except 2 have been sold out of state. One of the 2 went to a gentleman that pre-ordered the vehicle that was local. The other one was sold to a gentleman here in Albuquerque. So I only had 1 person locally that was able to afford those. With Chevrolet, the reason I get the allocation is because it's a turn and earn. So I've sold them, so I get them back. The Silverados, if I had a computer to show you, those are my oldest inventory in stock. And those Silverados range from 141 days to 178 days in stock. So the end of this month, those vehicles we will put out to outfitters where they will be able to sell them nationwide. So we send them to an inventory specialist that will find a dealer that wants those vehicles so that they can come off of my inventory. So I've got here, my average day in stock for Silverado days to sell is 68 to 72 days. It takes me that long to sell 1 Silverado, where a car takes me 11 days. They're only on ground about 11 days. And the average days to sell a Silverado, it takes 5 days for a customer to be able to come up with financing to purchase a Silverado. That's why that's my aged inventory, is because of the cost of it.
Okay, so you actually have those in the lot because this is part of the deal, no, the company allocation. You had to take a certain amount of these, even though you had to sit on them for a while.
If you guys remember the chip shortage, they were not building base model or work trucks or what's called a Silverado LS model. They were only building LTZs, high country, and the higher trim levels because that's what the majority of the United States is what they wanted. New Mexico, if that's all they're building, that's all I can get. So again, those vehicles, I've already sold 9 Silverados off in September, and I'll sell those off at the end of this month as well because they are my aged inventory.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Chair Paul.
Thank you all for coming so early this morning. It's a little bit rough for us too. Just a couple things. This is for both Mr. Brent and Ms. Garcia. How many cars do you sell annually?
New and used, we sell around 1,100.
Combined between all 3 stores in 2022, I sold 1,257, and so far through October, I've got 1,042 on the truck side and 251 on the car side through October of 23.
That sounds like a lot of cars.
Between the 3 stores,
yeah. How many are new and how many are used?
My numbers are just new. I only did new numbers. I didn't bring used into this.
Okay.
We sell around 650 new cars and around 450 used cars.
650. Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of how this rule could affect the manufacturer's allocations to you. Like if there's any sense that they might go with the market and say, well, in rural areas, maybe we shouldn't send too many EVs because people still need ICE vehicles and there isn't the infrastructure to support this, and folks in the Navajo Nation don't have electricity in many cases, and all of that, considering the market. And so I'm trying to see how you get your 18% of your and I know I'm making assumptions here, but of 36,000 new vehicle sales, like is that 18% enough wiggle room, right, to move 650 new vehicles over here? And maybe someone's done this math, but I haven't. But 650 is only about 10% of 6,000. So if there's 10 of your dealerships in rural areas, that seems to sort of fit the 82% in 2032 requirement. But I know you've been talking about this 70% rule from Stellantis. So, yeah, please feel free to.
So for me, being, like I said, we're 16 miles from the Arizona border. Each manufacturer gives what's called a PMA, a primary market area. My market area goes all the way to about 10 miles east of Holbrook, Arizona. It goes all the way past the San Juan County line in New Mexico. It goes all the way down past Fence Lake, New Mexico, and then all the way over to Grants. So I've got a huge PMA of rural New Mexico and Arizona. The way this is going to impact it on both sides is the manufacturers are going to look at it and say, well, you're rural, you're not going to sell a lot. Stellantis has to keep the same allocation methodology for each dealer. They've got to do the exact same for Advantage, Dodge, and Farmington for me. So no matter what, they won't look at it and say, well, you're not going to sell a lot of EVs, so we're going to figure you're 70% lighter. It's 70 across the board. As this goes up and gets closer to that 2032 mark, then my allocation will flip to 80-20, 80% EV, because that's what they're saying. In order to hit this target, that's what my inventory would have to be.
Okay, is that a contract? Is that, I'm just.
My franchise agreement.
Sorry?
It's my franchise agreement.
Okay.
They will have to do what the state tells them to do, and it's a contract. I have an agreement with Stellantis.
Okay, because if I were Stellantis, I would say, oh boy, I might lose a bunch of money, or my dealers are gonna suffer, and maybe I'm gonna change that so that I can move things around, right, to get the ICE vehicles where we need them and the EVs where we need them.
There's not verbiage in this regulation that allows for a different allocation system for rural New Mexico. It's a blanket policy.
Well, it's across the state.
Correct. So I have to have the same allocation methodology that every other Dodge or Stellantis dealer has.
Right. Although what I'm trying to get at is that is the manufacturer and you. That's the agreement between the dealers and the manufacturers, not the agreement between not the law between the state and the dealers or
the
law.
Right now, there's no agreement. I can order what I want. I can decline what I want. I can, if I don't want to order any ICE or plug-in hybrids, I don't have to. Right now, I have the freedom to do this. Right now, again, like I told you, the Grand Wagoneer or these 4xEs, I can tell them, you know what, I've had them, I had to locate them off, I don't want any more, hold that off, let's say 90 days before they'll reallocate. If this passes, I lose that option of having that dialogue with my manufacturer of what I can and can't sell. They're just going to adjust my allocation with a no turn down to 70-30 split.
And that's the franchise agreement, and they've told you that this is what we're going to do in the future.
Oh, absolutely, Mike Sendek.
Okay.
Senior Director of Western Business Center. Yes, we've all had this conversation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for enlightening me.
I just want to mention one more thing. We kind of talked about Ford's Model E program and how many dealers have actually signed up. So I just want to share with you some of the experience I've had since 2012. She talked about her primary market area. Mine spans 10,800 square miles. I touched Colorado, Arizona, and Texas because we lost 5 rural dealers and I was assigned those territories. So not only will I be responsible with supplying EVs in Santa Fe, it'll be most of the northern part of the state.
I think I'll pass it over.
All right. Member Galuski, did you have questions of this panel?
I do. Oh, wait, this is on. I had to take my kids to school, so I'm just catching my breath. But I have been listening, so I feel like I've been part of the conversation. Catch my breath for a second. Yeah. So this issue of the allocations seems really important, and I guess kind of following up on what Chair Paul was asking, does the regulation as written require this particular relationship between the manufacturers and the dealers? Because it seems like it's not in anybody's interest to have that relationship as you've described it. Can any of you?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So my understanding of the regulation as written is that it relates to the allocation of cars that are delivered to the state. And I'm not aware of the regulation requiring a particular allocation within the state between the manufacturers and the dealers.
Yeah, that is correct. And then we don't have any control over what the manufacturer allocates. So the way the allocation system works with Ford Motor Company is there's what they call commodities. So there's a nationwide commodity, so there might only be 5% pro for the entire country. that's divvied out the way they feel that it's divvied out. So when we are offered our allocation, oftentimes the reason why we decline is because we're being offered stuff we know we can't sell, and that is out of our control. In the Phoenix region, as I mentioned last night, New Mexico is third on the chain, so we really kind of get what's left over.
With us, there's no, in this regulation, there's no regulation on the manufacturers of what they allocate, but the manufacturers then have to turn around to meet this regulation and allocate to us what they deem in. They go back on what we've sold, what's currently on ground, and in order to meet that, in the conversations I've had with Stellantis, that's going to be, so you could take a bigger Dodge store here in Albuquerque, their spread might start at an 80-20 spread. Where I'm a smaller dealer, my spread is going to start 70-30 to be able to hit that.
Right.
That,
Yeah.
so I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, it's obviously the relationship between the manufacturers and the dealers is complicated. But it sounds like, in principle, and maybe at an abstract level, it would be possible for the manufacturers to change how they relate to the dealers within the state while still meeting the requirements of the regulation. And you're not manufacturers, so you can't, may not be able to say one way or the other with that.
All I can tell you is what I've been told by Stellantis, and that was that this will affect your allocation to a 70-30, and I won't have a run pass. So in other words, I won't, on that 70-30 split, I won't be able to come in, a run pass to them and say, decline, 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 don't want this, or can I switch these units to this trim level?
Right.
I will lose that run pass option.
And that's what they've already said to you?
Correct. They've already said that to me.
Okay.
We had this conversation a few months back when the talk of the regulation came up. I also had this conversation again with them about 30 days ago because I'm in the process of electrifying that store. So again, once I do this, I have to sign a commitment to Stellantis that I'll accept that allocation.
Right. It just seems like it's not in their interest to manage it that way. If the regulation were to go through, I would think they want you to stay in business because you're serving a huge area. It's maybe not a huge market in terms of volume, but it's certainly an important market. One might naively think they would want to work something out to keep you in business.
Well, and the other, for me, it's a double-edged sword, like I've explained. Half of my market is New Mexico, half of my market is Arizona. So if this passes, I lose my Arizona market right then and there. So I've lost half of what my market area is, what my primary market area is. I'm now left with half of my primary market area being in New Mexico with an allocation, again, like I told you, of a 70-30 split. I can't come to my manufacturer and say, well, can you send me an additional 40% ICE vehicles for those Arizona customers that's going to come by from me?
Right.
It's not going to, it's my allocation is my allocation. It doesn't matter that my PMA, my primary market area, covers 2 states.
I understand. All right, I think that's good for now. I might think of other questions as my life proceeds, but that's good for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Galuski. Chair Sweeney?
Thank you so much. And again, thank you, like Chair Paul said, for coming early. We're all juggling, so appreciate that. And as a business owner, I also want to thank you for coming. I know this is of interest to you because it's hard to be away from your business, right, for so many days. And so I do appreciate that as well. I just wanted to share that with you all. So I think a follow-up to Chair Paul's questioning is, how often are the franchise agreements that maybe you have or you have renewed? Is it on like an annual basis, a 2-year basis?
As long as we hit the metrics that the manufacturer is requiring, they're permanent.
They're permanent from when you start your franchise?
Not from when you start your franchise. At Ford Motor Company, you are initially given a 2-year, what they call interim agreement. If you hit their figures, which is sales expectancy, that's the amount of new vehicles they're expecting you to sell. If you maintain a certain working capital guide, which is what they determine the cash you need to have in your business, and if you hit your customer satisfaction index and you're 100% of all 3 of those, they give you what is called a continuing agreement, and that agreement goes on forever.
General Motors, Toyota, and Stellantis are a little bit different than Ford. So GM, when you start your franchise, you have 2 years on your franchise agreement. After that, it's a 5-year renewal. In order to meet your renewal, you have to again have your your sales where it needs to be, your capital where it needs to be, your customer service index needs to be where it is, and your service retention indexes all have to be met. If not, they can put you on a contingency contract and either make it 30 days at a time, 60 days at a time, 90 days at a time. Toyota runs the exact same way. They'll start at a 30-day contract, a 60, a 1 year, a 2 year, a 4 year, and an 8 year. Again, sales index has to be made, sales efficiency, service efficiency, retention, and CSI and networking capital. The longest you can get is 8 years, and then they'll go back at that 8 years, review everything, and if you didn't hit all your marks during your contract term, they can cut your contract back. Stellantis is pretty close to the General Motors side of it. We ran the first year on an interim contract because we're a new dealer. I've been awarded a 3-year contract, which would be the next step up. So I'm 2 years into that. The concern, again, if I can't hit their sales goals because I don't have vehicles to hit, my contract and my franchise agreement is up in the air for all 3 manufacturers.
Okay. So I want to go back. I think you shared briefly in one of the responses, or yesterday, everything's kind of meshing together. The discussion about, I guess, maybe impacts from COVID, or, with, in terms of inventory in particular. And I think you just made a comment too a few minutes ago about some of the rural dealerships having to go out of business, and then you took over a more larger footprint. So when something like that happens, like COVID, is there an ability to renegotiate the terms of the franchise agreements?
I wish, and Ford Motor Company is incredibly mad at me right now. So when COVID happened, we were selling 1,100 new Fords a month. We haven't even gotten close to being able to replace that inventory in the state. And the reason why I like to say we're a giant state with not a lot of people in it is our allocation system shrunk. So Phoenix continued to sell cars during our shutdown, so we talk about turn and earn. So when we were shut down in New Mexico, we couldn't turn and earn, so we've lost that allocation. I used to be allocated and have around 350 new vehicles on the lot. The most vehicles I've been allocated since COVID is this year, and it's been 575 new Fords, which is a little less than 600 of what I used to get. So when I talked about how big my market area was, I used to be expected to sell 60 new Fords a month. Now it's double that. They expect me to sell 120. Really hard to do that when I can't get any inventory.
The same, COVID doesn't, you don't get to renegotiate your contract. What they did during COVID, my Chevrolet store, I went 38 days without a new Chevrolet on ground during COVID. We didn't have a new vehicle in stock. So what they did was adjusted for what I had in pipeline or in transit. They erased for the 90 days, they erased a sales objective. So we all basically just got a blank score for that 3 months. We didn't have to, because they couldn't provide the vehicles to sell. Since then, they have increased right now. The inventory that I have on ground, my new sales objective this month is to sell 53 new Chevrolets on ground, or this month. So they're going to get that number based off what they have in pipeline and what we have on ground. But you do not get the opportunity to renegotiate a contract.
Okay. That's really helpful. And I'm just also trying to absorb comments we've heard throughout this hearing as well. From the public and from what we've seen in the docket, that folks can't find EVs, and you mentioned that you've had EVs on the lot. Is it that the EVs that you have on the lot are the higher end, much like you were talking about the Silverados being higher end and hard to get off the lot? Is that, and I apologize if I'm leading the question, but I'm just trying to have the background of why I'm asking this question.
I can speak for, again, I can't speak for Chevrolet because I'm in the process of doing that. I did get information from my zone manager and the manufacturer about that stuff because, again, we're in the process of it, so we're still learning. Toyota and Stellantis, the Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram store, we've had 4xEs and we've had electric vehicles. The problem with it, and I think the misunderstanding or maybe misconception, is EVs with the manufacturers don't have trim levels. So you don't have a base model Prius plug-in, or you don't have a base model Prius Prime. It's In Toyota's all-electric BZ4, you have a Platinum and you have an XLE. So the invoice I talked to you guys about yesterday was what Toyota considers a base model EV is an XLE at the $46,000. So that's being sent to us because that's what they have available. For the Stellantis side of it, 4xEs right now are in Grand Cherokee Limited, which starts it again at about $54,000, and then the Wrangler Rubicon and Wrangler Sahara. And again, those start, like I told you yesterday, I've got one, and this is entry level in their mind for a 4x4 plug-in hybrid, $63,000 and $66,000.
So the Ford side is a little bit different. The way we went to market with EV, we opened up reservations similar to the way that Tesla does. Well, the early adopters on pretty much any new model want the high end. So from 2021 and 2022, when the order banks were open, the bulk of what was requested was high-end vehicles. So what that does to the fast turn reports and the commodities that Ford buys is naturally they're going to buy what the demand was. Well, that's not necessarily the case in every state, in New Mexico in particular. So the bulk, I have, oh, I'm sorry. I have 40 EVs on the ground currently. I have 22 Lightnings and 18 Mach-E's. However, the bulk of my Lightnings are Lariats that are all over $80,000 and do not qualify for the tax credit. And the Mach-E's that I really need are the Selects that start around $48,000, but I have the Premium and the GT models, which are between $60,000 and $70,000.
Chair Sweeney, I have one more anecdote based on your question. So I mentioned last week I did a survey of our franchise dealers and the inventory that they have on the ground for EVs. I had one dealer, by example, it was a Nissan dealer that had 25 EVs in stock, couldn't sell them, and had to basically sell them to an out-of-state dealer with state incentives because there was no interest in purchasing those vehicles.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand why, over here we're hearing we can't find EVs, and then you're saying that there are EVs on the lot and that you're having to hold them for so many days and then losing money because you're holding them so long.
Yeah, it's just the cost of entry. I'm glad that Chevrolet decided to bring the Bolt back because for us to be successful in the state, we need to have that lower priced vehicle. But my manufacturer, at losing $37,000 a unit, there's no way on the planet they're going to be able to make one cheaper. And the scary part is, range anxiety is scary for a lot of our clients. Well, Marin and I have become good friends. He's the chief operating officer for Model E, and I've got to participate in a lot of roundtables just because of my status with the Minority Dealers Association. If we were at Ford Motor Company able to produce a 500-mile range EV, it would cost $175,000.
Zach brought up the Bolt. That is contingent upon what happens with the UAW strike too. If negotiations aren't met, then they are going to continue or they will continue with the discontinuation of the Bolt. So that's an iffy entry-level EV right now because we don't know the fate of the Bolt until after they finalize the strike and the agreement.
Thank you. And Mr. Ortiz, I have a question for you. Yes. I know, like you said, you're the executive director of the auto dealer group. Have you seen other states that have adopted these rules or similar rules, like California? What is their in-state, trends? I know you've done a lot of research that you've provided us nationwide and then locally as well. So I guess maybe I'm pushing it a little bit, but I'm just wondering what are other states doing in terms of this transition and to help, since that's your organization, to help support the auto dealers in the state.
That's a very good question, and thank you for asking it. So there's through our National Auto Dealers Association, NADA, every state association belongs to NADA, and we get together at least a couple of times a year to talk about trends, regulatory matters, et cetera. So during our summer conference this last summer, a number of state association executives in clean car states were speaking about their experience in adopting the clean car rules. So the first consensus, I guess I could classify it as all these state association executives from California to New Jersey were basically saying that they don't feel that they're going to be able to hit the mandated targets at 43% respectively, going to 82%. Number one. A couple of state association executives that were within the Clean Car 2 rules were describing the experiences of dealerships on the ground where, like for example, we've been talking about Stellantis, so what they're saying is customers in those states have basically three choices. They can go to a dealership and special order their Ram diesel or Jeep Wrangler, et cetera, wait 6 to 8 months to receive it. They can opt for a slightly used vehicle of that choice, which they are indicating that they're seeing price increases on used vehicles because of that demand, or dealerships are losing business to out-of-state dealerships that can supply that vehicle to them. So that's kind of the high-level overview of the experiences within these clean car states. None of them feel that they're going to be able to hit these mandates.
So I'm probably stick with you, Mr. Ortiz. So I know we've received some public comments from manufacturers and other organizations that supply to the state of New Mexico, and they're supportive of this rule. So what's the gap there in terms of, what we're hearing from manufacturers and supporting the rule? Same thing I think was testified earlier about the California rule, that manufacturers were supportive of the California rule, which is more aggressive than what is being proposed by the department in here in this proceedings in terms of the 100% by a certain date. So I'm just trying to figure out from your perspective, and what I know you've been working hard on this, in terms of the economics, can you help us fill in the gap and understand? I mean, I guess I was going back to the franchise agreement of trying to see if there was ways to renegotiate that, but it sounds like that's pretty set in stone and driven by the manufacturers, by the suppliers, right?
Yeah, you bring up some really good points. So first off, I haven't seen any kind of support from a manufacturer, whether written or orally. I may have missed it. The closest thing that I've seen is a letter from the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, which is basically an association that represents most manufacturers. And they submitted comments. They were not in opposition, but they did have some concerns that I took from the letter. They cited lack of infrastructure, lack of incentives, et cetera. So I haven't been aware of any manufacturer, quote, in support of it, but maybe I missed it. I also don't speak directly to the manufacturers the way our dealers do. And we also have other expert witnesses behind us from dealerships throughout the state that can almost speak, that can speak directly to that. So I'll turn that discussion, or I'll turn that question over to my fellow panelists on how the manufacturers are looking at this and what their thoughts are.
Ford obviously is committed. The growing concern that they have at the company, though, is as these states continue to adopt this, in order to support the EV and the losses that they're having on a quarterly basis, they have to produce more ICE vehicles. ICE vehicles is the money that they're making, but in order to put R&D in, they have to be able to sell those. Without that, we could be bankrupt.
Your question on the manufacturers, some of them, again, yesterday meeting with Toyota, again, Brett Lakes, the general manager of the Toyota Denver region. New Mexico, Toyota has 14.52% market share in New Mexico, but just to put it into perspective, New Mexico's only half of 1% of Toyota's total sales volume. So half of 1% of total sales volume is what this entire state represents. And Toyota has 14.52% of the market share. So if, I don't have figures to give you, but if that would help understand what we're talking about. This is a tiny market compared to California, New Jersey, New York, Oregon. You know what I mean? Half of 1% is just, and 14% market share, and it's only half of 1% of the total sales volume. So this, I'll put it all out there. My stores and my decision of what I want to do with my stores is going to depend on what happens with this mandate. In 41 years, second generation dealer, only one of two women dealers in Toyota's entire 71 dealer network for our region. I think I'm one of three in the Chevrolet zone, New Mexico Chevy dealers. Right now, I mean, depending on this could decide the outcome if I decide to put a for sale sign in front of my stores. And then that leaves 165 families not knowing what they're going to do. For my market, and Gallup's only a population of 20,000. So, you know what I mean? To do this, like I said, I rely heavily on my Arizona market because I can't keep the stores running in the New Mexico market, and I can't keep my stores running on 70% of half, or 30% of half of my market. There's no way possible.
I just do want to mention that even though we've been told things from our manufacturers, there are no commitments. But she brings up a valid point. You know, we used to be able in our business to take a look at a 5, 10, and 20-year view. For us at Capital, it's a year view. It's very scary what the future holds. And just like she said, I have 106 employees, and we've been doing this for a very long time. My goal was to make 100 years, but when it's this dicey, we don't know how long we can hang on.
Thank you. And Mr. Ortiz, again, going back to some of the trends we've seen in the dealership market or dealership stores, has there been a major decrease in the number of stores statewide for dealerships here in New Mexico, say since COVID, since 2020?
You know, I started July of 2021.
Okay.
And since, you know, my tenure, there has not, that I'm aware, I guess there is. There's one store that is a franchise dealership that is no longer in existence that I can think of. So I know of one. But this was, you know, a year. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There's been multiple buyouts where dealerships basically sold, and one that has basically lost their franchise agreement and no longer in business.
We're also going to start to see that on the luxury side with Lincoln. Lincoln won't be able to support the amount of dealers in their current dealer network. There was about 630 of us before I sold my franchise back in December of last year. In order to support the movement to 100% EV, they need to reduce that number from 630 to just under 200 dealers.
Thank you for that. And back to you, Mr. Ortiz. So you had made the comment that in some of these other states that have these types of rules, that they may not be able to meet the requirement, or manufacturers might not be able to meet the requirement. Is there like a mechanism or a plan for the auto dealership industry as to what to do? Because if they're not going to meet the requirements, then like, is there discussion or are there talks that you know of?
Well, as I mentioned, you know, all the dealerships, most of the dealerships in New Mexico, as well as our other clean car states, are investing, you know, tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions in the bigger states on infrastructure, on tools and training. They're doing everything they can. As far as meeting the numbers, that's the big question all of us have. What happens when all the states are indicating that they're not going to meet the numbers, despite state incentives, despite some states being at this for 16, 17 years, and they're only halfway there to meeting the numbers. So the big question is, what's going to happen? For example, is the California maybe introducing Clean Cars 3 with lower mandates, maybe realistic mandates that states can hit? What's going to happen? That's everybody's question out there because no one feels that they're going to be able to meet these mandated numbers. I'm sorry, I don't have any more specific information on it.
That's helpful. Let's see. I think that's all I have for right now. I think.
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair.
Vice Chair Trujillo?
Yes, and thank you. I apologize for being late. I had a school drop off and I couldn't find a pinch hitter. So, but I was listening And so I had a follow-up question to Chair Spina's question about availability. We have heard a lot of comments, public comment, and just throughout AC, the Clean Cars 1 and Clean Cars 2 about not being able to find what they're looking for. And I understand you did a great job of explaining the new car market, but I'm kind of curious about the used car market as far as finding vehicles. So are people, are consumers more interested in finding a used EV, and they're having trouble finding used EVs, and that the new EVs are having a little bit of trouble moving? Is that did I understand that picture correctly? Can you explain that for me a little bit further?
So unfortunately, with the exception of Tesla, there's quite a few of those on the used market, but they're still very expensive. The EV market is still too new to really have any kind of used. So you had the Nissan Leaf and you had the Bolt for a while, but the amount of Bolts and Leaves that were made nationwide was such a small amount, it does make them incredibly rare. The tough part about the used market right now is you kind of just don't understand where it's at. An example for me is we sold a Lightning to a customer that owned a construction business. After 12,000 miles, he just wasn't able to use the Lightning for what he needed, so he ended up going back to a Super Duty truck. I put what I thought was the best value in that particular used vehicle, which was around $73,000. After not having any takers at the auction, I got $55,000 and lost $18,000. So it's really hard to try and determine what that used market is. We talked a little bit last night about how the book changes are constant. It's almost like sometimes daily that you see a different book change. It just depends on what the auction's doing out there and what's actually out there and available.
If I could add, and thank you for your question. There's been a lot of comments about people wanting to find low expensive vehicles, low expensive EVs, and what I hear from our dealerships as, whether it's a traditional vehicle or an electric vehicle, people want, low cost cars. And what I hear from our dealerships is whether it's traditional or electric, those are the hardest to keep on the lot and basically the first to sell.
Rule for me, I have not had a single person wanting to trade or coming in to trade an electric vehicle because we don't have the market for it. In Gallup, there's only, I could count, there's probably 8 Teslas on the road right now, and the majority of them are from doctors that work at Gallup Indian Medical Center. They're in town. Like I said, we haven't even had anybody come in asking for a used EV, anything, so that's why I deferred that to Zach. He's got a better market for it. My market, like I said, there's nothing, you know what I mean? Nobody coming in looking for a used EV in my area.
Well, and actually that kind of leads to my next question about, I've heard a lot and over the years about how consumers in general are not shopping, they tend to shop first online and then go look. And I mean, I'm definitely guilty of that. I'd rather lay on the couch and scroll through the phone for what I need than actually go to find it at the store. So I'm wondering, you kind of asking questions about consumer behavior in the car market. Do people tend to, for any vehicle, not just EVs, do they tend to look online before coming to the store, or do you still have the same amount of people walking through your door as you did in the past?
I can speak for Rule. We don't, COVID, no, actually since COVID, even before, I have never sold a vehicle online. I actually quit paying through my manufacturers for their online buying tool. Main reason, number one, is you cannot sign a contract on the reservation and make it valid, whether it's e or paper. So I can't discriminate against my customers that live on the reservation versus my customers that live off the reservation. McKinley County is hugely checkerboard. I mean, in the city of Gallup right now, I can take you, come on down for the Gilligan's 3-hour tour. I've got checkerboard right downtown that, and I know because he's a customer of mine, he's waited for a work order from NTUA for 5 years to have his home electrified, and it still has not been done. So when you go back to look at this rule, internet doesn't do anything. I have never sold a vehicle off the internet. All of my sales, They come in. COVID, what we did different was we did virtual walkarounds through a phone, and then they would come to the store and they would do distanced delivery. So they would give the walkaround, do everything, and we would put sealed, sanitized keys, everything in a Ziploc bag, leave it, sanitize the vehicle, and they'd come pick the vehicle up. So we do nothing online.
So you don't put like your inventory or
Inventory's online, but they can search inventory, and like I said, we have multiple avenues for them to contact. With Toyota, because they have the largest amount of plug-in hybrids available, they're all, and we have them marked on the website, if it's plug-in hybrid, just a standard hybrid, and what it is, but then they'll come in.
And for us, it's the opposite. It's like it pushed the car business 20 years in the future. The bulk of what we do today is online business. We can do 98% of the deal online. There still are a few documents that require a wet signature. And the EV, you can do almost 100% online through Ford's e-commerce platform. So in the metro area, the average customer visits 1.5 dealerships. They know what they want. They've done all their shopping online. You just have to be prepared to create a good experience for that client when you're in their door, because they are there to buy a car.
That's good to know. Yeah, I don't think I have any more questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Paul?
I have one more question, and I apologize. It's a big picture. So, with the introduction of this bill, and all the data we've seen this week seems to say that people in New Mexico, your customers, our neighbors, ourselves, suffer some of the most devastating impacts of climate change. Water, shortages, fire, drought, asthma. As transportation is 20% of greenhouse gas emissions or something like that, do you think that your industry has any responsibility to lower vehicles' carbon emissions and meet the Paris Climate Agreement?
I think they're already doing it. If you look at Toyota's lineup, more than half of their vehicles now are either hybrid, plug-in hybrid. They do have one fully EV model. Stellantis, if you go, especially coming out in 2024, depending on what happens with the market, because again, they've put those on hold, you're going to have a 4xe option in the majority of their model lineup, which would be your plug-in hybrid options. General Motors, again, I'm in the process, but right now they've got the Silverado EV, the Bolt is on the fence, they've got the Blazer EV, they've got the Equinox EV. So I think the manufacturers are taking responsibility for it, and they're adjusting their model segments and their lineup and the inventory that they have available.
And that's a very good question. I really appreciate it. As we stated yesterday and today, and as what you're going to hear later today, our dealerships are making that investment to have cleaner vehicles. They're making, substantial investments in infrastructure and tools and training. They want the vehicles they basically want to provide the vehicles that New Mexicans need and also address climate change. All this, as I started my testimony yesterday, we're very supportive of electric vehicles, but we're also realistic in what customers need throughout.
And just one other point I would like to make. I'm sorry, I'm very passionate. I've been doing this a long time. This is my life. The average age of the vehicle in America is 12.2 years old. Do you guys know what it is in New Mexico?
Older.
13.9 years. What our focus really should be is how can we, in an affordable way, get these customers out of older vehicles. My shop alone, the average age is between 11 and 12 years and 165,000 miles. That Fusion in 2010 versus a hybrid Escape, it's completely different from 13 years ago.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, do you have another question?
Yes, I apologize. I knew I had one more question and instantly forgot it. So I was curious about, I understand you both are, seems like bigger dealers in the state. Oh, no? Okay. Okay. I guess I was trying to get an understanding of the way that the structure worked with dealers throughout the state. And I see a lot of these dealers and dealers who buy cars off auctions and sell them. And so it seems like there may be another level of dealers maybe below you all in the triangle of things, and I'm just kind of curious how this rule may impact some of those smaller, really small business owners, or if that's even an issue.
It's going to have a huge, I mean, I'm considered a small store versus what, you know, I mean, your Santa Fe markets, your Las Cruces markets, your Albuquerque markets. I'm a rural dealer and I'm considered smaller. My allocation is lighter. My inventory is lighter, but there's dealers smaller than I am. And again, like we said, and I testified yesterday, to electrify both of them, just 2 of my stores is going to be $325,000. That's just to electrify, plus another $25,000 fee to pay to Chevrolet to become an EV dealer. There's smaller stores that they can't afford to electrify, period. And if they don't electrify, they don't get the allocation. So in essence, if they can't afford to electrify their stores, their franchise agreement just became null and void because they can't get the vehicles.
And I understand that the market, or that what we're talking about is new vehicles, not really the old vehicles. But I believe that the ideology of this is that the new vehicles come in, they trickle down through the years, and people buy these used ones. So I'm curious, like, how long does it take from the time that you sell a vehicle to the time that it is into the used market and it's getting through, and we're actually seeing that trickle down effect? Like, about how long does it take? Like, I mean, if you'd say a 2015 Ford, okay, and I just picked a random vehicle, like, how long does it take for that vehicle to make it through? And
Again, because we're 2 completely separate markets, I can give you an example right now. While we were here at this hearing, I had a customer message me. He's got a 2019 Ford Fusion Hybrid with 187,000 miles. He still owes $17,000 on the vehicle. Can I trade it in? Because of the mileage of that vehicle, if we can do a deal with him, it'll never hit the used car market here. We'll wholesale it because we can't get a finance company to finance a vehicle with 187,000 miles on it. So my rural market, if I sell you a Silverado today, you're going to come back within 2.5 to 3 years, possibly 4. You're going to either have at 100,000 miles or over that, your trade is going to get wholesaled. So when we wholesale it, either the wholesaler is going to send it to auction or we send it directly to auction. We send to Vegas, Phoenix, and Dallas. So that used vehicle will not come back to this market. We purchase the majority of our used vehicles from auction because of the mileage constraints. I can't take and retail the majority of the trade-ins that I have in my market. So that's where you're going to see a huge difference now in used vehicle pricing going up, just like it was after COVID. You could talk to any dealer that's going to come up on this panel. Our used car prices were within $3,000 to $4,000 of our new car prices because there wasn't anything coming into the market.
You have a very good question. So in addition to different types of markets as far as dealerships, it also, I feel, there's a lot having to do with the type of vehicle, where luxury vehicles are typically shorter before they hit the used market, where a pickup truck may be longer. There was a question also yesterday of the number of used vehicles in New Mexico that were sold, and the panelists couldn't answer it, but it's actually about 365,000 used vehicles sold in New Mexico, and that's a combination of vehicles sold through dealerships or private parties. The last thing I want to mention related to this is in the total cost of ownership that we saw over the last couple of days. I didn't see anything talking about the residual value of an electric vehicle. And that would be very interesting to factor in there, because what I'm hearing and what we're seeing is a battery replacement on an electric vehicle can range anywhere from about $8,000 to $15,000 when it reaches their life cycle. So if you have a vehicle, let's say, that has a market value of $22,000 as far as a used vehicle, but when that battery needs to be replaced and that cost is $15,000, what it really is the true cost of ownership on that vehicle when you factor in the residual value?
That's all the questions I had. Thank you for helping me understand your business model and your business market.
All right, thank you. We have been leaping around for board questions in person. We do have a member on the platform who has questions. Member Lewis?
Thank you. Sorry, I was unable to unmute last time. I was there. Yeah, I have a few questions. So we have heard repeatedly that the industry really wants to move towards electric, that there has been a huge investment that's been made. We've heard a lot about infrastructure being the problem, but we've also heard a lot about investment in infrastructure that is accelerating at a much more rapid pace than it was previously. What I have not heard from anyone and would really like probably all three of you to address, what do you feel is a realistic time? We keep hearing that this is rushed, but this whole plan is like 10 years out. And if that's rushed, I guess I'm not sure why all of these investments are being made. I'm just very confused and would really appreciate it if you guys could help me out on that.
On the Ford side, we kind of weren't given much of a choice when they decided to separate the three companies. I want to be an early adopter because I feel that those that are not adopting now might get left behind, as well as the costs. We're watching how costs are continuing to rise. So there was 2 enrollment periods. There was an enrollment period in 2022, and there'll be an enrollment period in 2027. I know what I'm spending today. My fear was by not signing up now, what those costs might look like in 2027. And then it's the reason why I just say that we're not ready. We're always ready to sell EVs at Capital Ford. We're just not ready to handle the influx we're going to be expected to handle because of the infrastructure requirements we're being asked to put in and how long everything is taking to get to where we are compliant with what the company requests. The original request was to have everything done by January 1st, 2024. I will be lucky to have it done January 1st, 2026.
The same for us. Again, like I told you guys before, I kind of waited, watched the market, saw what, needed to do. We're in the process of electrifying both of ours. But the time frame for us, once I sign the check and get ready to do this and sign the contract with the companies, I'm 18 to 24 months out on being able to get my chargers. That's just get them to the store. That's still not trying to schedule to get the installation done. We were one of the stores. There's only 2 companies in McKinley County that applied for the NMDOT money for the public-facing charger. Love's Truck Stop did, and we did. The problem with it is a lot of the fine print on that federal money to help speed up this infrastructure, you have to be a mile from I-40. I'm a mile and a half from I-40. I don't know if they'll make the concession. Again, I'm at a triangle between New Mexico 491, New Mexico 602, 2 of the busiest highways that aren't considered a clean air highway, so they don't qualify for this grant. They don't qualify for that money. But I'm a mile and a half from I-40, but that half mile might kick us out of being able to take part in that money. The other thing that this is too rushed is, for instance, rural New Mexico, your energy is supplied by co-ops. Continental Divide Electric supplies the electricity to the city of Gallup, which I buy from the city of Gallup on my electric bill. NTUA provides for the Navajo Nation. NTUA is, like I told you guys, just 18 to 20% of the entire Navajo Nation is electrified.
That's not
If
true.
the majority of the natives live 10 miles from the local chapter house that has electricity, there's not an extension cord big enough for them to charge that car. The other part of it, all three of those are not offering any type of rebate when you to electrify a home or to upgrade to an EV. There's no rebates out there. Chevrolet, for instance, and this is again why we're talking about this is happening so fast. I don't think the rest of New Mexico caught up with the I-25 corridor. If Chevrolet will give you a $2,500 rebate to upgrade the electrical in your home to level 2. Problem with it, there's not a certified electrician in the city of Gallup that can meet General Motors' plan. You'd have to hire somebody from Albuquerque or Santa Fe. There's not an electrician in the world that's going to drive 2 hours to do this. So that $2,500 rebate just went bye-bye.
So can I get
Lastly,
an
from a
answer to
state
my question?
perspective, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just,
Hold on, Member Lewis. Oh, you're trying to clarify your question?
no, I'm trying to get an answer to my question. We keep hearing all the negatives, and yet huge investments, everyone on the panel has testified that there's also huge investments that they've made to move to electric. What I would like to know, if 10 years is rushed, what was their thought on the return on that investment? What is a reasonable timeline? I have heard nobody put that on the record, and I think that's really important because, we have a 2-year lag time before this even starts, and then it pushes out to 10 years before full implementation. The investment started before now. And so just as a business person also, I'm having trouble understanding what the planning process was. Because if you're investing that kind of money, you have a plan. And if someone could just tell me, what do you think a reasonable timeline for a change like the one being proposed would be?
That's a really good question. So I'm going to start with citing my testimony, following from the California Air Resources Board recommendation of 1 electric vehicle charging station for every 7 to 10 EVs on the road. At 43%, the estimation would be about 13,000 electric vehicles needed, public charging stations. I want to first start off by sending, a huge appreciation to Department of Transportation and Jerry Valdez for their leadership in applying for the federal grants. I think that's going to have an impact. However, there's some speculation there. They've applied, they haven't been awarded. They're hopeful, we're supporting them. Our dealerships are making investments in the infrastructure. How we can get from 700 charging stations to 13,000 charging stations in 3 years, I don't think it's achievable. So we feel that we need to satisfy the demand. People should be able to buy the vehicle of their choice. We've seen the range declining once a vehicle or a pickup truck is hooked up to a trailer and what that range is out there. So until we have the proper infrastructure, until we have the vehicles to meet the electric vehicles that need to meet New Mexico's demands, we feel that this is going just too far, too fast. What that realistic timeline is it 7 years? Is it 10 years? We just don't have those questions. There's grants that need to be awarded. You're going to hear testimony later today about the backlogs on transformers, a couple of years or 18 months, So 2 years is, in our opinion, not achievable. Is it 10 years or is it somewhere in between? It's just too preliminary at that point, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And I guess we've also heard a lot about 80 to 82% of Navajo Nation not having power. And I'm just wondering if you can clarify where you're getting those numbers from, because I've worked out there for 30 years. And if I check with NTUA or I check with publications out of Tribal Council or with the Indian Country News, everything that I've seen is that the homes lacking power are equivalent to the homes lacking water, which is about 30%. So that would really change from 82% down to 30 is a really different number. So if you could clarify that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. I got my information from speaking with chapter delegates, council delegates, and also with NTUA.
Not what they publish. Okay, thank you. And then can you also clarify for us how things like pre-orders that people might make with any of the dealerships and online orders?
Member Lewis, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You broke up with that last question. Would you start over from the beginning?
Yeah, Is it still breaking up?
That's better.
Is it? Okay. I wanted to know how online and pre-orders that people might do fit into the criteria that's being proposed. How do those credit with your manufacturers? Do you get credit for things that are ordered online and for anything that is advance ordered that goes through your store? How does that affect your allocation?
On the Ford side, if I roll for 53 new Fords and I have 10 retail orders, those 10 retail orders will come out of those 53. It's not additional allocation, but they are prioritized. It just comes down to what commodities are available at that time that create the time frame. On the EV side, currently at Ford, those take precedent. So if we had any EVs orders, as long as the commodities are available, they'll get built very quickly.
For my side on the Stellantis and the Toyota side of it, that doesn't count until the vehicle and order doesn't count until it's actually sold and a contract is signed and the flooring is paid off. But for the allocation side on Stellantis, if I have that ICE engine sitting there and you want to come in and order a different color or a different trim level of that ICE vehicle, that allocation will not go in until I've sold the ICE that's currently on ground. That's where you're coming with the 6 to 8 month wait.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, and I don't know if this is allowable in terms of having to match the California law. But if this law that is, or this regulation that we're talking about, had language in it that said that the manufacturers on doing their numbers to meet the allocations would have to apportion relative to the available market or the rural urban nature, would that be something that would make this more doable?
Member Lewis, I'm sorry, that sounds like a question that is eliciting or would elicit a legal conclusion, and we don't have any lawyers on the panel.
Okay. I was just wondering from their experience with the manufacturers, if that would be respected, because it sounds like the manufacturers have already spoken with them about the regulations. So, but I'm fine withdrawing that if that's not appropriate.
Thank you. Is that the rest of your questions?
Yes, I think that is everything. Oh, one more. Can you also, and I think this was Mr. Ortiz that mentioned, no, actually, I think it was the Ford dealership that mentioned that out of the investment that's being made to update to the electric infrastructure in the business, that there's also a lot of P&M contribution to that. And I wasn't sure, I got confused on the numbers that were coming out, how much of that was reimbursed by P&M?
On the total amount that I can get back from P&M is $70,000, and it's based on the EV level 3 chargers, the DC fast chargers I put in, plus I get a portion for each one of the level 2 chargers that are put in. Matter of fact, today I'm pretty excited. We are the first dealership in the state to get a rebate back from P&M. They are actually presenting to my father this morning at 10:30.
Okay.
Just to clarify a little bit more, so P&M, and I want to remind that P&M only covers a part of New Mexico. Xcel Energy covers the east and the southeast, and El Paso Electric covers the south, Las Cruces, Silver City, et cetera. So under the P&M program, they offer $25,000 for a DC fast charger and as far as a rebate, and $2,500 for a level 2, but it doesn't cover all of our dealerships in New Mexico.
Okay, thank you for that. And one last question. The conversation at the end of the session yesterday around the registration costs, could you elaborate on that a little bit? Because I was unclear on what was being registered Because those were pretty big numbers, and it wasn't clear to me if that was the business licensure, if that had something to do with the EV transition.
Board member, are you talking about the registration fee that I mentioned where manufacturers have to register with the New Mexico Environment Department?
That's what I wasn't sure of. It was a $300,000 figure, I think, that was put out there, and
And it's with, yes, ma'am. So it's it's within the rules. I could pull up the statute. My computer's kind of low on batteries now, so I probably need a little bit of time to pull it up. But what I remember and what I read is every manufacturer is going to have to register with the department if this rule is passed. There's an annual registration fee of $300,000 for every manufacturer for approximately the first 8 years of the program. That registration fee then reduces from $300,000 to $100,000 annually. So my comment on that was our fear on that is those registration costs are going to be passed down to the consumer basically by increasing the purchase price of that vehicle.
thank you. I was having trouble putting that all together. That was very helpful. And no further questions.
Thank you, Member Lewis. Chair Sweeney?
Yes, sorry, I came up with some more questions in the conversation. I think one of the things, Mr. Ortiz, I wanted to go to your written testimony and understand your written testimony on the infrastructure, number of chargers in particular. Is that from, I know you got it from the
California Air Resources Board, or otherwise known as CARB.
Yes. So it's suggesting the required ratio of charging ports to EVs as 1:7 and at the minimum of 1:10. And so that equates to New Mexico needing 13,000 publicly. So and I guess that's where I'm trying to get my head around, because we're looking at data from what's been going in and some of the plans from NMDOT. Is that publicly assuming a certain number of new cars being sold, the numbers that you have being sold, say by, I think you quoted, by 2027?
Yeah, yes. So the graph, if you look at 2027, we're anticipating basically new vehicles sold based on the mandate. So at 2027, we're looking at just under 13,000 publicly available charging stations to satisfy the number of potential EVs on the road. And that increases to 2032 to right around 40,000. What would be interesting, and I'm sorry I don't have that information for you, is the total number of gas station pumps there are in New Mexico. Like a given gas station may have 8 or 12 different pumps, available where people, as you see, people line up and fuel all at the same time. I would be interested in comparing that number, but I just don't have that data.
Yeah, you read my mind on my next question, but you already answered ahead of time. So I want to go back to the graph. So these projections on the graph, it's kind of hazy, or maybe I need my glasses. That data to support the numbers of increase, where's the source of the number, the projected numbers? Was that your data, or
no?
is this...
No, this chart and the recommendations of the 1-7 or 1-10 is all from the California Resources Board. And we all thought it was appropriate to use their methodology since you all are considering rules that were promulgated out of unelected regulators in California.
Okay, so is this chart specific to New Mexico, I guess is where I'm getting at? Or is this California?
So the chart is using the California recommendation of 1-7, 1-10, and then we applied it to the potential number of vehicles, EVs or electric vehicle plug-in hybrids, based on the rules that you all are considering.
Okay, So based upon the rules that we're considering, you're estimating that there will be around 300,000 EVs on the road by 2032?
Yes, by 2032, at 82%, I believe it is, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and that number is based on new car sales, projected new car sales?
New car sales, yes.
Okay.
Year over year.
Okay.
We sell, as far as through the franchise dealerships, around 65,000 vehicles per year. So this is year over year to get to that number by 2032.
I see, I see. And, okay, all right, I think I understand that, and that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Galuski.
I was just looking, and according to the Department of Energy, the number of gas stations in New Mexico as of 2012, this is what I picked up while we're talking about this, was about 1,200 gas stations in New Mexico. So you can think about how many pumps per gas station, make some estimate.
Yeah.
So that's just what I happen to pull up right now. But yeah, that's just what they have. And so I don't know how many, what's the average number of pumps per gas station, but 7,500 total pumps in the state, maybe 10,000 pumps. I don't know. Just wanted to get. I just saw some numbers.
Yeah. It's interesting. So, 10-year-old data, like you see current, and then I would estimate maybe 16 pumps per gas station based on my experience and just off the top of my head. There's probably 4 rows with 4 pumps in each row, maybe 16. Sounds reasonable.
Anyway, I just wanted to provide those numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other board questions? Member Garcia.
I'm going to pursue what Chair Swino was trying to get at, and I didn't completely get the answer I was looking for. I have the same concern about what doesn't square with the fact that we didn't get a lot of opposition from the manufacturers. We didn't see, Mr. Ortiz mentioned he didn't see positive letters liking the rule. Well, we didn't see any letters opposing the rule. And then what you all are saying is this rule isn't going to be workable for you. I tell you, it sounds like things are barely workable as it is with the complications you have with your relationship with the manufacturers as it is. So that's already tough for you. I understand that. But what doesn't sort of make sense is that if there's a symbiotic relationship between you and the manufacturers, if you all die, they die. If you go out of business, they're not going to make a profit. So if this was not workable for dealerships, then I would think there would be vigorous opposition from the manufacturers, and there wasn't. So as with Chair Sweeney, it's hard to square that. Is it that, well, I'll let you go ahead and answer that, if you can.
That's a very good question, and it'd be interesting to hear from the manufacturer's perspective on this. My short tenure is, what I've heard from dealers, et cetera, is manufacturers, as well as our national association, basically stay out of state policy making or political kind of differences. They want to make sure that they're providing the vehicles that consumers need. And when a mandate is passed, of course, they're going to do their very best working with their dealer network to comply with that. But that's probably, a 30,000-foot, perspective from my part. I'll turn it over to our dealers that have some of those conversations directly with the manufacturer.
Ford takes it on a national level. Like I said earlier, they've made no commitments, but the talks that we've had with the company is they're looking at the EPA standard, and that's kind of what they're focused on. They're focused on increasing hybrid production to try and meet the national guide. So that's kind of what they pay attention to. They don't pay attention to the state level.
I'm going to say ditto to all of that. Again, speaking with Toyota specifically yesterday, it's the exact same thing. They fight it on a national level, and they just have to do what each state does with their allocation methodologies to do it. And again, you got to remember New Mexico market, like I said, one manufacturer is half of 1% of the total sales volume. So.
Thank you.
All right. Vice Chair?
Yes, just a follow-up question from yesterday. Mr. Ortiz, you mentioned that there was a bill for the rebates that died after the session. And I went back to the legislative website to kind of look for that. I found the bill about the registration of adding additional costs for registering an EV, but I didn't find the one you're looking for. And in full disclosure, I just, there's a lot of information on that site. So I was just hoping that maybe you could direct me to where that might be. So I could just kind of review
and
it.
I could pull it up. My computer is out of batteries right now, and I apologize. But it was a bill originated by Senator Bill Tallman.
Okay.
And then through the Tax and Rev Committee, they decided to roll what's called roll or combine that bill with a lot of different tax-related bills into the tax omnibus bill. So if you do a quick search on the 23 legislative session, look for bills that were sponsored by Senator Tallman, and you'll find the language. And then I would have to just do 2 minutes of research to find that tax bill number that was eventually approved. And then portions of that omnibus tax bill were then reviewed, and some of those items were line item vetoed.
Thank you. And just for context, I just wanted to see what that proposal was essentially looking like, just to get an idea of what kind of rebates would possibly be offered to people should it get through a legislative session. So thank you. That's the only question I had.
Thank you. Chair Spino?
Yes, and along the line of Vice Chair Trujillo, so I know you had mentioned that right now you have to do some administrative paperwork to get the federal tax credits associated with like a sale, which is the $7,500. So going forward, I think that we heard that starting in January 1st of 2024, then it would be point of sale. And I was looking at the submittal for Mr. Ortiz's testimony, and that was one of the requests in terms of, or one of the points made is that, you know, where we look at incentives, will that help in terms of reducing the cost to customers? That it'll be point of sale?
Yes, I haven't fully signed up just yet, so I don't know the full parameters of the program, but yeah.
I just want to roll back to the last question on bill summary. So there were two partner bills related to EV tax credits and charging credits. It was Senate Bill 22 and House Bill 412. They were then rolled into this omnibus tax bill that is House Bill 547.
Thank you. And I probably can keep the microphone. So follow up on that is, so in your discussions last year, and then, you know, I know like you just mentioned that SB 22 and HB 412 were then rolled into HB 547, but then that was vetoed. Am I correct? The line item.
Yes, you're correct. The omnibus bill was passed by both houses, and then portions of that bill were line item vetoed. So some of the portions were vetoed were the rebates or the tax credits for the electric vehicle charging stations, as well as any type of rebates for home charging stations.
Okay, so a follow-on question to that is there ongoing discussions right now? In your testimony, you said that you've been talking to NMED in the governor's office. Is there additional discussions happening? And I know we can't project, but I'm just wondering if there are current discussions to reintroduce some of that language.
Yes, the New Mexico Environment Department have indicated that they're working with the administration on some sort of rebate or tax incentive bill. I've invited Representative Hockman Beheel to speak to some of our dealer meetings, and she also indicated as chair of the House Transportation, Public Works, and Capital Outlay Committee that she's also working on legislation with the departments, with the administration for electrical vehicle rebates. Cash on the hood is our recommendation, but I also want to state that nothing is guaranteed until it reaches the finish line and signed into law. There's a lot of negotiations, there's a lot of priorities that the legislatures have to address, you know, and then it's a 30-day session, this coming session. So number one, it has to be on the governor's agenda or governor's call, and it has to be put in with all the other priorities that the legislature has.
Thank you for that. And I didn't know, Mr. Brandt, if you wanted to comment. I saw you reaching for the...
No, not necessarily. I still need to read into the program. There's a requirement from Ford that I go and do some stuff, and until I do that, I don't know the complete answer to that just yet, or what the qualifications look like.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think also, again, in your testimony, Mr. Ortiz, your written testimony, in terms of looking at the federal one, you know, I guess what we've heard is we have really got two options: the federal, you know, regulatory framework, or the California. And so it's your recommendation, I'm just making sure I understand, to follow the federal framework?
Absolutely. You know, in part of my testimony, I indicated that we had the opportunity to meet with the governor as well as the secretary and the deputy secretary of the Environment Department. We very much appreciate their time. Some of the recommendations, and it is in our testimony, is we believe that the nation should follow one federal emission standard where government and the industry are working together on the infrastructure needs along with targets and incentives to facilitate the adoption that will be required, was one recommendation. The second recommendation was cash on the hood incentives where a customer can receive a rebate at the time of purchase rather than upon tax filing. Sorry. These incentives should be in place prior to the proposed rule. Third one was incentives to assist businesses with the substantial investment of installing publicly available charging stations for all, and I mean businesses all across the spectrum, from dealerships to hotels to restaurants. We also requested a delayed implementation date to allow for the infrastructure, incentives, and technology to advance. And finally, we felt that regular hybrids that currently are over a 7% market share of new vehicles sold in New Mexico should be included in the rules.
Thank you for that clarification. And so I would just wanted a follow-up question. I know there was the passage of Clean Cars Rule 1. Are you also, do you still have concerns of meeting, even if there was no change in the regulatory framework now, still meeting the goals of Clean Cars 1?
So that's a really good question. In Clean Cars 1, and if you all recall, we were in front of you, we opposed it only really because of the mandates. We felt that the market should work naturally. As been discussed here, people should be able to purchase a vehicle of their choice that it fits their budget and their needs. However, Clean Cars 1 had a first year mandate at 7 to 9% of EVs across the state. And when our data, we were looking at data back in May when this was under consideration, and the market share of new vehicles sold was hovering around 3.5%. So we felt within a 3-year timeline, it'd be reasonable to expect that we may be able to reach 7 to 9%. And our only opposition really was two things. One was We didn't believe in mandates. Market should work naturally. But we also warned the board that you all were considering a rule that California had just, within the month previous, had sunsetted. And we didn't think it could be applicable. The other side, where the department was indicated, and transcripts can show that it could be still in force, if you will. But it appears, based on testimony earlier this week, that maybe that position has changed.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Is that up? Yes. All right. I don't know if there are other board questions.
I have one.
Is that Member Lewis?
Was indeed. Just a quick question for Mr. Ortiz. On the calculation for charters that you were using from California.
Member Lewis, I'm sorry. You'll have to speak up because you were breaking up again.
Okay, I'm just going to step outside so I can maybe have a stronger signal. Give me one sec. Okay. For Mr. Ortiz, the calculation that was adapted from California, can you tell me how the average miles driven in the state weighed into that calculation? I'm assuming that would have a pretty big impact. And I'm wondering if you had adjusted that for mileage driven here and how those would compare.
That's a really good question. And in full disclosure, this chart that is referenced in my testimony actually came from the Alliance for Automotive Innovation that represents all the manufacturers. They had taken the recommendation from CARB, applied New Mexico's numbers, and then shared it with our association. I thought it was a really good chart that illustrated it, but I would defer, to the technicalities, if you will, of those numbers back to the Alliance.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Seems like we're done with board questions. We need a 15-minute break. Let's come back at 10:10. From the break, please. I'll put that there. Yes? Mr. Sanchez? Yes? All right, thank you. We are back after a short break. When we broke, the boards had completed their questions of this panel with Ms. Garcia, Mr. Brandt, and Mr. Ortiz. We turn now to the parties for their questioning, and we begin with Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of this panel?
Your Honor, I have no questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Knight or Ms. Sona?
Madam Hearing Officer, pursuant to an agreement with Clean Air Advocates, I would like to exchange places with them and have them do their cross-examination now. And if there's anything, remaining after their cross, I might just have a few more questions following theirs.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sona, you agree with that strategy?
Yes, and EHD will have no cross questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bach or Mr. DeSalen? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let's see. So thanks, everyone. Oh, there you are. I wanted to make sure Pete was here. Keep me in mind if I need it. Mr. Ortiz, I think you got some questions from the board, I think from Chair Sweeney and some others, about your testimony regarding the number of EV chargers that would likely be needed. Do you recall the exchange?
Yes.
So I think you had said in your direct testimony that CARB, you attributed to CARB that a statement that for every the ratio between number of EV chargers to EVs on the road was something between 1 and 7 and 1 and 10. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And Kathy, could you pull up slide 3 there? Yeah, so I just wanted to, I wanted to pull up our rebuttal testimony, and I was wondering if you had seen the rebuttal, and you can take a look if you want. And let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
So basically what Ms. Harris and Ms. Kressig said is they looked at CARB's website and they couldn't find anything that supported that. Is that fair to summarize what they said?
Can you repeat your question? I'm not sure I'm following.
Well, the testimony that I just asked you to read, did you see that they had said that they were not able to find a source for that?
I did read it, yes.
Then you didn't provide a citation in your direct testimony, did you?
I cited CARB, and as I mentioned before the break, is that out of full disclosure, I received this chart and the summary from the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, and they presented it at one of our meetings with the Environment Department after the rules had been published. I thought it was a good chart that really reflected maybe some of the needs that the board should consider, and I chose to use that chart that the Alliance provided during our discussions with the Environment Department.
But just to be clear, I mean, CARB is an agency. You didn't provide like a publication name or a website or something like that, right?
I did not. As mentioned, I received this from the Alliance for Automotive Innovation.
And you saw also in the testimony that Ms. Harris and Mr. Kressig cited their own ERM analysis, which said that New Mexico would need between 352 to 765 public level 2 ports, and between 222 and 482 level 3 ports, not the 14,000 or whatever. Did you see that? Something around that?
I did see that.
Okay, thanks. I think I heard, I forget which one of you, I think maybe all of you weighed in on this, that the manufacturers have told you they typically don't get involved in state policy. Is that fair? I think for the record, we can say they all nodded. I take a lot of depositions and I'm always like, you got to say it for the record. Did you hear Rivian earlier in this hearing provided public comment supporting the rule? Did you see that Tesla filed public comment supporting the rule? Did you hear Mr. Kopal testify that 7 automakers had joined litigation to support California's authority to set the ZEV standards? Okay, thanks. Ms. Garcia, I want to clarify something. I think I heard you testify that you sell exclusively new cars. Is that right?
No, I sell used as well. As a franchise dealer, I can sell new and used.
Okay. I think there was I was a little confused. So what is the breakdown between new and used sales that you have?
I didn't bring my used figures. I brought just new only.
Oh, got it. Okay, so you don't have the used figures, but you do sell used. Got it. Thank you. And I know the boards had asked you about this 70-30 split, and I wanted to kind of explore that a little more. So based on your understanding, you understand that the rule doesn't impose any requirement on manufacturers until model year 2027. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't think you were here on the first day of the hearing because I know you're very, very busy, so not a problem. But I would represent to you that Ms. Borchert testified, and I can pull up her slide if you want to see it, that based on the flexibilities in the rule, only about 18% of the new vehicles sent to New Mexico in model year 2027 would need to be plug-in hybrids or battery electric. Do you want me to pull that up, or will you take my word for it?
No, I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So if the real-world requirement for plug-in hybrids and EVs is only 18% for new sales in model year 2027, why have the folks at Stellantis told you why they're insisting on sending you 70% EVs immediately if this regulation passes?
They didn't give me their methodology on it. It's based on the number of inventory I receive and the percentage of that inventory that would have to be plug-in hybrids or EV to meet that state goal.
But would you...
Trust me, I question the 70-30 diligently and still question the 70-30. But when your manufacturer dictates that this is what your allocation is going to be, you don't have a lot of room to argue.
But you agree with me that it seems a little confusing why they would be demanding or insisting on sending you almost 50% more than what the target is.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly, but I can't give you why they're doing it.
Yes. Do you know Stellantis has its own EV sales commitment?
They have not released an EV sales commitment nationwide. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
No, they have not given me have not that I know of.
Kathy,
done a commitment.
Could you pull up the slide 6? So Ms. Garcia, if you want to take a look at this, I found this on the Stellantis website. You can go ahead and read it, or I can read it to you.
You can read it. That's fine.
Okay. So what I read this to say, basically, is that they're planning to hit 50% battery electric vehicle sales in the U.S. by the end of 2030. Do you read it to say something differently, or?
I know what that says, but I can tell you when I was at their national dealer meeting in September that they said they don't think they'll be able to hit that goal.
Okay, but this is what they've put out publicly. But
correct.
And I also want to highlight, it says 50% BEV, battery electric, not including plug-in hybrids, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. So would you agree with me that Stellantis might be requiring dealers to sell EVs in order to hit their own internal targets? Is that a possibility?
If the EV sits on my lot, I can't hit their target or the state's target. If I'm not able, they could be there to sell, but if they're not selling because I don't have the demand for them, that's what we talked about earlier. Is this now puts my franchise agreement in jeopardy? Because not only will I not be able to hit their internal goals, but the state mandate goals as well.
I understand. No, I understand about that. But my question is, I'm trying to tease out the causation of why they're requiring what appears to be well in excess of what the rule requires. And so I'm asking you, is that possible? Do you think that Stellantis might require you to sell certain vehicles, not even just EVs, for their own reasons?
I do not know. I do not know the reasoning why they're doing it.
Okay. So you don't know if that's the reason of their, if this rule is the reason why they want to sell more EVs.
Correct. I've just been, all I can tell you is what I have been told by the manufacturer, what my allocation spread would go to.
Ms. Garcia, how far is Gallup from Flagstaff?
About 200 miles, roughly, maybe 230 maybe.
How far are you from Phoenix?
About 4.5 hours. I couldn't give you the exact mileage, but if you take through Holbrook, Show Low, about 4.5, 5 hours. Take through Flagstaff, anywhere from 5.5 to 6.
I've done that drive. I went to Arizona State, so I've done that. Do you ever have people come from Arizona to buy cars?
Half of my market area is from Arizona, yes.
Oh yeah, you did testify that. Do you know what percentage of new car sales in Arizona are electric right now?
No, I don't have a franchise in Arizona.
But you do have people who come from Arizona.
Correct, half my PMA is Arizona.
And would you agree that the statewide trends in Arizona of what people are purchasing probably indicate what Arizona consumers are interested in buying? Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree to that because, again, my market is completely different. I'm serving 100% rural Navajo Nation in Arizona.
Let's see.
I can't tell you what the Phoenix market does. I don't have a clue.
Kathy, could you pull up the last slide there? Yeah. This is really small, but I will represent to you that this is the trends of EV sales in Arizona, and that for the most recent month, they had 13% of the new vehicles sold were EVs in Arizona. Given that fact, do you think that you could potentially, if you have an EV on your lot that you're not having luck selling to local consumers, could you market it in Flagstaff?
I've tried that, and Flagstaff didn't want the EVs. I've tried to sell them. That's why I had to sell to Las Vegas, Nevada.
And when you say Flagstaff, they didn't want them, you mean the dealers in Flagstaff, or did you try to reach out to consumers in Flagstaff?
Our website, I can't market a consumer in Flagstaff. That goes against my franchise agreement because that's somebody else's primary market area. I cannot advertise nor market in that area. Okay. So I could reach out to the dealer network in Flagstaff to say I have this vehicle available to dealer transfer or to trade, but nobody took that. So again, the vehicle that I had that's set for 7.5 months was sold at a loss to Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay. So that's interesting. So that's another limitation of the franchise agreement of where you can market. But you have the ability to collaborate a little bit informally with other dealers, it sounds like?
Not collaborate. It would be, this is what I have. I can't sell it. Are you interested? I mean, I don't know if that's a collaboration or a begging situation.
How much would a family that drives 30,000, well, let me start off with the foundation. I think you testified that a lot of your and this was really illuminating to me, that a lot of your clients, they drive, or the people who purchase your cars, they drive 30,000 to 40,000 miles per year, right?
Correct.
And because it's a communal car, which I thought was very interesting. So if you have a family that drives in that range, how much, do you have an idea, how much do they spend on gas if they have an ICE vehicle?
Couldn't even begin to give you that.
What's the highest that you've seen at the pump in Gallup in past year?
When I filled up to come here, it was 343, if I'm correct.
Okay. Is there some reason that a plug-in hybrid would not be suitable for rural customers that have maybe range anxiety but also want to save money on gas for these long trips?
We sell plug-in hybrids. We do decent with plug-in hybrids because there's not the range anxiety, because they can fill up. Even if they aren't able to charge it at home, they can still put gas in it and go and use it as that vehicle, as a family vehicle. We don't have issue, and I've never taken issue with plug-in hybrids. Toyota's the #1 car maker in America, and they sell a majority of their inventory plug-in hybrid.
And you understand that plug-in hybrids are allowed toward the ZEV requirement of this rule?
Mm-hmm. I do understand that it's part of this, but it's also the cost of the plug-in hybrids that is what I'm concerned about. And I brought you examples that I did say these are both plug-in hybrids, and they're in the $60,000 range.
So it sounds like if affordable plug-in hybrids were available, they'd be a good option.
Absolutely, if they are. But again, I told you the two models right now that currently Jeep offers, which I have here and I did testify to, again, $63,000 and $66,000, and both of these are plug-in hybrids, so they're not going to fit every scenario.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Bach. Mr. Knight?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Let's see, I just have a few questions after that. My first question is for Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Ortiz, I believe you you testified. Well, first of all, are you familiar with the proposed rule?
I would say yes.
Okay, and I heard it was just one of your answers to a board question was concerning the $300,000 registration fee. You understand that fee is apportioned among all registrants, among all manufacturers who register under this program. Is that right? Do you understand that?
I interpreted it, and I wish I had it in front of me, that each manufacturer, but if it's combined, that is much better for us because that cost would be reduced, passed on to the customer. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, well, I will represent to you that that is in fact the case. And Mr. Ortiz, you don't represent all car dealerships in New Mexico, is that right?
No, the New Mexico Automotive Dealers Association represents the franchised new car dealers. So who we don't represent are the independent or used car dealers, or in this case, in New Mexico, Tesla, because they do not operate in the business model with the franchise dealership.
And there are an increasing number of different ways to buy a new car other than buying it from a franchise dealership these days. Is that right?
Yeah, you could purchase it, out of state, as we talked about. Those are dealerships that are not represented. You could purchase it from used car dealers, and there's also some companies that operate without, in our opinion, a required dealer's license to operate in New Mexico. But it appears to me that the state of New Mexico has chose not to enforce the Dealer Licensing Act on some of those dealerships that actually sell vehicles.
Okay, and you don't speak for, any of those, as you said, the independents and the national manufacturers that distribute directly to purchasers. You don't speak for them and you don't represent their views, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Mr. Domenici, do you have any redirect of this panel? All right, thank you. Thank you very much, panelists, Ms. Garcia, Mr. Brandt, Mr. Ortiz.
Madam Chair and board members, we would call our next witness by a remote. He's Representative Randall Pettigrew.
Hi,
And
thank
hopefully
you.
he can sign on here and we can proceed.
Mr. Pettigrew, can you hear us?
Madam Chair, I am here.
Terrific. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Domenici.
Representative Pettigrew, will you please introduce yourself to the board members?
Yes, sir. My name is Randall Pettigrew. I live in Lee County, Lovington specific.
Representative, I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm at the Roundhouse right now. I apologize. My name is Randall Pettigrew. I am the state representative for House District 61, which encompasses the majority of Lovington, New Mexico, and about half of Hobbs. I am also a registered professional engineer in the state of New Mexico. Been registered since 1993, about 30 years. And I am the principal construction engineer with a company called Pettigrew and Associates, which is in Hobbs, New Mexico. I was born and raised in New Mexico. I took a few sabbaticals away. I've worked in California, Florida, Texas, Colorado, and a few other states. That's a brief history on who I am with respect to my professional background. Almost 40 years in construction-related work, over 20 of that in executive management for the second and third largest construction material supply company in the world. At one point in time, as vice president, I managed a little over $100 million a year operation. Gives you some background with respect to that.
Can you describe a representative, well, first a representation of your type of clients that you work for, and then I want to talk a little bit, you to describe the work you do for those clients.
So Pettigrew and Associates is a civil consulting firm. Our clients are a wide range of clients, from industrial and manufacturing expansions, new growth, oil and gas clients, private clients, subdivisions.
Okay, I'm sorry, Representative. The court reporter is struggling to pick up your words. Your pace is great. We just need you to repeat that last statement.
Sure thing. Thank you. To answer your question, our clientele is about 35% oil and gas, 35. It's a pretty even third split between oil and gas, industrial manufacturing, civil site construction, and public-private, the other 30%, 33%. From roadways to base infrastructure in town, along highways, DOT work, county work, civil municipal, local municipal, water, wastewater, roadways, power, you name it. The company does have three different divisions: one cadastral and one land property survey, a civil design aspect, and a geotech and construction material supply, or construction materials and construction site development.
Thank you, sir. I had hoped to have a map of your district, but we're having technical problems. Can you just describe to the board the distances between some of the communities that you represent?
So I live in Lovington. Hobbs is 26 miles due south. Tatum is 22 miles due north. From Hobbs to Eunice is another 30 miles, más o menos. And then from Eunice to Jowl is another 35 miles, más o menos. From Hobbs to Carlsbad, you're looking at about 82 miles. And from Hobbs to Midland, a little over 110. And if it's allowed, I can show you, I can screen share a shot of my district.
Yes, please.
How do I do that? Share, cannot share content.
The administrator will give you permission just momentarily.
Oh, wait a minute. It looks like, Mr. Domenici, you have one of the exhibits I gave you.
It's on that one. Oh. If you could put that up, Mr. Pettigrew, we can't get that up on all, well, actually, it looks like we have it here. So, okay, so there's can you see a map on your screen?
I can see it's hard to make out. Let me get my version of what I sent you on that exhibit.
I know that map's a little hard to read, and so's the next one.
Okay. What page are you on? So if you go to at the 6th page of that presentation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th page, that shows the Lee County as a whole in relation to the state.
So that's his
So Lee County, from a description standpoint, is about 4,300, almost 4,400 square miles. North-south dimensions, about 110 miles long. And it lays out the major communities of Tatum, Lovington, Hobbs, Eunice, and Jow. And then smaller communities of Crossroads, Maljamar, Halfway, Monument as well.
What type of constituents do you represent?
Well, that's a great question. My district is almost 60% Hispanic. The breakdown of my constituency, the majority of those, 80+%, almost 85% are urban within Lovington and Hobbs. If you took my district from the center of Hobbs and went south to Nadine, which is just south of Hobbs, went west to the county line, came back and into Lovington, I have almost all of Lovington with respect to that. So what's not within the Hobbs and Lovington extraterritorial zone would be farmers, ranchers.
So you presented some pre-filed testimony. I'm going to ask if you adopt that testimony as your testimony for purposes of this hearing.
I do.
And can you summarize that testimony?
So as I stated a little bit earlier, Lee County is about 4,391 square miles. It's about 74,000, almost 74.5 thousand people in there. The average population per square mile is 22%, is 17 people per square mile. 22% of that population live outside of the urban areas. The density of about 3.8 people per square mile. The largest population in Lee County is Hobbs, which has a density of about 1,538 people per square mile. With respect to that, Lee County is consistently the largest oil and gas producing county in the United States. You want to talk about our roadways, what happens. The majority of our oil and gas industry, which provides 53% of the state revenue, the money to the general fund. If Senate Bill 26 and Senate Bill 378 and the changes in House Bill 2 had not occurred, the new revenue to the state of New Mexico for 2020.
What type of travel do your constituents?
So a typical day for my constituents in the oil and gas, if you're a CDL truck driver, it's about 330 miles a day. That's about a 10 to 14 hour day. And that would be class 7, class 8 vehicles. For a pumper truck, class 2B and 3, 280 to 300 miles a day, typically a 10-hour day for those people. The roustabout crew be 300 plus. Those are class 4 through 8 vehicles, and their average day is about 16 hours a day. The rest of my constituents or the people that work within my zone, if we want to talk just specifically on the oil and gas side, we look at about 2 to 3 hours from port to rig drive time. Anything over about an hour and a half, the rig puts on-site man camps on it. They work 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. With respect to that, those crew members can be local. When I say local, anywhere from Midland, the eastern side of the Delaware Basin, all the way to Mayhill. Out of state, crews come in from Louisiana, DFW area, Pennsylvania, Wyoming, Montana. They all fly in once every 2 weeks and fly out once every 2 weeks. For our urban constituents that work within the town, average daily mileage is somewhere around 40 miles, depending, Lovington, people working in Hobbs people working in Lovington. Majority of our medical community actually live in Texas. So that commutes about 60 to 80 miles round trip a day.
Do you have an idea of how many of your constituents use pickup trucks?
The majority of our constituents use pickup trucks. From an industry standpoint, that's just about it. There's no such thing as a sedan in the oil and gas. I mean, there may be some privately owned vehicles that the people drive to get to the rig sites and stuff like that. But once you get off the paved roads, some of our caliche roads have potholes in them the size that would bury a VW bug. So all of the oil and gas industry is class 2 and up.
And what about your agricultural constituents? What do they drive?
Oh, for major transportation, pickup trucks, 3/4 ton, 1 ton pickups, 1/2 ton around the irrigation channels, stuff like that. There is a lot of use with respect to ATVs from 4-wheelers to side-by-sides as well. Every farm and ranch of a substantial side where I'm talking more than a section of land, we'll have a handful of ATVs as well. Majority of those vehicles are going to be either, or they're going to be in the 2B to 3 range because they're either going to be a pickup or an SUV.
You've provided testimony regarding charging infrastructure. Can you summarize sort of the situation regarding electric vehicle charging facilities?
Sure. So in Lee County, we have one level 3 charger right now that's active. We have 3 level 2 chargers that exist at a gym in Lovington that can be used. Those are provided free of charge, one by Lee County Electric and the other by the Norley Hospital District. There are some plans for some other ones that is part of the Volkswagen Settlement Fund, but those have not come to fruition, and those negotiations have been in place for over 2 years with respect to that. With everything else that currently homes aren't required to notify with respect to basic upgrades for on their homes. If they wanted to put a level 2 in there, level 3 clearly takes a reallocation of resources for a home. And my co-op couldn't provide me any on any level 3 chargers that they were aware of. And that's not only just based off of not being notified and having to upgrade the transformer, but the other side, they don't see it in an uptick in electric use. Let me give you an example of what I mean by electric use. Typical 150 kilowatt class 3 or level 3 charger base consumption on that's usually somewhere around 135 kilowatts per hour. To give the committee and the commission a perspective on that, an average home consumes about 1.2 kilowatts per hour. One level 3 charger is the equivalent of 108 homes on a grid. If you're looking at upgrades with respect to the Volkswagen Settlement Fund, or if you're looking at the BIL NEVI requirement of a 4-port 150 kilowatt charger, the BIL NEVI requirement would be 600 total kilowatts, and that's equivalent to 480 homes. You get a perspective on that. That would be equivalent to if we had 2 level 2 chargers, either in Tatum, Lovington, or Tatum.
Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec.
Excuse me. We lost several of your words in the middle of that last statement, if you would.
I don't think I'll just take this.
I'm sorry?
Could I just make that objection here? Again, I would refer to the witnesses to the hearing scheduling order, which says that the witnesses are supposed to summarize their written testimony, and I don't see a lot of this about the cost of home infrastructure and so forth in the written testimony. So I would just ask that people, keep to what they filed.
Mr. Domenici, is this summary of his direct? Can it be characterized as rebuttal? What's happening here?
This is direct. This is on page 1 of his testimony, where he's describing the bottom half of that page, essentially, on page 1.
Mr. Pettigrew, if you would please begin over with your last, say, 2 sentences, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to. So I was giving a perspective on what a level 2 or level 3 charger is. It is a little more in depth, but I feel like the question was kind of open-ended. So with that being said, two level 3 chargers in the town of Jow, Eunice, or Tatum would be equivalent to what we provide for the entire city on a daily basis. Some other perspectives that you see in here in the written testimony in paragraph 2, it summarizes what a typical in a typical subdivision in town, a 25 kVA transformer would be sufficient for 5 homes. The entire thing, if there were 2 to 3 homes upgraded to a level 3 charger, that transformer would have to be updated. If more than that happened on a city block, the line work to support those transformers and go back towards the substation would have to be upgraded as well, which is the grid modernization piece that I believe you guys have heard testimony on as you've gone through the week. With respect to that. I think the other thing that's important to note is that as this continues on, I haven't found too many electric suppliers in the state of New Mexico that haven't already filed for new rate structures with respect to compensating to offset their costs with respect to what they're going to have to do to their grid upgrades. That would end the page on.
Let me interrupt you. I want to focus on level 2 chargers. Just walk us through your testimony with respect to what installing level 2 chargers in a community would require.
So a level 2 charger, depending on the home, would require some internal upgrades on the breaker, and would require an upgrade on the transformer with respect to, because that transformer would no longer be able to support all 5 homes with that energy upgrade. So that typically that transformer gets charged to the one landowner that's asking for that energy upgrade. So if you wanted to look at that, take that into perspective on top of buying an electric vehicle, which, by the way, I have no issue with electric vehicles. That's the point with any part of my testimony. On top of the cost of buying that electric vehicle, if they wanted to be able to charge their vehicle in less than 18 hours, and they chose to do that with a level 2 charger, it would require them an upgrade on their home, depending on the age of the home and the electric work inside that home. That cost could be anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000.
And then you were discussing the rate structure. Why would the addition of a large number of level 2 chargers, how would that relate to a rate structure change?
Well, the different electric companies are calling it different things, but ultimately it's a demand capacity thing. As we continue towards 2027 and we hit the previous attorney that was cross-examining the previous panel, I'm not sure what his name is, talked about 18% sales by 2027 to hit the overall goal. That would be, as we start looking at that, for any of our co-ops, our major utilities, to be able to meet that expanse and to meet those things, the line work, the substation work, and even the power generation work that my neck of the woods is bought from the Western grid, um, Western Partners grid, would all have to be updated and upgraded to the point to where we could accept more energy. And I gave that, Mr. Domenici, I gave that with respect to what 2 level 3 chargers would do, and take an energy with respect to the size of a small town like Jal or Eunice or Tatum.
And are you familiar with the rules that are being proposed for adoption in this proceeding?
I believe I am.
And how do you,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
How do you believe these rules, if adopted, will affect your constituents and your communities?
Well, my biggest concern with that is the overall use of our vehicles. On the inside of town, it's like any other metropolitan area. If the source is there for charging, then that's one thing. And I heard testimony with respect to this, and so I'm going to add my comment on that with respect to your question, because I think it all plays to it. We all work, and so we spend a certain amount of hours a day, usually anywhere between 1/3 to 50% of our day with respect to work. If we're driving an electric vehicle and we have to go to an off-site charging station, and then we have to wait either in line or just go to a level 2 charging where, because the level 3s are all being used and we can't get the charge that we need for the next day through the night, we're adding more time away from our family. It's conflict. It's when we look at things from an overall protection and an equity standpoint, what you're actually doing is, by this rule, is you're actually doing more to break up the family unit than you are trying to help. And I look at this, the way I read the rule, 43% mandate by 2027. When I heard in the prior cross-examination, that would mean that 18% of our vehicles would have to be sold on the lots and sold in 2027. And according to the presentation that was done by the city of Albuquerque on the advanced clean cars 2 rule, we sell about 70,000.
Hold on, sir.
Yes,
Sir, I'm
yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
you were breaking up there.
Okay.
Would you start at the beginning of your last sentence?
So Representative, what it looks like to me is when you turn to read something,
okay,
the mic can't pick up what you're saying.
So turn and remember everything and don't go read it, right? I can do that.
Or read it and then come back and talk about it.
Okay.
Come back to the mic.
I can do that. So to put that into perspective, 43% by 2027. Based on the cross-examination of the previous panel, I think the attorney stated that 18% of the new sales in 2027 would have to be electric vehicles. According to the presentation by the city of Albuquerque on the ACC2, we sell about 70,000 new vehicles a year in the state of New Mexico. That equates to about 12,600 new electric vehicles on the ground, running, being used in the state of New Mexico by the end of the year 2027. So if I expand upon that, and using the numbers that was provided by council in the last session, in the last questioning, you do the math on that, that's 452 level, according to what his question to the panel and his statement, their numbers were somewhere around 452 level 3 chargers in the state of New Mexico. That's equivalent to one for every 28 vehicles. The current funding rates that we have, either through the Volkswagen Settlement Fund, through BIL, through NEVI, through the state of New Mexico, everything that we have, we're able to, and using NMDOT numbers, we're able to put, it takes 18 months from project start. In other words, issuing a PO to completion of project takes 18 months to do that. And we can do between 40 and 50 of those new sites a year. So by the end of 2027, that would put us at a deficit of 200 level 3 chargers.
Are you concerned about how this proposed rule might affect or might be impacted by the proximity to the Texas border of your constituents?
Yes, sir. We lost as one of the counties, and you can go through our last census. As a county, we were one of the fastest growing counties in the state, if not the fastest growing county in the state. And that also occurred at the same time when we had one of the biggest exodus in Mexico that occurred due to COVID. And so with respect to this, the harder we're pushing and the more unrealistic we get to either do business or be able to live a lifestyle in the state of New Mexico, all we have to do is move 8 miles to the east and set up shop again. Right now I'm controlled. The house that I live in is actually old enough to where the water rights on my house was 6 acre feet on that property. That got removed by the state of New Mexico 30 plus years ago down to 3 acre feet. And I could move 12 miles, 8 to 12 miles to the east of me, buy property cheaper, pay no state sales tax, still work in the state of New Mexico, and pump as much water as I want. So when we continue to do something like this and we add another stopgap, another barrier to being able to live where we want to live, but can't afford to live that, you do nothing but require people to look for something elsewhere. And adding 16 miles on the majority of our population is oil field based in some form or fashion. Either they're out working in it or they're supporting the oil field. So the amount of miles they're driving can be substantial. Unless you sell real estate or something like that within an urban community, the driving an extra 16 miles a day, not paying a state sales tax, and not having to follow some of these guidelines. That exodus is going to continue.
Do you have any comments in your testimony that you can summarize regarding pursuing this type of transportation transition through a regulatory board approval process as compared to the state legislature?
I'm going to bullet point this one. I ran a bill last year, and I'll continue to run that bill that takes rulemaking and turns it upside down. So for me, the reality is, as legislators, we're the elected official. We're the one that should be setting the precedent with respect to the law. That doesn't come from the fourth floor, and it doesn't come from the departments. Once those laws are written, then the rulemaking comes into effect. With respect to this, I feel like this is complete overreach within department work. And if I was successful to pass that bill, there would be a legislative oversight of every rule that's written in the state of New Mexico. And if any one legislator on either side of the aisle decided that they didn't care for that rulemaking would have to come back for the legislature to be held accountable for their vote with respect to that impact on New Mexico residents. And I feel very strongly, and I feel like I have the statutes that back it up that say that this was a decision for the legislator, not not a qualification of a governor-appointed board.
So my final question is, based on your work experience and your legislative experience, do you feel that implementation of this rule is practical in Lee County or in your legislative district?
I do not feel like the rule in the current verbiage is implementable, and I feel like consistent with some testimony we've heard throughout the last 3 days that public and private enterprise ought to be able to figure out which direction they're going. I get that there are certain things that we must mandate from a state and a federal standpoint, but there is no reason for us to push as hard and fast on this. And if I can be allowed some latitude with this, with respect to some testimony that I've heard that we've had experts claim that corporations have chosen to go on this route on their own, and I find that to be completely misdirected testimony. And I'm going to give you an example of that. Business follows money. From a corporation standpoint, if there's a way for me to get a tax subsidy, a tax credit, or just get straight out cash for changing something within my business profile, I'm probably going to end up doing that. And I had the ability to tour several electric vehicle manufacturing facilities earlier this year, in the second quarter of this year. And one specific company was a venture capital company that set out to make an EV minimalist off-road vehicle and had an exceptional vehicle. I got to look at this vehicle. Within a month from the state government coming out with tax credits on 1.5 to 4 ton electric delivery vehicles, this venture capital company canceled all the orders that they had outstanding, which was substantial, and changed their entire business plan, started manufacturing 1.5 to 4 ton in-town delivery vehicles. Wasn't their private goal, wasn't their personal goal. But they're going to get paid to do it by state and federal taxpayer dollars. That's not allowing enterprise to go on its own. That's dictating where enterprise goes. There's a reason why the U.S. grew so fast in the 1900s to the 1920s. That's because we didn't have a federal income tax. Business were able to reinvest into their country, into their
Representative,
community.
hold on. I think we're getting outside of your pre-filed testimony.
Okay. All right.
And our turn. Okay, so thank you for your testimony. We have nothing further at this time.
Thank you very much, Representative Pettigrew. All right, we are going to move to board questions of the representative. I'll start going this way first. Chair Paul.
Thank you, Representative Pettigrew, for speaking to us today. Your perspective is unique, so we appreciate it. I mean, unique from what we've heard. Really quickly, which one of your, I don't know much about truck classifications, I've not worked in construction. Which of your truck classes fall under the ACT rule and the heavy-duty omnibus rule?
With respect to the rule, I don't know, but what I do have, Madam Chair and Commission, is this presentation from the City of Albuquerque on ACC2. Okay, and within that, the definitions for Class 2B3 is a light-duty truck. Class 4 through 8 is 1 ton to probably, I would say, 5 or 6 ton delivery vehicles, and then 7 and 8 are tractor trailers.
Okay, thank you. My understanding is the classes that you listed as work vehicles are all covered under ACT or heavy-duty omnibus, but correct me if I'm wrong. And then my second question was, I appreciate that folks have to drive really far in your district. I know there's at least a couple pickup trucks on the market with over 400-mile ranges, at least starting next year. Gas truck ranges, I don't drive a gas truck. My husband has an old Jeep Willys that I keep bragging about, but he'd be happy for that. Anyway, what's a normal gas truck range?
Well, if you
Just a pickup.
you put a 20-mile gas tank on there and you put 20 miles, just use 20 miles a gallon, that's a 400-mile range.
Great.
So
and then
with respect to the statement that you made, I actually toured the Ford Lightning facility. The documentation well, you talked about the question related to environmental or electric vehicle truck manufacturers. And I can speak specifically to the Ford Lightning because we use a truck in our neck of the woods, we load it. And so if you put in the best of conditions on the Ford Lightning, you put it in its full payload capacity, it has a range of 91 miles. And that's documented.
I understand. I was referring to the Rivian and the Silverado coming out this year, and I was referring to specifically people's personal vehicles, just making sure that people can still drive their trucks, because I know we love pickup trucks, not for work specifically. And then just two more questions. So what was this one? Oh yeah, you mentioned a growth rate for chargers at 40 to 50 sites per year. And then that wouldn't hit the target of chargers that we need publicly to support a transition. Why do you think charger growth wouldn't also be more exponential or more rapid than 40 chargers a year or 50 chargers a year?
Thank you for the question. One is funding. Obviously, what happens from the state of New Mexico standpoint is going to depend on how much more money is added to the pot with in the 30-day session, what happens in 2026, what happens in 2024, 2025, 2026, and 2027 and beyond to get to the 82% goal in 2032. Can the expansion go faster? Yes. Right now, the majority of the expansion is based completely and solely on funds from either the state or the federal level. Don't get me wrong, there's hotels that are coming in and putting those up, but those aren't public chargers. Those are things that hotels are placing along very specific corridors to meet the needs of their traveling public, and they're not available. Matter of fact, several of the hotels that I've stayed at that have those will unplug the vehicle and have them towed if they're not an overnight guest.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Last question, truly, is can you tell me what you know about the Federal Clean Air Act?
Other than the testimony that I've heard this week, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Galuski.
Thanks. In your written testimony, bring this up here, you expressed disappointment that the bill is going through administrative rulemaking process rather than through the legislature. And I guess I have two questions about that. First of all, my understanding is that under current law, it has to go through us, and that it's not really an option for it to go through the legislature. But I may be wrong about that, so maybe you can clarify that. And then the other related part is that because of the way federal law is structured, the choice is either to adopt the California rule or the federal rule, and there's not any room for anything in between. So what would be the relevance of going through the legislature if that's the case, if it's really just this one choice between the two possibilities?
It's an interesting question, and I do appreciate that. I don't believe in being given specific requirements. I think that as a state, we should be realistic, and we can lobby for those changes either at the federal or other level. When we consider if the decision was to adopt the California rule, California's been at this for over 20 years, and they're so far behind with respect to where they need to be to meet their own guidelines. The concern that comes with me, with that is testimony that came from one of the departments this week that talked about a big stick and the cost associated with that, and the potential fines that come across with that. Instead of taking a grassroots approach to this, determining what's truly best for New Mexico, and then lobbying that effort either at the state level or at the federal level, or making that decision to stand alone would be the right thing for our residents. And as I understand the rulemaking, some of the areas in the state of New Mexico are excluded from this rulemaking. And if that can happen, then there's probably some opportunities that probably could have been researched a little bit better and pushed harder with respect to that. And I feel like that's what the right thing to do from serving the constituents we all serve. I don't have, like I said in my testimony earlier, I don't have a problem with electric vehicles. That's not the issue. The mandate and the fact that after continuing testimony over the last 3 days that specifically say industry is going this way by their own choice. No, industry is going this way because either one, they're told to, or that's where the money is. The free money is for them to expand their growth.
I have
your
your
question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Eberline. Member Armijo.
I have no questions.
Member Richards.
No questions.
Member Coleman.
I have no additional questions either. Thanks.
All right, I believe Member Lewis is on the platform. Do you have questions of Representative Pettigrew?
No, my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bitzer.
Yeah, a question or two. Thank you, Representative. I'm looking at your district on the Ballotpedia map, and so you're up against Texas, and you're pretty close to the southern border as well. Looks like your district did go all the way down through Chow before redistricting, but we've had reports, data that says there's some ground level ozone problems that the EPA could federally intervene on if we don't take action. We've done some of that, wellhead, stationary sources of precursors for ground level ozone, volatile organic compounds, nitrous oxides. We did that. We did this first version of this rule last year or 2 years ago as phase one, I guess. And then, and I understand that there's a lot of, maybe I'm wrong, but isn't there a lot of oil being trucked out of that part of the state? And if so, would part of the vehicle issue that we're having down that way be resolved by rail spurs or pipelines, perhaps?
Some very great questions in there, and I'm going to give you an example and a story on how industry does things on their own. We have a new business coming in that will, by the time it's complete, have over 60 miles of conveyor belt that will carry frac sand from Texas into the center of the Delaware Basin. All of that is going to happen with electric power, some natural gas power and stuff like that. But once that sits and gets to the 4 offloading facilities along the way to the Permian Basin, they're outside of the state, county, municipal roads. They're on BLM lease for the majority of it. And those will be run with,
Representative, hold on, repeat the last part of that sentence, please.
so once they get to the offloading facilities, those will be carried via one diesel operated vehicle with 3 autonomous trailers on the tail end of it. So we're working to reduce our own emissions on our own without federal subsidy, without federal guidance with respect to that. When we look at some of the ozone layer, some of the different chemicals and the compounds that you just mentioned in your question, the only thing that separates southeast New Mexico from Albuquerque is Albuquerque is a home rule and can write their own standards. And so our levels in so many areas are better than the municipal complex of Albuquerque with respect to that. We do have bad players. Every industry has bad players. Our environment department does a really good job of going out and finding those bad players and holding them accountable to that. But as an industry, we continue to move to be the most effective, efficient oil extraction industry in the world. And as of right now, we still are. We are the cleanest extraction county in the world.
So could pipelines or rail spurs further help with that, or are you
They
already?
The pipelines and rail spurs do that. We currently pipe the majority of our oil and natural gas all the way to the refining stations as far as Houston. And so we have a significant amount of pipelines that can get us to refineries, and from there it can continue to move. Could we have more rail? We could definitely have more rail in southeast New Mexico, and there's been discussions from an overall standpoint from community growth to create a spur that goes from West Texas into eastern New Mexico that gets us straight into one of the mainline routes. Those numbers do exist, but right now the funding and the numbers haven't been able to come together to do that. And when I say funding, I'm not just talking about federal and state funding. I'm talking about private equity funding to push and motivate that, which typically is not any different than our CTEC facility is 100% private funded.
All I've got.
Thank you. Member Garcia, do you have questions?
No questions, thank you.
Member Ely.
I have no questions, thank you.
Vice Chair Trujillo.
Yes, I have a few. I'm sorry, Representative Pettigrew, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. I have to say, I've lived in Carlsbad for 14 years and worked in the oil field that time. I've had more than my fair share of all-subs burritos in Crossroads, New Mexico. So I understand when you paint a picture of what it's like to travel and live out there. I used to put 5,000 miles a month on my pickup. And so it's a very unique community in that sense. And so I wanted to kind of start with some questions about your population. And I'm curious, how much of Eddy and Lee County population has their primary residence outside of the state of New Mexico? How many people are coming in for the week or 2 weeks and then heading back out?
That would be an estimate for me, and it would be grabbing at thin air for me to be able to give you that. State of New Mexico rules, if you live here for more than 181 days, you're a resident, you pay state taxes. If you're a transient worker, you don't have to do that.
Okay, because I've seen estimates primarily in news articles in the area and about the population growth in Hobbs and Carlsbad, not so much in Artesia as the activity has moved south. But that there are estimates that 60,000 are actually residents in the city of Carlsbad, but the population during the week will grow up to 100,000. Is that your same understanding?
So thank you for the question, and Vice Chair, for the time that I was, Pettigrew was the acting county engineer for Eddy County, those numbers were very consistent and often talked about in county chambers. So I wouldn't disregard those numbers at all. That the growth in it does get to 2/3 of what the actual population is.
And thank you for answering that. And I guess I'm just trying to get at a sense of what the activity looks like in that area for traffic. I think Member Bitzer had some great questions about transportation as far as rail and pipelines go, but I mean, just a number of people coming in to get work done in that area, which is actually one of my favorite things about that area, is how much initiative people put into getting something accomplished. So I was wondering, as a representative, if these rules don't go through, are you and your fellow leadership in that area willing to put forth more bills strengthening emissions in that area, such as emissions testing like they have in Bernalillo County?
It's an interesting perspective, and we could definitely look at that. The overall question is for what time frame? Right now, if you look at any of the legislative finance reports, we've got to have over 90 rigs a day and over 750 million barrels a year from southeast New Mexico between now and 2032 to get our funds to the point to where when the ETA goes into complete impact, the state of New Mexico doesn't go dead broke. So when we start looking at some of those and you start looking at taking away the majority of a big portion of state's revenue, like I said at the beginning of my testimony, we're looking at 53% of the state general fund is going to come from southeast New Mexico for the 2024 election. I mean, for the 2024 30-day session. And so I think there's a cost balance with respect to that, with what the goals of the administration are, what the goals of the legislature are. I'm one voice out of 112, and in southeast New Mexico, we've got a county commission and 5 city commissions just in my county alone, and so I'm one voice out of all of those, and we can have those real discussions, and we can sit down and we can talk about those things. What's the overall benefit? If we look at the national average, and there's documents that I didn't give you guys that I could quote and I could support with what's happening on a worldwide basis, the impact of the Mexico's ETA.
Sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. We lost the second part of the last sentence. Please
Okay.
repeat it.
What's the overall benefit? You look at the national average and
After the words national average.
Whew. We would probably have to replay where I was at with respect to that to tell what part of the national average I was talking about. When we look at when we look at what we're doing in southeast New Mexico and what the ETA does in New Mexico, what these new EIB rules might impact over the next 10 years with respect to the next 200 years, it's equivalent to some of these rules, this rule and our ETA and some of the other things that are being pushed through. If you filled the roundhouse up with nothing but pennies, and you reached in the top and you pull one penny out, that's the impact of the New Mexico ETA on the global environment over the next 200 years.
And thank you. I appreciate your answer. That leads me right into my next question. I agree with your statement about the low lifting costs in southeast New Mexico and how it makes that part of the Permian highly efficient. So I'm curious if there has been any sort of economic analysis or report put out on the production of natural gas out of the Permian, out of southeast New Mexico Permian specifically, and how that would increase as the demand for electricity increases in some of these power plants in that area, or anywhere actually, just a sale itself of the natural gas for the production of electricity as demand for EVs and just moving towards electrical overall. Sorry, I didn't have that question written down, so I kind of did it on the fly. I hope you got what I was aiming at there.
I would, Madam Vice Chair, I would like for you to restate the question so I can make sure I'm at least trying to answer the question to the best of my knowledge.
Oh, no problem. What I'm asking is, has any sort of analysis, economic impact analysis, been done for how much the New Mexico Permian can produce for natural gas to be sold to power companies as the demand for electric power increases, if rules such as this, or even if rules like this don't go through and there's just a greater demand for electricity for EV vehicles?
So specifically, I could probably pull some stuff up for you that can give you that data. What I can tell you off the top of my head, and I prepared some of these comments for the last legislative finance meeting when we had several companies, economic advisors presenting their, and then we heard some commentary from MNERD and from New Mexico Environment Department on how short-term our play is in the Delaware Basin. And I want to be clear with everybody, we have 8+ shelves, production shelves, and that we haven't even touched yet. We could continue to produce at 750 million barrels a day or a year for I think I want to say the number is somewhere between 150 and 175 years. The other piece of that question that you asked with respect to natural gas, one of the problems that we have is the continued effort to not make natural gas a clean fuel, which is the second cleanest fuel that we have known to man right now, right? We have nuclear and we have natural gas. California has already decided that their original decisions were wrong, and natural gas is now considered a clean fuel. Most of our European nations have done the same thing. Mexico, we're behind the tide with respect to that, so is the United States as a whole. If we wanted to look at something like that and we wanted to be able to, like some of the testimony that we had over the last 3 days, which with respect to exchanging carbon credits across state lines and doing different things between different manufacturers or different companies, one of the critical things the state of New Mexico is going to have to do is define natural gas as a clean fuel. And then the possibilities with respect to electric generation in the state of New Mexico would be limitless.
And perhaps I can simplify the question. Do you see natural gas out of the Permian remaining profitable with an increased demand for electricity?
Yes, because at the end of the day, natural gas is exported just as much as it's imported. And if you look at all the different countries out there, you look at Europe, you look at China, you look at Russia, you look at South America, the majority of their power generation either comes from natural gas or coal. So as they transition away from coal, the next feed is going to be natural gas. So there will always be a place to sell it. It's like now we shut down our coal-fired facilities in the state of New Mexico. We export all of the coal that's left in the one remaining mine that we have. If we don't use it in the state of New Mexico, it will be sold.
And have you considered the impact of that on our general fund for the state? I mean, as many of us know how much contributions oil and gas makes to the general fund, have you considered that, or has it been considered up until this point?
Right now, almost 100% of our oil and gas is exported and shipped out and this isn't a political statement, it just is what it is. Under the current administration at the federal level, we're not storing our own. We're actually a massive importer of oil and gas now, where that wasn't the case 2 years prior to that. So will the economy can still continue to work? Yes. Will it continue to work at an overall basis because we're not placing new rigs? At some point in time, that rig count of 90 rigs a day as an average goes away. So all we have is what's left in the play with respect to the existing rigs if you follow the ETA to its fruition. So it's a spiraling down effect that will continue to happen.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is actually going to be about you discussed rates, electrical rates, in Eddy and Lee County. Well, you specifically were talking about Lee, but I know Excel serves both counties. If I remember correctly, they have some of the cheapest rates in the nation, and they already were considering increases. Is that what you understand as well? Am I correct in that assumption?
Thank you for the question. My specific topic on rates was related to requests that are going in front of the PRC and other governing agencies with other options to add to the rate structure. In other words, like a demand fee, a capacity fee, some other things like that. The specific rate structures, how much per kilowatt hour, Xcel Energy, Lee County Electric, Eddy County, Southwestern Public Service, P&M, any of those rates are, I don't have those numbers.
All right, thank you, sir, and thank you for your time and answering all our questions. I don't have any more.
Thank you. Chair Sweeney.
Yes, good morning or close to afternoon, Representative Pettigrew. Again, appreciate your time with the board and being willing to answer a bunch of our questions. I wanted to go back, if I may, to some of the points in your written testimony regarding some of the concerns that you documented to us about, is the primary concern you have from your constituents the infrastructure that is, or lack thereof in your part of the state for charging electric vehicles?
So thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. And that is one of the primary concerns with respect to that. Yes, we don't have the infrastructure. Capacity is going to become a problem. The other one is how do I say this? Try and be semi-politically correct. We're southeast New Mexico and most rural communities really do not care for government preemption and overreach. And that's what they look at this as. So if they want to go buy an electric vehicle, they want to go buy an electric vehicle. That's their prerogative. They don't want to be told they have to go buy one.
Thank you for that. You know, when in your written statement and in your verbal testimony this morning, you talked, I guess, along those lines. I just want to kind of talk about that. What was brought up, and I'm not sure if you heard earlier, some of the tax incentive credits. Do you think at the state level, what are your thoughts about tax credits to support, one, infrastructure development for charging stations in your area of the state, as well as for the purchase of electric vehicles to incentivize kind of that movement?
Thank you for that question. I guess my direct answer to that would be tax credit, in my opinion, means somebody had to pay the money to offset that. So when I look at a tax credit, that means that It's because of the taxes that's being generated. And in the state of New Mexico, that's less than 44% of the population. Somebody, some of that 44 out of every 100 people are paying enough taxes, creating enough revenue where the tax credit can be given back. So that's kind of a Robin Hood concept that doesn't set well with me. And I believe that private enterprise, if it's a business that makes sound fiscal, it has a sound fiscal promise to it, business will jump into that on its own. Doesn't need government's help to do that.
Representative, sorry, when you were turning your head a little, we lost that last sentence.
This isn't my opinion. This is can be proven in any economics class. If the business makes sound fiscal sense, private enterprise is going to go there with or without government's help. I think that, to be crystal clear, if this rule were to go in place, the only way you could get the state of New Mexico could get anywhere near that is putting enough credits and enough cash in people's pockets to offset that cost, which isn't just in the electric vehicle itself. If you put a Type 3 charger at a home, depending on where that home's at and depending on the infrastructure there, that could be tens of thousands of dollars. And that's going to have to come back as well. It's kind of like, and no, I'm not going to go there. That's a totally different subject, but it's an example. So with respect to that, if this mandate were to move forward, if this rulemaking was to be passed, my first thing that I would probably do as a legislator is introduce legislation to make this go through a constitutional amendment to make the voting public vote on this. Besides that, to make this happen, I think the only way that you can get to the 18% sales by 2027, the opposing council stated earlier in the panel of three, 18% is to basically give them away. Find a way that you can offset it.
Sir, you're turning your head again.
I'm sorry. I have you guys on one screen and my microphone's on another screen, so I apologize. To meet the goals that you guys have, you're going to have to come up with a way to offset those costs. Do I agree with them? No, but
Okay, so I guess, sorry, you went in and out there, so are you not in agreement with additional tax credits that could go through a legislative process to support a transition to lower emissions from vehicles?
thank you for the question and restating the question. The answer would, at an overall standpoint, be no. My father taught me that a tax credit or something that you could write off on your taxes was only valuable if you had the money for it. Right now, the state of New Mexico is in an excess.
I'm sorry, we lost those last few words.
Okay. My father taught me that the only value in a tax write-off or a tax credit is if you had the money to be able to afford whatever you were buying to get that credit. And right now, the state of New Mexico is has a plethora of money. Like I said, the actual number, if you don't count where everything went after the 60-day session, is north of $6.5 billion towards the state of New Mexico from oil and gas extraction. I think the documented number is 3.25 because we're not counting what went into Senate Bill 26 and what went into Senate Bill 378 and what happened in House Bill 2. So right now we have that, but we're not always going to have that. And so that tax credit now may be advantageous, but it's not. Is it sustainable? And at the end of the day, everything that's recurring and non-recurring, everything that happens from a recurring standpoint, putting out tax credits, the question then becomes is how long can you sustain and how long can, if God forbid there was a drop in oil prices right now and production went down, could we sustain that? And, and that's why I feel like private industry is the best way to do this. If it's fiscally sound, private industry will do this without government help and without government overreach. And in my opinion, that's where we're at right now.
Thank you, Representative. So I know maybe along what you just shared with us, I think in your written statement, you talked about a time and a place for this electrical vehicle transition. Can you maybe share a little bit more upon that last statement and then your statement in your written testimony? So do you see a shift to electrical vehicle and lower emission vehicles happening?
I do see a shift going in that way, but I will say that that shift right now is directed and governed by government subsidies. And so is that a true shift in the way the residents of the United States, the residents of New Mexico are truly pushing for? Or is that just because they're going to it, just like the example I gave of the business that I toured? Are they going that way strictly because that's where the credits are? That's where the rebates are at. That's where everything else is. So do I like the concept of electric vehicles? I would probably consider some version of that if there was a hybrid type that could generate its own that fit my needs. I would probably consider that on my own without being told that I had to do that. Right now, in the 2024 30 days session, there's going to be another stab at the Clean Fuels Act. And my 3/4 ton full-size four-wheel drive Dodge pickup gets good enough diesel mileage that I'm going to actually get a credit for it.
Thank you for that, Representative. And so I'm not sure, have you heard some of the testimony about the air quality concerns in southern New Mexico? And I apologize if I'm going outside of my bounds, but I was just wondering, because as a representative, one of our, just maybe to share a little bit more, our board is tasked with looking at some of the air quality concerns for the state of New Mexico, and I just want to see how we can collectively move together to address some of those air quality concerns, in the little box that we are tasked with, and then the state legislature being tasked with certain responsibilities as well in terms of creating laws, like you mentioned, and then that's why I wanted to explore the tax credit process. So I guess, sorry, I'm going all over like Vice Chair, I don't have it written down in front of me. I guess, so what I'm just trying to understand is we've heard a need and a concern about air quality and how this particular proposed rule will help address air quality emissions. And so for the entire state of New Mexico. So I'm just wondering how we can address those emissions on a short term and a midterm, again, this and a long term, because this rule is going to go out to 2032, so that's 9 years away from today, with some of those goals in the rule. So I'm just wondering how we collectively as a state address and balance. And you as a representative, I would really like to hear your thoughts from your authority position as a state rep, how you see us trying to address and balance the economics with the air quality concerns that are tasked of this board.
Thank you very much for the question. very simply put, industry is already pushing towards trying to solve some of those issues on their own, not only from a cost saving standpoint, but from an air quality standpoint. The last 60-day session, the Environment Department was given enough money to hire 20 new regulators in Southeast Mexico. And we have so many different rules on the book with respect to methane and other gases, release of other gases, that any of the bad players that are out there are slowly having, or as it's happening, either through reporting from another player or from what the Environment Department is doing on their own. That industry down there is being cleaned up from any of the things that should be out there. And I think it's important to realize that in so many times, some of these major fines that are out there are paperwork issues and not necessarily something that's actually happening out in the field. With the air quality, we continue to push towards that. I think that it's something that we look at as the autonomous vehicles continue to push on its own and our roads get upgraded. Right now, I mean, we have roads in southeast New Mexico that have up to 16,000 ESALs, which is substantial. That's bigger than some of the freeways that we have in the state. And they're 2-lane roads with respect to that. And industry is looking at ways to improve that and change that with respect to everything from delivery to frac, like what I talked about with respect to the frac trailers being autonomous, to delivery of produced and non-produced water. So I think that you'll see as we continue to go through this that so many of those things are going to industry is already working with the Environment Department, IMNR, and to solve those problems, and they're at the front line with them. The conversations continue to go from the IPA to NMOGO with respect to that, and deep conversations with each of those departments. I think we're well on the way without new regulations.
Thank you, Representative Pettigrew, and that's all I have for right now.
All right, thank you. Are we complete then with board questions? Yes? All right. Thank you very much, Representative. We need a lunch break, and I think from now until 12:30. Does that give everyone enough time? All right, we'll come back at 12:30 and we'll begin the party questioning of Representative Pettigrew. No, but it was.
It was 40 minutes.
Because we broke it.
I didn't understand.
Okay.
I understand now, so I'm just wondering if other people made the same.
That's why I tried to give the specific time.
I know. You did fine.
Okay.
We did not listen good.
Okay. I'm losing people rather than gaining people here. Yeah.
Which game stop singing? Part of your world, yes. I would say it's that, but it might also just be being a millennial.
Yeah. The age we were when the Little Mermaid came out.
Yeah, I was going to say, your kids are probably a little younger.
Oh, good. There's Chair Sweeney. All right. All right, she stalled very effectively. All right. Let's come back from the break, please. Representative Pettigrew, are you on the platform?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Terrific. Thank you very much. When we broke for a luxuriously long lunch, we had completed board questions of you. We turn now to the parties, and those are the next questions you will have posed to you. The first party who has an opportunity to question you is also on the platform, Mr. Maxwell. Do you have questions of Representative Pettigrew?
No questions for Honorable Representative Pettigrew. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move then to Mr. Knight. All right, Mr. Knight has no questions. Ms. Sona? No questions from Ms. Sona. And Mr. Bach or Mr. DeSalen? Mr. Bach or Mr. DeSalen? All right, I'm going to pause for just a moment while perhaps Ms. Sona is going to look for them in the hallway. Mr. Domenici, just a logistical thing. I noted that in the dealers witness list, what you have now is 4 dealers left. Would you like to have them as a panel of 4 instead of 2 panels of 2? It might be more expeditious. Yeah? All right, thank you. I think, okay, that would be a good idea. Okay, let's wait just a moment. In the event Mr. Bach or Mr. DeSalen has a question. There's Mr. Bach. All right, of Mr. Pettigrew. Yes, great, thank you. Mr. Domenici, do you have any redirect of Mr. Pettigrew based on the board questions, for example? All right. Mr. Domenici said no, thank you. In that case, Mr. Pettigrew, thank you very much for persisting on the platform with us, but we have no more questions of you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to be able to speak in front of you today. It was a learning experience for me as well, and hopefully I added some insight. God bless.
Thank you very much. We go back to Mr. Domenici for his next auto dealers panel. Is the 4th one in the building?
Yes, and we're ready to start. He'll walk in any second.
All right.
Since we're short on time.
Okay, we're just adjusting the camera so that it shows the witnesses. Do you want me to pull back? It's all right. I promise not to kick it.
Can't find him? It's okay.
There he is. Keeping everyone on their toes today. That's all right. If you would, Mr. Sanchez.
Raise your right hand and be sworn under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Before I introduce Madam Chair and members, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Before I introduce the members, I want to just give sort of a general instruction. So all of you have heard other testimony. We want to try not to be repetitive. We want to make sure to emphasize all the points you think are important, but we don't want to repeat things. So I'll start at this end. Annette DiLorenzo, will you introduce yourself?
My name's Annette DiLorenzo, Thayer, A-N-N-E-T-T-E. Next word, DiLorenzo, D-I-L-O-R-E-N-Z-O. Next word, Thayer, T-H-A-Y-E-R. I'm with the Quality Dealerships. We have Mazda and GMC and Buick in Albuquerque.
We're just going to go one at a time. We're going to go with you. So just keep the mic.
Oh.
Will you describe to the board your experience in the automobile industry?
I've been in the full-time employee at our dealerships for 34 years. As some of the other members say, you know.
He did.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just missed it.
Please go ahead, Ms. Thayer.
We've had several different types of franchises, and my family goes back to the 1600s, and my grandmother was born in Romeroville, so I am a New Mexican true and true, and very, very loyal and love this state. And we as car dealers all want, I think there's been a false narrative that we don't want to sell EVs. We don't want to have other people sell EVs in our state. That's not true. We all have families. Our employees have families. And we are concerned and always want the best for New Mexicans and our families. My nieces and nephews have asthmatic problems. So selfishly, I want cleaner air also. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to testify. I also would like to let you know I've had testified in front of other boards and committees and legislatives, but I've never had to submit a resume or pre-hearing testimony. So I apologize for any of my shortcomings with that. I just have never done that before.
So within your work at the dealership, could you be a little more precise as to what you've done? You know, what types of activities you do in relation to dealing with both customers and manufacturers?
I've been through most of the store. I have not sat in the F&I position. I've sold cars, I've written service, I've driven the shuttle, I've done title work. I'm just kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none at this point. I'm the dealer for our Mazda store. I run it with my brother and my dad, and they are primarily over at our Buick GMC side.
And can you give a summary of your testimony, focusing on the key points you want to emphasize that may not have been presented already? Or focus on whatever you can do to express your summary.
Well, I want to state again, I want to let Mr. Knight know that I believe in New Mexico and New Mexico customers. We have invested in the future of whatever our manufacturers will be selling us, close to $400,000 in EV infrastructure, and that will be ongoing. We have very limited experience in selling EVs and hybrids, including the fact that one of my franchises doesn't have an EV. The only EV they had, they just discontinued for 2023 to focus on plug-in hybrids and other hybrids for their American market.
Which franchise is that?
That would be Mazda. I think Bob will be talking more about that. My GMC store, we have the Hummer, which starts at $110,000 plus. We have two models of that. The truck that we were going to get, the electric truck, the Sierra, has now been postponed to the end of 2025. I know that these rules will impact New Mexicans and our customers, and we are the front line to try to educate them on how to move forward through this electrification. And I have an edit in my testimony where in paragraph 8 I said studies show, and what I was referring to was the ACC 1 rules. When the presentation was made, there was information regarding what emissions that the automotive motor vehicles emitted at the time, and it showed it was not a comprehensive solution to that current issue, in my opinion, the way I understood the chart. I will not have an ICE vehicle, I will not have an EV vehicle available at my Mazda store. I only have a PHEV to sell, so I will only have 20% of my 43% of the regulation to sell out of. So I'm already in violation of the new regulation. My GM store, Mr., I think his name was Kessig, there was Santiago, Kathy, and Aaron, pulled up our website and said that here the dealers are lying, they have affordable EVs. The vehicle he pulled up is a nice vehicle. It's a 2024 Invista. The Buick line is supposed to have an all-EV fleet called the Electra. And according to my zone manager who visited last month, I asked him, I said, this is just in time. I'm so excited. When are we going to get our electric vehicles? Because the ACC2 rule will probably be implemented for New Mexico. And he looked at me and he said, not for a very long time. So I won't have an affordable unit to sell New Mexicans on my GM side, at my GMC and Buick. There have been several dealers in our state that have already given up their Buick line because they don't or can't afford to put in the infrastructure to sell Buick. The Tilleries, the Webb Group up in Cortez and Farmington had to give up their stores. The Manapaces and Gallup gave up their Buick store. And so the Metro dealers are trying to support them and their customers in their Buick needs at this point. Yeah, well, I don't have Cadillac. Sorry. And we're not California. And what worries me as a New Mexican is that we will be beholden to what California does and what California rules that are made and their policies, and any changes that California makes on behalf of their citizens will be upon New Mexico citizens. And I think that we lose our voice. The testimony that we've listened to with the proponents keep referencing that automotive emissions is the second largest problem we have in New Mexico. What is the first? Why aren't we attacking both? Why aren't we trying to fix both? California state rulemakers are going to tell us how you have to rule on our behalf. And that takes your power away and your choices of what's best for New Mexico. I represent the dealer body out in the national level. I was an elected member to the National Automotive Dealers Association Board. I'm a board member representing New Mexico and New Mexico dealers. At that level, I am privy to the information on a national level that affects our dealers. One thing that is coming, and the rulemaking process with the EPA should be finalized sometime in the first part of 2024, is that their emissions requirements, which align with the ACC2, in 2026 to 2032, emissions will need to be 60%. From 2032 on, they will increase that to be 67.5% less emissions. So the EPA and the manufacturers are currently working on better fuel economy, less emissions, and that will actually be higher than what the ACC2 is actually proposing.
Mr. Bach?
I'm going to object. This is not in summary. This is completely outside the scope.
All
It
right.
was in my resume.
In your,
My resume, in that I am a director at the national level. This includes.
No, the objection was not to that. It was to the discussion of the EPA rulemaking, which is not discussed at all.
Okay, it's the objection is to the discussion of the EPA rulemaking.
Okay, well.
And let me respond to that. I think there's been numerous questions from the board and from other witnesses about the federal requirements. And so I would request leeway to let this witness discuss that.
All right, you can go a little ways down that road. She already has, and I think you're right. It may answer some of the board's questions before we get to the board's questions.
And I don't think we have a lot to say on that. She's probably about to wrap up.
That's a summary of it in a nutshell. You know, there are rebates that have been mentioned before. The fine woman from the Sierra Club mentioned $16,000 in rebates at a couple of hearing meetings. I welcome that list and would happily embrace it to help our customers get to that point. So if you could please get in touch with Mr. Ken Ortiz, and so he can disperse that to us. The IRS is the only rebate that I know about that it becomes implemented in 2024. It restricts, there's several restrictions on our customers and New Mexicans. They have to make less than $150,000 a year, and the vehicle itself has to be less than $80,000. They also will need to, at this point, have a tax burden that they can be credited. And it can happen at the desk immediately. The customer just has to say, I want the $7,500 applied. But if they don't qualify, they will be charged back by the IRS. And that becomes scary for them. It happened with cash for clunkers, with the rebates. It showed up as an income to their IRS or their tax returns that they weren't expecting. Also, with my tenure at NADA, we get national information regarding all the industries related to the car business. Hertz being one of them, and they were proposed to increase their fleet to 100,000 EVs, and they did a hard stop last month at 35,000 because they didn't anticipate the cost
Hold
of
on.
repair to
Please,
their
hold
EV.
on. Now we're going pretty far afield,
Yeah,
Mr.
and-
Domenici. This doesn't bear any resemblance at this point to her written testimony.
And I just want to say, if I could, I totally understand that some leeway is appropriate, and we're okay with that, but we don't want to have another situation like last night where we get way off and then have, people wanting to do rebuttal. So, yeah, I don't think anything about Hertz was discussed. so.
Okay, I don't care about Hertz. Sorry about that.
Let me ask a few questions before we move on. So just tell the board a little bit about Mazda. Some people may know a lot about it, some may not. Where are Mazda vehicles manufactured?
So Mazda is a Japanese company. It's a very small company. They sell approximately 200,000 units a year, and with a goal of 500,000 within the next 2. It's a very aggressive goal. Mr. Cockerham will also talk to this. They're built in Hiroshima, and there's a plant with Toyota in Alabama. Their EV actually qualified because it is assembled in the United States, but that is discontinued as of 2023.
And when you say they're going to provide PHEVs, what would that model be? Well, if you know, what would those models be?
The only current model we have is called a CX-90. It's brand new. It's a 2024. And the average price of this vehicle is $50,000.
And I think you testified that if that's the only sort of electric vehicle that Mazda produces, it's your understanding that effectively your Mazda dealership would have to close when these rules take effect.
I would not qualify to sell electric vehicles at the percentage that you are trying to mandate. That would affect 4 dealers in our state.
There's no way that your Mazda dealership or any others could satisfy California 2. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Okay, I'm going to move to my next witness.
Thank you.
Sir, will you introduce yourself to the boards?
Yeah, my name is Clifton Horace. I'm from Farmington, New Mexico. I have you want some of my resume? Or?
Yeah, please.
So I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I have a master's in business administration. I've been in the automobile business for 45 years. I'm currently the Nissan and Hyundai dealer in Farmington, New Mexico in the Four Corners. I also do a 3-hour live call-in radio show called Four Corners Car Talk, and have done for 18 years, and we field calls from Colorado, Utah, Arizona, as far, people call from Georgia. We're online too. I'm also a longtime member of the Sierra Club. I'm a believer in EVs. They're fast, they're fun, they are the future. The problem is, at this timeline that's being represented, is that they're range limited. They take way too long to charge when you can find a charging station, and they're too expensive. I think the dealers have been pretty clear and that we want this change to happen. We're making huge investments into it with no possibility of return unless we get into these higher percentages of selling battery electrics. We're not doing that. We are being pushed hard by our manufacturers to do that. But I think we're also believers. I mean, and I think I speak for everybody, and there's this, well, I won't get into it. Today I want to focus, and I hope this is a really difficult subject, and I've seen you struggle with the questions. I'd like to focus real narrowly on the allocation system and this kind of spiral that it puts us in. So when you feel and hear pushback from dealers, it's not about EVs, and it's not about, there's nothing political about it. It's just simply we are fearful that it's going to put us in a position that we've reduced the choices that our customers have to literally zero. When California Air Resource Board, I believe this, when they were sitting there contemplating, these are going to be our targets going forward. One, they looked at 2050, and then they worked backwards, basically 8% a year. Second thing that they were looking at that's different from New Mexico is if we're to achieve 43% battery electric penetration into the market by 2027, for California, that was only a 200% increase in the sales of those vehicles. We, here in New Mexico, to get to the same 43%, and I built a real easy just kind of spreadsheet that would help explain this. I don't know, do I have permission to pull it up? We sent it in, but it doesn't appear to be here.
The written testimony was a page and a half, and we're getting way beyond it.
All right. How does this fit in your written testimony?
Okay, well, I think I was specific I did my written testimony. My daughter was getting married 2 hours, and I was in a hurry, and I think in there I wrote that I would like to explain how the allocation system works and how it gets into this death spiral.
So this is the answer on the top of page 2. He indicated he built a model. If I think demonstratives are allowed, or he can try to explain his model without the use of a demonstrative, but it's certainly in his testimony.
I can see that now. Do you have screen sharing permission, Mr.
I also have written copies if that's permissible.
Let's see if you have it here.
Okay, we have to see them and you have to share them with the other parties who might want to lodge an objection.
So share a few back there, and then if you can share them with the board up here. So, and I think this is going to answer a whole bunch of questions that are, because it's a very complicated system. So this is the model that I was referring to, and I'm glad I did refer to it. I didn't realize, I'm like Annette, this is new to me where you, yeah.
Hearing Officer Orth, this is Member Richards, Vice Chair Richards.
Yes.
I'm not able to see that unless he's able to share his screen.
Right. Yes. He's working on it, Vice Chair Richards.
Thank you.
Pam, you're giving him permission?
Okay. Well, while they're working on that,
hold on 1 second. Okay. Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, I'd like to ask Mr. Domenici if this document was either one of the New Mexico Auto Dealers exhibits, or if it was exchanged during the demonstrative exhibits that were due over a week ago.
Yeah. I'd have to check and see if it's in our demonstratives.
Well, I would raise an objection to that. I mean, again, we have rules that were set in your order, and we're supposed to be following the rules. We follow the rules. The Environment Department followed the rules. The Environmental Health Department followed the rules. These folks, and their testimony is very sympathetic, but they're represented by a council who's been doing this for decades. There's no excuse for this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. Mr. Domenici, Mr. DeSalen is correct about that. I understand that you'll probably make an offer of proof.
I'll just make an offer of proof, and then I'll just have my witness testify using that as an aid to his testimony without showing it on the screen.
All right. Thank you.
So you're going to have to just refer to it and describe what it says. And,
okay.
And explain how the model works.
So California set their 2027 goal at basically 200% of their existing sales of BEVs. So what I did is I sat down and I said, well, let's punch in a 400% increase for New Mexico dealers. And if we can increase our sales 400% in the next 3 years before this deadline, the mandate starts, then at that point in time, we would start getting allocations. And my manufacturers told me, it's real simple, Mr. Horace. They said, for every 100 cars sold in New Mexico, 43 of them need to be BEVs, battery electric vehicles. The other 57% can be what you've been selling. So, and if you don't want to take them all, don't take them. But regardless, so if you take 5,000 a month, that's great. There'll be 4353 if you only take 1,000. So my idea was to see now what happens when the variance between the mandate and the actual sales in this first scenario that I've got would be 30%. So let's say we have 33%. I don't want to lose you here. So if we are selling 4,500 cars a month ICE and 500 zero emissions, but we are being allocated 2,850 ICE vehicles and 2,150 battery electric vehicles, you can see what happens to our ending inventory at the end of every single month. And in fact, that's what happens. In my first scenario, where we've increased our sales 400%, we would have 100% of our inventories on the ground in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in the 7th month of the first year of the mandate. We would literally have sold out of all our ICEs, and all we have to show a customer is a BEV. And that's counter, I think, to what anybody wants. I think the intention, when we testified before, was the board felt like we need to increase choice for New Mexicans, and I think this is inadvertently decreasing choice. So,
all right. Hold on 1 second. Mr. Domenici, I think that's sufficient as an offer of proof. It's not supposed to be elaborate.
Okay, I wasn't even making this an offer of proof. I was just going to make the document the offer of proof. I was going to let him explain the model that he discussed and the result and the conclusion he came up with.
And Madam Hearing Officer, just if I could, this is 3 lines in the written testimony.
I was about to point that out,
And
Mr. Bond.
and as I want all the boards to understand, members of the board to understand, we had our witnesses prepared, dozens and dozens of pages of rebuttal. We worked really hard on this, and I don't think it's fair for people to come in the last minute with things that were never shared before.
Right. So, Mr. Domenici, the issue is he states that he built a model and then doesn't give us anything by way of a conclusion. It just states that he built the model. That was it. If there were nothing but EVs on the lot. So now he's gone way beyond that to talk about the model and the conclusions that he got from that model. It's far afield here from what was submitted.
Okay,
and I understand, I want to cut folks some slack, but at some point then the pre-hearing order becomes meaningless.
So did you build a model that is based on your experience? I think you have 40 plus years in the business.
Yes.
And did you draw a conclusion from that model as to if at some point you would have, as a dealer under these regulations, would have only electric vehicles to sell your customers?
Yes.
And
He said that would happen within 10 months after the mandate took effect.
I think you said 7 months.
It depends on the amount that we would miss the mandate by. If we only missed it by 13%, it would take 13 months. So the fear of the dealer body is that we cannot attain the mandate, but we keep getting pushed. All our replacement inventories is something we can't sell, and it just spirals into 100%. We can't offer our customers any choice, and when we do that, all we're doing is exporting the sale to surrounding states, which you've heard before from us. And I'm concerned it's like 40–50% of the. And it's not just to the dealers. It's the loans aren't made, the advertising doesn't occur, the myriad of other things that revolve around the sale of a new automobile in the state of New Mexico. And can I continue on? I have just one comment, two. An automobile is the second largest purchase people will ever make. They want what they want. Every one of these dealers who will testify is that we lose business if a person can buy the vehicle cheaper across the border, if they can get the color they want, the equipment they want. And you know what? That's the way it should be. They are committing to payments for 48, 60, 84 months. Long times. This is a huge investment, and they want what they want. They will go someplace else to get that. The fear is, and we've expressed it a little bit, is that they're, just like we saw with the chip shortage, is that when you have a shortage, you see additional dealer markups. And anybody on a border state, Lubbock, Texas, will be rubbing their hands together if you want to buy a pickup truck. And you would see those, you would be forcing New Mexicans to go out of state and pay more for the vehicle than they probably should. My other fear is that if all you have to sell, some dealers will resort to high pressure tactics and push people into cars that maybe aren't right for them or maybe are more than they should be spending every month. And we've all heard horror stories about high pressure sales tactics, but if that's all you got to sell, I could see that occurring. So that is a fear and a reality. Last time I was here to testify, I had the impression that the board felt they were doing the public a favor by mandating access to EVs, that somehow New Mexicans were being pushed into the background when it came to EV availability. One of the questions I've heard here routinely was, well, why did we have all this testimony that we weren't able to get the EV that we wanted, and you all are sitting in front of us saying, we've got too many. And I would suggest that it was real simple. They were shopping a year ago and a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. And it's all just timing, really. And you know what? A year and a half ago, they couldn't get them. There was a chip shortage on top of, there wasn't near the amount of EVs that were flowing into the market that is now. I read an article that we will have 50...
Objection.
Okay.
This is 1.5 pages. I think someone needs to explain what it means to summarize testimony to these witnesses, because this is completely off the rails.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Mr. Horst?
I didn't understand. I would have written you 20 pages.
Let me just focus on a couple of questions that are in your testimony. So I'm on the second page of your testimony. You discuss your experience with 2 late model Hyundai EVs. Can you describe that experience?
In an effort to, I'm having a difficult time selling EVs because I'm much like Terry from Gallup. I'm in the Four Corners. And so I went out and I bought 2 late model EVs, Ioniq 5 and a Kona full electric. And put them on the lot. We aggressively marketed them. We put them on the internet. They were advertised as hundreds and hundreds of miles to test the waters to see how much interest I have. We have a very sophisticated CRM system, customer relations management, and I had exactly 1.2 leads per vehicle every month. And I never did sell them. And I finally gave up, and I sold the Kona and into Colorado where they have a rebate, and I lost $4,000. And the other one I'm going to put in is my shuttle to drive customers around because I think, well, maybe I'll expose them to it and they can, and wow, this is a nice vehicle. But it's the demand, the organic demand isn't there. But I think we can make that demand happen if we can sell hybrids. I've got great stories. People call in onto the radio show all the time about these hybrids. I mean, we had one customer that says, am I still under the... He got 50 miles to the gallon going through the mountains to Denver. And it's a car that I sell. It's really cool, but it doesn't qualify. It wouldn't work. I mean, it's neat. It goes up hills and down hills, recharges going down. It's just cool as heck. It's perfect for the Four Corners. It's perfect for him. And it's a Hyundai Sonata, you know, with a hybrid, a cool hybrid setup. So the last comment, did I talk about the distribution system in my?
No, you didn't.
I got a beautiful paragraph here on the distribution system, but we can get there. We can get there. We just need time. The mandates are what everybody's.
You did talk about whether you thought this rule was technically practicable, and you discussed some differences between California and New Mexico.
Okay. And I think we've covered the differences. Everybody knows the income difference. What doesn't get mentioned maybe so much is the income difference in that the cars cost the same here as they do in California. So the percentage of your income for Californians is much less than it is here in New Mexico. It doesn't represent near, and you think about that. And there was also a question in the back about, you all were trying to reconcile how EV sales have been increasing here in New Mexico. Ken Ortiz testified that they have been flat percentage-wise. They're actually both correct. What's happened is the chip shortage has relieved. We've come out of the chip shortage. We're producing more vehicles. So that means that's why we're selling more EVs, right? But the percentage of the total sale is remaining the same. So they're both right. That was a point of confusion. I got a couple other points I can clear up, but I don't know if they've taken too much time or. Let me just start down this path, and if you object, let me know.
Can I move that the witnesses just read their testimony, because this is like 4 times what is in this 1.5 page document.
I'd be happy.
Just
All right,
completely
thank
outside
you.
the scope.
I would be happy.
So again, the reason pre-hearing orders and complex rulemakings are issued, one, it allows the other parties to prepare their own presentations. So it's only fair that each party knows what the other party intends to present. The other thing is, by taking all surprise and drama out of it, which is my goal, it helps the boards focus on the sober decision making they need to engage in. So let me ask if you would look at and if you don't have it, I have an extra copy here. The 1.5 pages that you filed, if there's any other point that you would just like to highlight.
Okay. Can I have that?
Certainly. Oh, you have it? All right. Great. Thank you, Mr. Domenici.
Okay. Yeah, I did not mention what I would like to talk about. But the last thing is, and I think it's been brought up before, but the the top 3 selling vehicles in the state of New Mexico, Ford F-150, Dodge F1, half-ton Dodge pickup, half-ton Ford, half-ton Dodge, half-ton Chevrolet. In California, number 1 selling vehicle, Honda Civic. Number 2, RAV4. Number 3, Tesla 3. That's why they got that huge jump on us. So I apologize for the confusion. I didn't do my homework correctly.
That's all right. Thank you very much.
I had that problem for a long time.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next witness. Mr. Hicks, will you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Travis Hicks. I'm the co-owner and operator of the Richland Auto Group in Roswell, New Mexico. We have full-line GMC. We have GMC, Chevrolet, Buick, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram as new car Oh, thank you. As new car franchises, we also sell used cars, service, and parts, and a body shop also, like a number of these people. I've been in the car business for 27 years. I put myself through college selling cars part-time, and have spent the rest of my career trying to achieve ownership in a car dealership. It was my dream when I my dream when I started, and it's something that I'm very passionate about. I've got to say, and I'll launch into it unless you prefer that I don't.
Go ahead. If you want to summarize your testimony, go ahead, please.
I'd like to start by saying that, and this is in my testimony somewhere, and I'm going to try really hard. I don't think any of us realized that we had to enter all of our opinion in order for it to be considered. But I will start by saying that I'm a huge fan of EVs. I like EVs. I think they're a fantastic product. I also think that proper stewardship of our environment is something that is inherently necessary. In contrast to maybe some of the comments previously, I believe there's a role for government to play in ensuring that the market is conscientious of what we need to do to protect our planet, as an example. Okay, I think the government has a role to play, and for whatever it's worth, I'm horribly interested in the government coming up with some plan that meaningfully reduces emissions. And so let me summarize my testimony. I'm going to circle back to that concept at some point in time. My customers are primarily, I've got two sets of customers, two groups of customers. And one of the things that you'll find out as we all testify is that even though we're all in the same business, we all have very, very different situations. It's relative to our brand. It's relative to where we are geographically in New Mexico. It's relative to a number of things. And that's another reason that we're challenging the mandates. We don't believe there's a one-size-fits-all solution to the problem that's on board. My customers, I put in two groups. One is agricultural in nature. We're not so far southeast that we're right in the middle of the oil field, so that represents a little bit of our business, but not enough to, I think, characterize the majority of my customers. They're agricultural in nature. They're farmers, ranchers, dairymen. And then the other half of my customer base are typical Roswell citizens. What's a typical Roswell citizen? Typical Roswell citizen makes $23,000 a year. The average household income, this is by U.S. Census Bureau stats as of 2021, just for your reference. The average household in Roswell, New Mexico makes $46,000. It's comparable to what we've heard about the rest of New Mexico. And I want to dispel something that maybe hasn't come across as reasonably as I think it should. We're not talking about EVs for low-income consumers. They can't afford them, okay? And the banks and the banks are the ones who decide, right? So if you make $26,000 a year, the likelihood of you being able to pay cash for a car, for example, are slim to none with all the other expenses that you have. And the banks have parameters by which they'll loan, okay? One of them is called payment to income. They take your income. 15% is kind of the general industry standard. 15% of your income that they'll allow you to spend on a car in the process of approval. So if you take the average cost of these cars, and there's been a lot of conversation about the average cost of cars, but if you take the average cost of cars as presented, even by the opposing group, at $48,000, there isn't anybody in these brackets that can afford these cars. Not only that, I mean, and this is important, I think, to say, they don't qualify for most of the other stuff we sell either, okay? I mean, so I don't want to mislead anyone into thinking that what we're talking about here is pure affordability for the sake of affordability. I mean, that's a misnomer, okay? The average customer in Roswell, New Mexico doesn't qualify for most of what any of us sell, okay? It's a subset of the population that buys new cars. That's the reason there's 360,000 used cars sold and 70,000 new cars sold. It's because it's a subset of the population that even has a chance of being able to afford new cars, particularly over the last 2 or 3 years, post-pandemic, where we've seen just really historic inflation. As an example, and I want to talk about used cars, But as an example, the average used car in my inventory in January of 2020, which was 2 months before the big pandemic issue began, was $18,000. When you think about what I just said about what people can afford, $18,000 is something that everybody in my market could afford, right? So that's why it's stocked. Today, the average cost of my inventory, and I haven't started trading with different people. It's the same market that I've been in for 20 plus years now. Today, the average cost of a used car in my inventory is $36,000, okay? Double in just over 3 years, right? That's historic. I mean, 27 years in the car business, there's never been that kind of massive increase in the cost. Why? And one of the things I discussed in my testimony is the nature of demand and the nature of supply, right? So you've got, very simply, why are used cars twice as much as they were 3 years ago? It's really simple. As the chip shortage reduced the availability of new car inventory, the options available to the general public, and I'm talking about people who can afford this and people who can afford this, all started to contract, right? There just weren't options for replacing their new cars because of the shortage of vehicles. Most of you should remember a long period of time over the last few years where car dealerships all over the state had nothing on their lot. I mean, you drive by and be like, where's all the cars, right? Well, it was a supply chain shortage relative to chips. Mostly, there were other issues. But as the supply of those new cars dwindled, the people who needed cars had to buy used cars. And that had the net effect of reducing the supply of used cars also. So as the used car supply contracts, as the new car supply contracts, the price of all of it goes up. That's Econ 101. You studied that in high school maybe, or in college in a freshman level course. The price goes up when the supply is reduced, right? So I'm trying to translate that information that you're all aware of, just by virtue of being in the marketplace yourselves over the last number of years. I'm going to translate that to the effect that mandates have on my customers, okay? So let me talk a little bit about my customers for another moment, and we'll circle back. So again, I mentioned agricultural is half of my people. And for whatever it's worth, in a general sense, those people have the capacity through either tax write-off capacity or whatever to purchase trucks because that's what they need, right? I don't know that I have to explain to all of you guys why farmers, ranchers, and dairymen need trucks, but I'll very simply say that you got to put a load of cattle behind you occasionally, and that's very heavy and difficult to do with a Prius, right? So they buy trucks, and not just because they want trucks, they buy trucks because they need trucks. How many people do I sell trucks to that need trucks? I don't know. It might be 50 or 60%. There's a lot of people that drive trucks because they want to buy trucks, right? But there's a significant amount of my population that requires them, that requires their use. A lot like Senator Congressman Pettigrew, I don't know what. A lot like his part of the world, the trucks are a necessity to some degree. So why would I oppose these rules? Because as you've stated on a number of occasions in your questions, why are we talking about the idea that you can't buy a truck? These rules don't prevent you from buying a truck. Well, what these rules do is they limit the supply of trucks, okay? Right now, the most effective number that represents the actual demand of vehicles in the United States, in New Mexico, is what's on dealers' lots. Why? Well, you've heard the allocation conversation, right? We have to sell one to get one. All the manufacturers do it a little bit differently, but functionally, what they want to do, as you have stated, a number of you very eloquently, what they want to do is they want to put the vehicles where they're going to sell. That's what they want to do. So if I ordered 100 trucks and all I sold was 50, they wouldn't give me 100 trucks, right? They'd give me 50, right? If I wanted 100 EVs, but I only sold 2 up to this point, they'd only give me 2, right? And I want to answer in this, there was a question from one of the board in some of the previous testimony about a lack of understanding of why the manufacturer hasn't opposed this or hasn't whatever. And it's really a very simple thing. Under the existing franchise agreements, they can only send us vehicles that we qualify to get. We qualify to get those vehicles by selling them. So when I say the best measure of demand in New Mexico is what's on lots right now, it's because the manufacturer only sends us stuff that we can sell. And that's the nature of our agreement. If we put ACC2 in place, They will, and this is a direct answer to the question about why manufacturers, they will have two huge advantages. One, they don't have to operate by our dealer agreement anymore because you have mandated that they provide 43% of our inventory in EVs by the beginning of 2026. It's 2027 model year, but that starts in 2026. That's 2 years and a month away, okay? So they've invested, as everyone said, a lot of money in EVs, just like we have. I mean, again, you've heard testimony, you'll hear it over and over again, that we're all spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to be there. And there was a great question. I think it was Board Member Lewis had a great question about, how in the world could this be a bad thing? You get more cars. Well, the reality, or what's the appropriate amount of time that we should wait to enact these kinds of things? Well, the appropriate amount of time is as the market demands. I mean, if the market wanted a lot of EVs, I assure you the manufacturers would put them here, and I assure you we'd stock them, right? I mean, again, the best measure of demand currently is what's on our lots, because we only replace what we sell, right? You heard testimony that there's 1,000 EVs on the ground right now. The reality, and you do the math, and I won't do it because it's not my testimony, but the reality is the 1,000 EVs that are on the ground in New Mexico right now are moving horrendously slow. They're not being picked up, and they don't even represent a fraction of the percentage that we're wanting to put into the market. The cost is to the consumer, okay? That's who the cost is, because here's what happens. I'm going to assume for the sake of conversation that none of y'all care, and I don't mean that you don't care, but I just mean that it's not important to this conversation how my business does from a profit standpoint. It's my business. I'm an entrepreneur. It's my job to figure out, even if you pass these rules, how to try to remain profitable. That's my job, not y'all's job. I don't even expect for you to consider it, okay? But I do want you to consider the net effect on the consumer, okay? Because in my market, where I sell out of 100 vehicles, just a real simple analysis, I sell 98 trucks. They're trucks and big SUVs, right? That's what I sell out of 100 vehicles, right? If I stock 57 of those and 43 EVs in model year 2027, by the data that exists and is clear and easy to analyze now, there will be 41 customers of mine that will have to find the product that they've gotten from me for 20-something years somewhere else. And we just saw what happened when the supply, we just saw this during the COVID pandemic. We just saw what happens when there's a lack of supply for vehicles. Dealerships all over the country were marking vehicles up over sticker price. If you looked for a car in the last few years, you probably witnessed some of this. Dealerships all over the country were asking $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 over sticker for high demand products. Why? There weren't any, right? They could ask whatever they wanted for them, okay? I took a little different approach myself in our market. I didn't sell anything for over sticker, and my theory was very simple. I spent 20 years getting the loyalty of these customers, taking care of these people that I see at the grocery store and that I see at the country club and I see, at school and that kind of thing. Why would I throw away the loyalty I'd built up over 20 years to make a little bit more money? Now, in retrospect, it cost me millions of dollars not to do that. I got to tell you, I don't regret it. I don't regret it because of the impact it's had on my customers in my market, right? But because of the nature of supply shortage, what you're forcing upon New Mexico citizens is the reality that the supply, by virtue of being artificially, and artificially is what a mandate is. It's imposing a subsidy or a tax. Mr. Knight's opening comments said this is not a tax. I would beg to differ. We can define a tax. You're imposing on the marketplace a lack of supply that necessarily increases the price. It's the law of supply and demand. Okay, so here's maybe what's different from me than some of the other testimony you'll hear. To finish the manufacturer question, basically and very simply, if you require that we stock a certain number of vehicles, they get to sell them to us in violation of our dealer agreement. They get to put them on our lots, right? And here's the deal. In the past, the 27 years I've been in the business, the manufacturers, when the supply of vehicles got really big, they put rebates on it. Every one of you has gone to buy a car and there was a $2,000 rebate or 0% interest or some kind of standard. That falls on them. They want us to buy more cars. They have to make sure the ones that we have go away, right? So up until this point, the impetus has been on them to incentivize the oversupply of the vehicles, reduce the price, right? Now, if they can get New Mexico to pass a mandate that we have to take more of these vehicles than the market demands, then they don't have to incentivize them either, because the pressure now is on you guys. And I say you guys, but or the legislature, whoever, to incentivize them. You got to put 4,000 on the hood or 8,000 on the hood or whatever. And candidly, in our testimony, we've said the state needs to do this. They need to put incentives on these vehicles or whatever, right? And honestly, the very simple reason for that is we don't believe we can sell them without them. There's data all over the country suggesting that places that don't have incentives don't sell them. The places that do have incentives sell them at a higher rate. But that higher rate is still only 7% nationwide. California has a 14-year head start or 15-year head start on moving to EVs, and they've gotten their percentage of EV consumption to just over 20%. We're asked to get to 43% in this marketplace in the next 2 years and 1 month. It's impossible. And the net effect is that it hurts the consumer. It doesn't bother me whether you are concerned about my profits or not. What you have to consider is what it does to the consumer, and that's a real thing. Finally, and I'll kind of wrap up with this. I've got a lot of stuff, and I hope you guys ask some questions, because there's some clarification needed on allocation, on manufacturers. I mean, there's some clarification. But I'll finish it with this. I have two boys that have asthma. Okay, we listened to loads and loads of testimony about the negative effects of pollution on the body. I don't know where the statistics came from. I'm not a scientist. I'm going to assume that everything they said, whether it was direct or whether it was completely accurate or not, was an attempt on their part to make the case that we should reduce emissions. I want to officially sign up for anything that reduces emissions. The problem is that this rule does nothing to reduce emissions because it doesn't require anyone in New Mexico to buy an EV. It only requires that we buy them, right? We buy them and we sit on them. New Mexico is already consuming EVs at a rate that is commensurate or comparable to the nation in so many different ways. What about putting more of them on the lot, particularly when there aren't inexpensive versions? I've heard over and over and over about the Bolt. I would encourage you all to look online about the history of the Bolt. The Bolt has been a train wreck.
Your Honor, motion to strike everything. I mean, none of this is summary at all.
All right.
And the Bolt is not
It's
discussed.
a direct summary. I mean,
Where is the Bolt mentioned? It's not. I mean, and if you weren't advised by your counsel how these proceedings work, that's not our fault.
Well, you brought up the Bolt.
have to summarize what's in your written testimony.
Right. So, Mr. Horace, we are, again, trying to...
They need to be instructed at what they're supposed to do, and they're not doing it.
Mr. Horace, we really do need you to hew to your testimony.
Mr. Hicks, don't talk about the Bolt. Please just wrap up your testimony.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I won't talk about the Bolt. I thought they brought it up, and that made it real. But in conclusion, I'm in support of anything that reduces our emissions in New Mexico. This law doesn't require that people buy EVs. It only requires that we buy EVs, right? And we have data to suggest that they don't sell, right? So we're creating a supply problem for the rest of the marketplace, and that impacts our customers in the form of higher prices. And it's that simple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Mr. Cochran, will you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Bob Cockerham with University Volkswagen Mazda here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I think I bring maybe a little bit different perspective because like Annette, we're here in the metro market. EV chargers are a little bit more accessible. We're not rural, but still I think we still face some of the same challenges that some of our other dealers are faced. Inside my testimony, I spoke about the concern that has been expressed here is that if this is put in place, we're going to lose customers to other dealers. But before I jump into that, I want to kind of talk about the brand, what we sell, and a little bit about who we are. We have both Volkswagen and Mazda, which is pretty unusual. Most dealerships only have one brand. We actually, by fluke, ended up with both brands. And as you heard from Annette, our Mazda brand has no EV vehicle on it at all. It did have a small EV, had about a 90-mile range. The Mazda has just recently canceled that car. So for Mazda, we've got nothing We've got a CX-90, which is a hybrid, and actually in the hybrid model, that car pushes north of about $60,000, 57 to about $62,000. It's a more of a higher end 7-passenger vehicle. Volkswagen's probably more in the line with what this rule really applies to. Volkswagen, in some effect, got us all here with their shenanigans, but to some extent. Volkswagen, the brand itself, though, it was started, and I don't know how familiar you are with it, but it's the people's car. It was came right after the World War II, and it was meant to be reasonable transportation, affordable priced, and good quality build, something that a normal person could buy. And a little bit about myself. I started at that dealership, and I want to amend my testimony. It says 48 years. It was supposed to say 40-ish years, so they need to change that. A long time ago, I started there as a lot boy. I cleaned cars and was going to TVI and worked there during the summer and washed cars. I enjoyed it so much that I went on the sales floor and started selling cars, worked myself through the ranks, became eventually their general sales manager, and then after several years left and went off and did other dealerships and other things. So for me, get a chance to come back to this dealership was really kind of unique and special. While I was there in those early years and selling cars, we sold a car called a Jetta. It's been a Volkswagen staple for years. I think probably most of you have seen them. They're a terrific car. I'm not here to sell a car, but I do have business cards if you want them. Anyway, Jetta's a great car. It's well built. It's super gas mileage. It's extremely safe. It's kind of been a staple. And for the 13 years since I've been back and partnered with the Prices on this dealership, for the 13 years I've been back, it's been our #1 volume car. Of all the cars we sell, SUVs, convertibles, everything else, Mazdas, everything, the Jetta has solidly been the #1 vehicle we have sold, with the exception of during COVID, and I want to touch about why that is. It's just a terrific car. It holds about current Jetta, or back then, let me back up, back then the car sold for about $9,000, $8,800, $9,200, $9,300. Good value for the money. No different now. My average Jetta right now sells for $24,000. I've got it here, $24,500. Some are cheaper, some are more expensive. Terrific car. I drove one here to this meeting, as a matter of fact. Car gets on the freeway about 40 miles to the gallon. On a 13-gallon tank, it'll go about 540, 550 miles. After last night's testimony of how long it takes to charge, I actually timed myself to fill it up. It takes 6 minutes if you don't go inside and get anything out of the convenience store. So it's pretty quick. You put gas in it and you go. And the reason I'm talking about that car is because that's kind of this same conversation. By doing this, our fear is our manufacturers are going to make a decision. They've only got so many ICE cars that they can put into this market. Similar to what we saw in COVID as well. They can only make so many cars. If you're only going to make so many cars, what car are you going to make? You're going to make the most expensive car that you can make. We saw these prices go up $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, average new car prices. Not because the base sticker was going up by 10 grand. It's because the manufacturers had figured out that if I can only build one car, I'm going to build a $50,000 or $60,000 or $70,000 or $80,000 car. If I can only build one. Our fear is this is exactly what's going to happen with this. If the manufacturer is going to be pushed in a corner and they're going to say, look, you can have ICE cars, but you can only have so many ICE cars, I'm going to be back where we were with COVID. I'm going to be back to getting $50,000, $60,000 cars. My customer drives the Jetta. They drive from here to Santa Fe and back. They drive from here to East Mountains and back. Some of them just live here in Albuquerque and drive the wheels off those cars. They're great cars. You know what? Most of them don't even trade them in. You know what they do? Most of them, it's really wild. They either give them to family or their kids, or they sell them to another family member. It's just that kind of car. It's affordable. It's one of the last affordable cars. And I would probably get a little argument from my other dealer friends. I think it's the best car that you can buy, period. But having said that, I will tell you, the fear I have, and we have as a dealer, is that by pushing these ICE cars in this cubicle of a smaller percentage of the total, the manufacturers are going to make the best decisions they can for themselves. Not for us, not for New Mexico, for themselves. We're 1% of the market. That's just, they've already proved it. We just came out of COVID and they did this. So, going forward a little bit. Right now, we're selling currently electric cars. And you've heard from other dealers in the past, and this testimony as well, we're bought in. I am bought in with electric. I am the #1 Volkswagen electric car dealer in the state. In fact, not only in this state, but Panhandle of Texas and most of Arizona in our district. I sell more electric cars than anybody does. We're bought in. And I don't mean that we just went out and bought a couple level 2 chargers and hung them on the wall. I mean, I've got a master technician. It took us a year and a half. We've been selling EVs for almost 3 years. It took me a year and a half to get one guy to be a master tech. With any luck at all, I think by next year, I'll have another 2 more behind him. This is going to take some time. It's going to take some time to get technicians in place. It's going to take some time to get the equipment and technology in place. But more importantly is this customer, my $26,000 393 Jetta, I don't know how to get him to that car. These are my notes, by the way, so I wouldn't forget this. But that's my Jetta. That's my ID4. That's my average ID4. Now, are these the same cars? Absolutely not. This is a basic, gets good gas mileage, simple car. It's got a trunk on it. In fact, we call it a 3-bedroom car. It's got a gigantic trunk in it. It's just an awesome automobile, but it's a base car. It's what my people buy. It's what my customers have been buying from me for years. This is new. I'm selling this car right now, but this guy isn't this guy. And if you take this car away, our fear is this manufacturer is going to replace it with an ICE car that's going to be this price. They did it during COVID. There's no reason to think they're not going to do it now. As I said, we're bought into electric. Anything we can do to do electric, we're doing it. We've partnered with the city. They've offered some training. We have P&M come out. They've done some training with our people to explain the benefits of putting an in-house charger. I heard testimony yesterday about level 1 charger. That's way misleading. You can't do a level 1 charger with these EV cars. That trip they were talking about going to Santa Fe and back for 160 miles, it takes 30 hours to charge an ID4 on that 110 charger. 30 hours. Nobody, my customer can't do that. I suspect there isn't any other customer that can do that as well. You have to have level 2 chargers. There's just no question about this. We sit with our customers and counsel with them before they buy the car to make sure they have this charging options available. If you live in an apartment, it isn't going to happen. If you rent a house, there's a really good possibility a level 2 charger isn't going to happen. The idea that you could have chargers for your employees as they come to work, I did the math last night after that testimony. I'd have 52 chargers. I'd have to buy another section of land equal to what we've got now just to put employee chargers on it so all my employees could have chargers for their cars. The infrastructure is not built out yet. It will get there. We're committed to electric. I'm going to sell these electric cars. I get more allocation than anybody else. Unfortunately, to the other dealer's point, we're seeing it slow down. Certainly some incentives from the state would be helpful to help bring those sales back up. One of the concerns that we have as a metro dealer, even though we're selling the ID4s and selling these electric cars, is that the rural areas are going to have a difficult time selling them. The manufacturers are going to look at this as a statewide and say X number of these cars have got to be ICE, X number of these cars have got to be electric, and if the rural dealers can't sell the electrics, you guys are going to have to. I'm barely, with all of our effort and everything we can put into this, still not sure that we can hit the first standard. I know we can't hit the second standard. And I certainly not going to be able to hit it if the cheapest car that I sell goes away. And I'm convinced that's going to happen. Manufacturers are going to look after themselves on this deal, and they're going to say, look, if I can only sell 1,000 ICE cars in the state of New Mexico, which ones am I going to sell? And I'm going to get a $50,000 Volkswagen instead of a $25,000 Volkswagen. So anyway, I yield back.
All right, that's all I have with this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domenici. Board members, Chair Sweeney, would you like to start this? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, certainly. Let's take 10 minutes. Oops. Yeah.
From Jason about the closing. Here's what I want.
Let's come back from the break, please. Ooh, look it down. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, we are back after a short break. We would turn to questioning of this panel, starting with the board and then going to the parties. Okay. And I have really just one suggestion for the boards. You will get your own counsel from your respective board counsel. My suggestion to you would be, though, based on the way the testimony played out, and without stopping after each and every sentence to see if, in fact, it appeared in their written testimony as required by the pre-hearing order, that you focus on their written testimony in terms of forming your questions. That would be my suggestion to you. And any further guidance or counsel on how to weigh that testimony would come from your own lawyers. So I'm going to start with, let's see, Member Galuski, who will have to go onto the platform shortly. Member Galuski.
So first of all, thanks for your testimony. It's really important to hear from auto dealers, and you guys are clearly caught between a rock and a hard place, not just with this, but in general. It sounds like the relationship with the manufacturers is very challenging, especially in a state like New Mexico. And I think I have kind of two sets of questions, and maybe I'll let you guys figure out who wants to answer them. So I guess starting from the more detailed to the less detailed, Mr. Horace, I wish we had had some time to go through the spreadsheet, because I'm a numbers guy too, and I like seeing that stuff. My understanding of the regulation is that it's not just ZEVs versus ICE. There's a lot of details in there about different kinds of credits and plug-in hybrids and environmental justice credits and things like that. Were your calculations taking that into account, and how does that affect kind of your overall assessment of the impact of the regulation?
I didn't take those into account. In fact, the number that I heard during testimony was, well, it was actually, it's not 43%, it's actually 17% if they manipulate these other items. And I don't understand how they got to the 17%. I'd love to see the breakdown of it and pick it apart. My numbers came from my conversation with my manufacturer, and he said, I'm gonna make it real simple for you. You order every 100 cars in the whole state, we don't care whether you're rural or metro, you're going to be at the 43 and 57. He says we might make it 44 so we don't goof up and get penalized. So that's where it came from.
Yeah, please.
I may be able to add something.
Yeah.
This returns, your question returns kind of directly to the previous testimony about Stellantis and the 70-30 thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I might clarify. I'm a Stellantis dealer also. I also spent hours on the phone, literally hours on the phone with someone way up the food chain in Stellantis in preparation for this meeting, just to understand clearly what their philosophy is. The 70-30 thing that Ms. Garcia was talking about is a reference to their strategy to making sure that they get as close to the guidelines by the time the guidelines get here as they can. And so what they're doing is they're taking advantage of the so what they'll do is they'll start sending us PHEVs at January 1st. They'll start sending us a bunch of PHEVs, and their hope is that as those mount up, that they suffice for some of the percentage of the EV sales they know aren't coming. I mean, the demand isn't there, and they know that nationwide. Stellantis also is a European-based company, and Stellantis just took leadership just a month ago in EV sales in Europe. So they have a different perspective and a different interest and even a different strategy than everybody else. But yes, they're going to start right away. California is a perfect example. We have a dealer here in the state of New Mexico who has a Stellantis dealership here and a Stellantis dealership in California. And the way that's manifested itself in California is that even before the guidelines, they now do not stock ICE vehicles. They're not sent from the manufacturer at all. They have PHEVs. They don't have any EVs yet, but they have a lot full of PHEVs. And as Ken has referenced earlier, the option for someone in California who wants to buy an ICE vehicle is either to go to a state where they can sell them still, or to order one and wait 6 to 8 weeks for delivery.
Continuing along with some of that, so I understand that in New Mexico, we love our pickup trucks. And there are, well, I'm not sure if this is a question or a statement. It appears that there are plug-in hybrid pickup trucks that are starting to come on the market, some of which seem like it's more about adding torque rather than improving gas mileage. What do you know about those? Do those play into this program at all?
Well, no, I'm a total, yeah, I'm like, what do you guys, oh, I'm a filibuster. That's what they call me on the board, I'm a filibuster. So the Lightning is the only fully electric pickup that exists on the marketplace right now.
But are there hybrids? Plug-in hybrids pickups.
Well, there's no one that I'm aware of that has a plug-in hybrid truck. Not that's on the market. There's some plans.
Okay.
But just like the Silverado that keeps getting referenced in this meeting, those have been pushed back. I mean, just in the last month, they've said, we're not ready for that, we're not ready for that.
Okay, I mean, I understand there's a lot of, in the software business, it's called vaporware, but cars that are kind of conceptualized and they look like they exist, but you can't actually buy them.
That's right.
Yeah, as I was seeing here, the 2023 Ford F-150 hybrid, but maybe that's not a real thing. Or it's not really.
Ford guy.
Oh, okay.
Actually, there is a hybrid F-150, and in fact, there's 3 or 4, and Zach would have been, he's the perfect guy.
Yeah.
But there is 3 or 4 different, there is a hybrid F-150 that you can actually use as a generator at the job site. So,
interesting, yeah.
But it's not plug-in.
Oh, it's not plug-in, okay.
It's a conventional hybrid.
Gotcha, yeah.
Which aren't considering this regulation.
Right, I understand, yeah. Although, I suppose, from an engineering point of view, they could create a plug-in hybrid version of that.
Right.
Yeah. But I also want to, so the issue about the relationship between the regulation and the manufacturers, and then the manufacturers and the dealers still seems it is complicated, obviously. Play this out for me, though, because if the regulation goes through and what you're describing in terms of like the way you'd have electric vehicles sitting on the lot plays out, how does that play out over time? Like, do rural dealers go bankrupt and we see a consolidation of dealerships in the big cities? Do the big manufacturers pull out of New Mexico as a market altogether? I don't think that would happen. How does this play out realistically, given that I assume the manufacturers want to sell vehicles in the state of New Mexico, even though they're a small market? So could you, any of you, how do you see that realistically playing out?
My family has gone broke in the automobile business, as another gentleman in the same board. So we've had real life experience with that, and it is very real. I've been doing this for 45 years. I'm just as paranoid today about my business as the day I started. So would there be attrition? Yes. Would there be a tremendous amount of pushback? Hopefully. The consumer would rally up and say, you know what? We want what we want. We're going to pay for the thing for 8 years. We want what we want.
We've already lost 4 Buick dealers in the state of New Mexico.
What were the circumstances that drove that?
The electrification of Buick in the future and their investment, the investment required to sell the electric line of Buick, which has not been disclosed as when it's going to be released. And according to my zone manager last month, it's going to be a long time.
Was Buick putting pressure on the dealers to get set up for that, and the dealers just like, no, we can't do that?
Cadillac in Farmington also was just given back to the manufacturer.
And probably more relevant would be just the availability of cars themselves. I mean, the higher price points, there'll still be dealers out there selling them, but as these dealers begin to either go out of business or consolidate, that price point, that average price point, we'll see continue to keep rising. So eventually, buying a new car just won't be for everybody.
Right.
To further answer your question, I hope, my concern, personally, my biggest concern is relative to used cars. As I described in my testimony, I mean, some significant portion of my customers are used car customers. We sell more used cars than we do new cars.
Yeah.
And a significant portion of my customers are, and I don't know what to sell them anymore. I mean, it's gotten to the point where, again, that average Roswell citizen that I discussed can't afford a used car on my lot either. Right. And that is a result directly of the shrunken supply of new vehicles that we went through for 2 or 3 years. So to answer your question a little more directly, what happens is, as Mr. Horace's spreadsheet would have shown you, is that over a period of time, in order to keep up with the regulations, almost every dealer in New Mexico, theoretically, except for maybe the big Volkswagen EV dealer, theoretically over the course of just months, doesn't have ICE vehicles to sell anymore, right? Given the demand that exists now for EVs and our projections relative to demand, okay, that makes our new car franchises worthless. I mean, it really does. If you can't sell at a profit, and it's an interesting side note that with General Motors, and everybody's got a different story, but with General Motors, every ICE vehicle every EV vehicle that they've sent us so far, and their intention in the future, they sell it to us for $50,000, for example, and the MSRP on the vehicle is $50,000. Right. So no profit, no markup at all. So the first one of those I got a year and a half, 2 years ago, I called and I said, hey, district manager couldn't answer, the guy above him couldn't answer. I finally got to someone kind of up the food chain, and he said, Travis, honestly, let me tell you, nobody's making money in EV, and that includes you. And I'm like, well, then why are we doing it? Right. I mean, to some degree, I mean, if Ford loses $36,000 every time they build one, we don't make $1, and then who's paying the piper? And eventually it just comes down to the taxpayers and the consumers themselves who end up having to pay for those inequities, right? Yeah. So to answer your question, I mean, I think it's totally reasonable to expect that if it goes exactly as the regulation is written, that it would be a very short period of time before, in New Mexico, with the current level of demand for EVs, that a lot of us would be out of business.
Interesting. There was another point I was going to add. Oh, I mean, so there's nothing in the regulation that says that the auto manufacturers can't renegotiate your agreements, but it sounds like, or can you comment a little bit on the history of, like, do they ever change their agreements to make it easier for you guys to do business?
When they go bankrupt.
Yeah.
The only time.
Yeah.
Oh, when the automakers go bankrupt.
In the history of General Motors and Stellantis, the only time they ever renegotiated a dealer agreement is when bankruptcy gave them the ability to reorganize their. Yeah, in the history of General Motors and Stellantis specifically, the only ones I'm talking about, the only rewritten dealer agreements came on the back of their bankruptcies back in 08, 09. So bankruptcy court gave them the ability to change these lifelong agreements.
And you can point to Pontiac and Plymouth and Studebaker. I mean, it goes way back. We used to have hundreds and hundreds of manufacturers.
Yeah,
So
sure.
we keep narrowing it.
Right. Good. All right, thanks. I mean, it's all very interesting, but I'll let my other colleagues continue the questioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you ready? Chair Paul.
Ms. Ricks, everyone. First, thank you. I really appreciate a lot of enlightening testimony, a lot of lessons about the market. So I'm hearing a lot of you say that you like EVs, but you really don't want a mandate, and you don't believe it would work. In our roles in environmental regulation, I think we have to be sympathetic to that, and we also have to look at the bottom line on climate. And so without a mandate, if it's imperative for us to address carbon emissions from your sector, and without a mandate, how do we get there? How do we get to net zero in 2050? And how do we do it? Like I'm worried about risking that in the market and letting the market decide that, because so far the market hasn't decided that, right? And we know the climate crisis is here now. And so I'm just curious about your perspective of, like, if we didn't have a mandate, how would we get carbon emissions to where they need to be?
So in the past, and it came up during testimony, in the past there was things that were mandated that were good for the general public. And somebody mentioned airbags, and somebody mentioned disc brakes, and somebody CHAMSLs, which are center mounted high stop lamps, seat belts. It goes on and on and on. New Mexico does not operate in a vacuum. We are surrounded, in other words, our demand would simply squirt out or is exported to our surrounding states. So when you're looking for that kind of mandate, it really needs to come from a national level, where we say nationally, this is what we are going to do. Otherwise, it's like water. Water always finds its own level. And so even though you choke off the water here, the level rises somewhere else. So you can't really have a mandate when you just have 14 states doing it. Now, you have some very powerful states that have, California, California in particular. That's how they had the ability originally to mandate their emissions. They were simply so big. But with us being surrounded by non-mandated states, you're not really accomplishing what you want to do. You need a national level. And I would address the same thing on the battery recycling. I know that question came up, but battery recycling won't work until you have a national mandate. We have 99.9% battery recycling on existing lead acid batteries. We can do it with EVs too.
I got to say, I'm so glad you asked that question. I was like really, really hoping someone asked that question, because the answer seems so clear, right? I mean, again, as I testified, emissions are a real thing. Air pollution is a real thing. It's damaging to the public health, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Every one of us as humans, not just car salesmen or councilmen, as humans should have some concern for what we're doing to our planet. I think it's reasonable that we do something about emissions. Unfortunately, this rule doesn't do anything for emissions, because you can't make people buy the cars, right? So it doesn't actually accomplish its stated purpose. We heard 2 days worth of testimony from people who aren't even from New Mexico. That was kind of weird to me that we didn't have any consultants from New Mexico. It didn't seem like, but we heard 2 days of testimonies about all the bad things air pollution does to people and stuff and whatever. And man, that's dramatic. And I was, it was neat to me to kind of hear that there's just a whole industry of people that make a lot of money per, attacking this problem, right? Or attacking this problem, right? But the reality is this: if you want to fix emissions, adopt rules that target emissions, okay? And the federal laws target emissions. I mean, they're very stringent. I don't know if you guys are familiarized yourself with them, but they're very stringent, right? But they are specifically about emissions. This regulation doesn't do anything to curb emissions. It makes me stock cars that people currently aren't buying. And if they don't buy them, then none of the effects. So the sheet that's been out in the foyer, I've just studied it for the last number of days. All of those savings and all the metric tons of reduced pollutants and all that stuff, none of that happens if people don't buy cars. And you can't make them. And worse than that, if we develop ACC2, they will be able to buy them anyway. And they'll be able to bring them into New Mexico anyway. So my farmer guy that I'm talking about, that can't buy a truck from me because I don't have any anymore, still just drives 2.5 hours to Lubbock, buys one and brings it back. Guess what? He's still polluting the environment in New Mexico. So ACC2 as a regulation does zero to reduce emissions. So 2 days worth of testimony, 2 days worth of testimony, and none of it happens if people don't buy the cars.
I appreciate that point. I think there is, personally I don't fully understand, because I think that if you argue that each individual actor can't make a difference, if the bigger actor doesn't make a difference, then why are, the US and China met on climate yesterday? Why do anything nationally if China's not doing it? Then you could make that argument. And if we add another state, so if you're talking about New Mexico, sure, we're a small state, we're a small number of people, we have more trucks, so maybe we have less impact, because we're not going to have as many sedans switching over. But that would be one more state. So I don't get the math there, I guess.
Fix the demand. I mean, if you want to fix this problem, I mean, really, it's about customers wanting to buy the EV. And I talk to customers all the time that want to buy an EV, but fix the problem. Fix the charging, put the charging out there, make the cars competitively priced, and to that point, if you don't do that, they're just going to go to across the border and buy a car. And it doesn't solve what you want to solve, and it puts us out of business.
I think your question is spoken like a true believer. I mean, I love what you're saying. You're saying why not just be one more state that's doing the right thing, right? I mean, in theory.
No, in numbers.
Yeah. No, I mean, why not just be one more state, right, that's doing the right thing, regardless of what our neighbors do and whatever. The bottom line, though, is that has to affect emissions, right? It has to affect emissions, right. And it doesn't affect emissions if people don't buy the cars. So you can't make people buy the cars. So I mean, again, you can mount your high horse and be one of these states that's look how hardcore we are, But if it doesn't have the net effect of reducing emissions, why do it at all?
So what do you think will happen if we were to enact this mandate? Do you think that fewer EVs won't be sold at a higher rate?
I think EVs will be sold at whatever rate it grows nationally. I think New Mexico exhibits currently that the demand for EVs is considerably lower than the nation. It'd be cool if we could get to the national level, but guys, that's 7%. Okay, I mean we're half the way there now. Okay, and that's including PHEVs, which only represent a very small portion of what you guys keep going back to PHEVs count. Well, PHEVs count as 20% of the 43%. That's 7 units, right? Or, out of 100, right? So I think that New Mexicans will adopt EVs as their needs suit, and it doesn't matter whether you make us stock them or not. They're going to buy what they want to buy, right? And they still can.
So, okay. There is one other solution, and I'm not a fan of it as a taxpayer, but you can incentivize the car. Georgia did this. You can look up what Georgia did in the past. And they incentivized all their EVs. At one point in time, they were the #1 market for EVs in the United States. And they simply took taxpayer money and incentivized those cars. The taxpayer in me says, that isn't right. The car guy in me says, bring it, So I don't know. But that's addressing the demand side that he was talking about.
And then there's 4 Mazda dealers that won't get any EVs because there isn't an EV. So the 20% is all we'll be able to rely on, and we won't be able to satisfy the 43% right away. Buick doesn't have an EV that would qualify for the rebate, and the EVs that 400,000 EVs have been postponed till the end of 2025 now with General Motors, and they're not even telling us when they're going to bring an affordable Buick line to us. So now both GMC Buick stores and Mazda stores will not be able to meet the EV requirement that the mandate demands.
Is that all? Yeah, I appreciate you all answering the hard questions. So.
Thank you. Member Eberlein, do you have questions of this panel?
I just have the fact am I on? Yeah. Okay. It sounds, I can't hear myself. Okay, I thank the panel for coming here and driving long distances, come and inform us about what the car business is, but I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Armijo.
Yeah, I got a couple of comments and questions. I've heard from your panel and the previous panel, and everybody kind of repeats the same thing, that we New Mexicans do not buy EVs. And I'm just wondering, how does Tesla stay in business if they're not buying EVs? That's all they sell.
You want to know?
Yes.
Okay. So Tesla, for the first 13 years is in business, didn't make a dollar. I mean, not $1. Okay. There was a gentleman yesterday who said Tesla's the most valuable car company in the world. There's only one way that they qualify as the most valuable automaker in the world, and that's based on their stock price. Okay. It's based on their stock price. And interestingly enough, Tesla trades at multiples of what Mercedes-Benz, who's a famously profitable oldest automaker in the world, trades at. Why? Mercedes-Benz is famously profitable, and Tesla is famously not profitable. How is it that they trade at such a high dollar amount? Well, I won't go into a long dissertation on ESG investment, but functionally, when BlackRock, an institutional investor, decides to take the California Retirees Pension Fund, all 10 billion of it, and invest it in Tesla stock, it drives Tesla's stock value up, right? And so Tesla's not making money as a company. They're making money as a stock value, right?
Are you indicating that Tesla is not selling vehicles at the two
No, I'm indicating
dealerships they have in the state?
No, they are. They're just losing money at it.
So Tesla is profitable because they sell the credits to other manufacturers. And that is a huge source of income, and it's been that way for the last 7 years. Last year, they were actually profitable on their own without selling the EV credits. But then he dropped the prices so much that they went back into, they need to, because they're such a huge, so they sell a credit to Mazda or to someone who is not in the EV game. And that's a huge source of, they would not have made it if it not have been for, I mean, it's like $780 million a year or something.
Yeah, and I would argue that Tesla's not selling to the same customers that we're not going to sell to as well. I mean, my $25,000 Jetta guy, he's not buying a Tesla. The guy that lives in Gallup that's hauling water, he's not buying a Tesla. I mean, it's all the same anyways, yeah. Right.
Well, I'm on the Tesla website now, and this is from here in New Mexico, and there's a Model Y for $48,999. Do you consider that a luxury vehicle?
Well, it's not us that decided they're luxury vehicles. They're considered by the industry as a luxury vehicle. Okay. I mean, so I'm not saying that a $48,000 vehicle is necessarily a luxury vehicle. I'm just saying that the industry has designated them as a luxury vehicle. So if you want to look them up on Consumer Reports, you have to look under luxury vehicles.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I have just a few questions. Before we lose the train, though, on the Teslas, their model for moving into EVs was also extremely different from the beginning. They started at the highest end and then came down to the point where now I can't drive down the street without seeing a Tesla going by at the lower end. So thinking back on that, a lot of what we've heard today is that it's the high-end EVs that are on the lots now. So I'm wondering if that is also a model that is going to play out within the current EV model in the sedans, especially, and in the SUVs, that it is going to be the high-end ones that sell first, and once they start being seen on the roads and they start getting the publicity, you're going to see that trickle down into the lower volume models and the production increase on those. Do you see that playing out?
So I hope that that's what happens. I really do. None of us have any interest in not selling EVs. Okay, I mean that's not the problem. We hope that happens. That's just not what's happened yet, right? So the question that you have to ask yourself is absent the knowledge that that's going to happen, how can you put a mandate up that forces your low end, that forces the ICE vehicles that people are demanding right now out of the market?
Well, I have some other questions about that. Okay, so I really appreciate clarifying that the discrepancies that we saw in the numbers from the state were because we were looking at two different metrics. I mean, we're seeing so much and hearing so much. I never pulled out that one was in numbers and one was in percent, so that was really, really helpful. Thank you. Having said that, though, what that means is that if our percentage is staying the same and the numbers are going up, clearly there's been a big bump in overall vehicle sales, and I'm assuming that's coming from the slowdown from COVID and just catching up. My question is, if that is indeed what we're seeing in the market, as we now start catching up with that COVID deficit, are we going to see the ICE vehicles start to decline because they're caught up, whereas the EVs that were increasing in numbers, that trend could continue, meaning that percentage over the next couple of years is going to dramatically change? Is that one explanation of what we're seeing?
Yes, so we went from an undersupply where we had no inventories at all, and now we're going into an oversupply, and our inventories are filling up, and we'll stop ordering pretty soon here. And that's driven by a couple of things. Number one, obviously the average price of a new car got way too high. Manufacturers are trying to downsize the pricing of their car. Number two, the interest rates. And a real easy example is a local credit union. We were just talking, they typically bought $60 million worth of paper, we call it paper, but there's $60 million worth of loans a month in New Mexico. And the last 2 months, they've only bought $20 million worth of paper. So the slowdown, we're in the slowdown. So you're seeing a slowdown, and you're seeing this huge tsunami of EVs coming. And that's what's got...
Well, and that's what I'm wondering.
General
Once you see
Motors,
that slowdown in total volume,
if
you've seen that uptick in numbers of EVs, that's a completely different crowd and market than you were seeing before COVID.
Yeah.
And just thinking about those numbers, I would anticipate maybe that would be growing, and I don't know if that's what
I
you're
also
seeing.
think we're going to see some small, we're not going to see the 400%, or 1,200%, or I don't know, whatever the percentage is that we need to increase to get to the mandate. But you're going to see an improvement simply because the manufacturers, they realize they have a problem, and they're getting better. I see better leases. A lot of times we call it subventing, meaning they're putting some kind of secret money into a lease to make it more attractive, to keep the iron moving. And there'll be some good deals, even from me.
Do we have any data on the number of EVs currently registered in New Mexico that were purchased out of state?
No, we have no way of knowing.
Because word of mouth, I would expect that. I mean, just from what I hear and the people
Up
I
until
know.
2 years ago, 100% of the Teslas were purchased out of state. So,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
But I was wondering about the during COVID, during slowdown, all of that. It seems like that would have been...
Well, no matter what that number is, we're measuring registrations, which is
Oh, that's right.
which is
Yeah.
New
Okay.
Mexicans who registered EVs in the state. So wherever they bought them, we're still talking about people registering.
Yeah, that's
so,
true. Thank you.
And I want to answer your last question a little bit more. You've asked a lot of very insightful questions the last couple of days, and you don't always get the answer you're looking for. I want to try to give you the answer you're looking for. Cliff did a great job of explaining what's happened, oversupply, undersupply, whatever. I think what you're asking is, do you think the share, right? From 7, nationally 7% now in the state of New Mexico. I think that's what you were asking.
Yeah.
You're asking, do you see the share of EVs going up? And the answer is yes. It's undeniable. I mean, you can't have seen the level of investment from all the manufacturers in EVs and not expect that there's going to be better throughput in EVs. We're not denying that. I mean, we're not even trying to deny that. The problem for us, again, with the mandate is that because of all the things we've talked about, and I won't run back through all of them, but infrastructure and all these, and affordability and all these things that we've talked about, because none of those things are there already. And you asked a great question on the TV earlier, where you said, well, how long did it take? I mean, we started this 2 years ago. There's 10 years on these rules or whatever. And my answer is that we can't get there until people choose to buy EVs. And mandating that the manufacturers send them to us does not make them choose EVs.
Another question? I was going to, but you look like you were going to tell me not to. Oh, okay. And I mean, thank you for that, but I would add to that then, I mean, you've mentioned that this is something that has to be driven from the federal end, But we have a very broken federal government. It's not going to make any decisions. And so I think it goes back to Maxine's question about what is a viable selection. Lots of people are saying we need a New Mexico law. The climate isn't going to wait.
Right.
And those levels of greenhouse gas emissions that we're looking at bringing down in order to try and deal with that, that's not going to wait until whatever's happening in Washington straightens out. And so I think waiting for a federal solution is maybe not as feasible as it might be. I mean, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that, but it's not going to happen. And so what is a viable alternative given that we are in a situation where we're restricted to two options? We wait for that federal piece, or we do this piece,
Yeah.
or nothing.
I think you're actually asking about the learning curve of the public. And if you were to come to me 5, 7 years ago and say, what's the acceptance of a hybrid in my market? You know, Bubba ain't gonna buy no, hybrid. That was 5, 7 years ago. But we've slowly explained to them and shown them over and over. Plus, with the hybrid, you don't need to pay the premium. That $10,000 premium for the EV is only $1,500, because the battery is so much smaller. But lately, and I think we would all concur, we see acceptance. Bubba will buy a hybrid. He'll also buy a Ford F-150 with a 6-cylinder engine, which I never thought would happen, and on and on and on. So I think as the public gets used to that hybrid, it's much less of a step to go then on to the EV in the next trading cycle. And again, the trading cycle, you think about it, I mean, most people are driving a 10, 12-year-old car. There's 350 million cars in the United States registered. These are rough numbers. We replace with a brand new car 15 to 17 million depending upon production. So you can do the math and see how long it's going to take to flow through to replace the entire fleet. It's 20, 30 years.
Yeah, but modeling, I think, would you agree that the more people see or know a person with a positive experience, but then that takes volume. So, it's really hard because I sort of feel like we're trying to predict the future on a present that's very distorted. And I think that becomes very difficult. I think all of the things that we've seen are still being influenced by COVID, and that makes it really hard to know what's evolving and what's going to happen. And I think the position we're looking at is what can be done to speed the slope of that curve.
So if I might make a suggestion, because it's a great question. It's a great question. If I might make a suggestion, rather than regulating the supply when you can't control the demand, okay, because you can't control whether people buy them, rather than regulating supply, let's regulate emissions. That's what the federal plan is a regulation of emissions. If the stated purpose of 2.5 days worth of testimony is to say that air pollution is a big problem and tailpipe emissions are a big part of it, I thought it was interesting. I wrote it down when one of these consultants was giving their presentation. Number 2 biggest air polluter is transportation sector. Does anyone remember what number 3 was?
Number 1?
Number 3. No,
Yeah.
oil and gas was number 1. Does anyone remember what number 3 was?
Electricity, yeah.
What's that?
I asked that question.
Electricity
actually,
production.
What the balance between
Okay,
those.
electricity production. And the difference was 2%, right? 2% between transportation emissions and electricity production. So you tell me, does adding electricity demand in the state of New Mexico reduce emissions if it increases electricity demand? I'm not the scientist, right? So I can't come up with the deal, but what I'm saying functionally is I agree with you. I think we got to do something, right? We got to do something. But mandating supply does nothing to reduce emissions. Mandating emissions does, right? Putting in a program that requires everybody, whether they have a 13.9-year-old car like the average New Mexican does, or a brand new car, have updated emissions. Have mufflers, have tailpipes. You could go to, we used to have a dealership in Espanola, and I spent lots and lots of time up there. And like 9 out of every 10 vehicles that drove by our dealership didn't have a muffler, right? That's meaningful emissions reduction. I mean, those people aren't buying new cars anyway. And if you think about it, if there's 360 used cars sold, 70,000 new, that's 430,000 total. What you're trying to regulate, you can't regulate the purchase, but let's say it worked. And because you delivered 43% was purchased, you're still only talking about 43% of new cars, which is 24,000 of 430,000 total vehicles. I mean, it's a drop in the bucket. It's not even meaningfully. Someone said, and this just struck me, and I wrote it down, I circled it, I circled it, I circled it. I wrote it down. Someone said, our kids won't forgive us for not doing something about this. And what I thought in my mind is, I thought, our kids won't forgive us for doing something that doesn't actually solve a problem, right? To dedicate tons of treasure, taxpayer dollars, everything else, to a regulation that doesn't make people buy more EVs, right?
And then the EVs that are for sale, make them more attractive to buy. Build out infrastructure. Make sure there's plenty of charging. Make sure that the price point is less of a price point so that the average New Mexican that can afford it. You know, I talk to EV buyers all the time. They want to buy this car. They want to drive an electric car. They just can't. They can't get the price point, and they can't figure out how to get their car charged. Put that out there, and it'll help grow that demand and help solve this problem as well.
All right. We're going to move to the next board member question. Member Coleman.
I actually think my question was asked already, so I'll pass. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Member Bitzer.
Let's take a look here. We'll circle back to the Mazda. We probably have some friends or family or folks that you serve on those national boards with. We have, 13 states, 11 states that have done this? What happened to the Mazda dealers in those states? I mean, California is probably different, but Oregon's not that different than New Mexico in terms of its size.
I don't know what happened to the dealers in California. I know a few of them. I guess I could call them up. They had the EV that we were talking about. It was called the MX-30 that was discontinued for 2023. They will not be building another EV. They are going to focus their production in the United States for plug-in hybrid and regular hybrid. So they had EVs available to them up to this year.
One of the manufacturers that I have, and I'm reticent to say this, because I don't think it's their policy yet, but when asked how they were going to treat dealers that were full-on EV dealers and those who had opted out, they said, well, in order to be fair, we can't let the people who opted out have all the ICE, right, allocate that way. They said, we will just simply reduce your total allocation to, in this case, the 57%. That was just a zone manager. That wasn't the big guys at the top.
One of you also had were you the other one that had Mazda in your inventory? You were. So do you know anything about what happened to those guys in other states?
No, I don't know what happened in those states. Really, Mazda hasn't said anything in terms of just an EV. I mean, we lost the one that they did have, and everything that they've told us is coming forward is a plug-in hybrid. Oh yeah, you can't throw a can without hitting a charger in our place. I got chargers everywhere, so yeah, no, we've got Mazda chargers, I got Volkswagen chargers, I can charge the world.
And then one real quick follow-up, whatever happened to the rotary engine Mazda?
Definitely not good for emissions. Definitely not good for emissions.
Sorry, that's off topic.
All right.
Mazda just announced a hybrid that's using one pancake of the rotor to run a generator to charge the battery.
Member Garcia, do you have questions of this panel?
Yes, I do. There have been a lot of public comment about people wanting to buy hybrids or plug-in hybrids, and they can't find them here, and they go out of state. I have I have 3 friends myself that one bought a hybrid in Colorado and the other 2 are trying to figure out where did she get it? They want one too. So I want to ask you, in terms of marketing, certainly with, human beings, if they see a lot of people with a particular product, then suddenly they want that product if they see it. So do you think if more people were able to get either plug-in hybrids or EVs, and they started seeing more on the road in New Mexico, that would also drive some of the market? Would that help?
Yes, absolutely. And we see that exactly. And right now, I cannot get enough hybrids, and I cannot get enough plug-in hybrids to satisfy the demand. But the flip side is we have too many EVs. When I asked, in this case it was a regional manager, and I said, why are you, he says, it's just what we're doing, don't fight it, it's just the way it is. So you're right, there is a shortage of hybrids. And oddly, I don't know if that, when there is a shortage, if it doesn't create more demand. I feel like there's more demand for hybrids now than I've ever seen. It's because it's like with a child, as soon as he knows he can't have it, then it inflates the value.
And to clarify, because of the way this regulation is written, out of every 100 vehicles, those plug-in hybrids can represent about 7 to 8 of those units. So the regulation isn't doing anything to substantively increase the supply of PHEVs, which I think we all agree is a viable, very viable next. It's a great transition car for EV, right? If we're going to go to EV eventually, you do what I did this summer. I went on a vacation with my family. I rented a PHEV, plugged it into the 110 outlet every night. 3 weeks, used a tank and a half of gas, and I went, this is the coolest thing I've ever had. I mean, turn it from electric to gas at any given time. And my experience with the electric portion of that deal was such that it made me that much more interested in the potentiality of EV. Now, again, you got to have the infrastructure so you don't feel like you're going to be stranded out in the middle of Timbuktu if you can't find a charger. But that's what PHEV does, is it gives you the alternative, the gas engine that's there if you need it. And then what you find out is if you manage your usage, you could go to a full EV, right? But this rule doesn't do that.
I've got a customer now with a Mazda plug-in hybrid, and they fill their vehicle once a month. They've learned how to drive it. It's the best vehicle they said they've ever owned, and they fill it up with fuel once a month, for that very same reason.
Thank you.
All right, Member Ely?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Trujillo?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. One, I just wanted to kind of flesh out an idea that we've heard throughout the hearing about going across to other states and buying vehicles and stuff. And I've kind of pieced what I think everybody's trying to say together. So I just want to see if I've got this narrative correct. So as 2027 comes around, based on the allocation model that you have, let's use the Jetta as an example. Great car. But yeah, I have the anti-Albuquerque theft on mine. It's a manual transmission. So, but I think that's a really good example because you, I think, indicated in your testimony that it would not be available to be sold in the state because you just wouldn't be getting it from allocation purposes. So, kind of stepping back a little bit, in 2027, all these vehicles, because of the way the manufacturers work, they would all be able to be sold in all 50 states. They'd be California certified. You just wouldn't get them. And so a consumer in New Mexico would have to go to Texas, Colorado, Arizona to get the Jetta. And that's where people are starting to cross the state line. Is that what I understand?
If you wanted to get one and you went out of state, I wouldn't talk to you ever again. But yes, that's exactly what we're concerned about. We see it now, and we particularly saw it during COVID. We all ran out of cars, and it was bad. We all ran out of cars, and kind of to what you saw, people couldn't get cars, so they started going to another state. We see that, we still see that now. Now, as dealerships' inventories increase, a lot of that will push back. But exactly, once this gets put in place, if I don't have the ICE car, there's a Volkswagen dealer in Amarillo. I compete with this dealer constantly in Amarillo.
Okay,
No
so I
rule.
just want to make sure I understood that narrative correctly about going across state lines.
Exactly.
And to clarify on that narrative, the real concern there is the customers. I mean, it's not just what it does to our business. I mean, I don't feel like the state owes us, protection for our businesses. I feel like the state owes the consumer an alternative to getting gouged somewhere because of a reduced supply.
So, and there was a lot of confusion early on in the testimony about California certifications versus and whether they could bring the car into the state. And I think it's finally clear in everyone's mind is there is no barrier. These are all 50 state certified cars. Manufacturer goes around and looks at the most restrictive emissions out there and then builds the car to that, which means it's 50 states. That includes California. So there's no barrier to going and purchasing a car anywhere you want, which is America. I mean, you should be able to buy a car anywhere you want.
Okay, and great, that kind of leads to my next question. I was curious about, I've certainly seen lots of commercials and things on TV about being able to have your car delivered to your front yard and things like that. So, and as I understand, you all operate more of a traditional model with lots and cars out there on the lots. And so I'm kind of just curious, like, where do you see, despite whether it's electric vehicles or not, like how do you see your industry kind of changing with some of the newer car models coming out, and if consumers are just generally going to be ordering their cars like Amazon to their front door, or I'm just kind of curious about in general, how do you see your industry kind of evolving?
So I know that for Bob and I, Mazda and GMC have a platform. We have a digital showroom where you can log on, put in your information, build your car, apply for credit, all of that. We can essentially do exactly what you're saying. I have 0 requests for that. I have had, I don't know if you've had any.
The microphone.
Oh.
We do quite a bit of digital, that online retailing, and our customers, about a third of them are here in Albuquerque, about a third of them, oddly enough, are within the state, and about another third are out of the state. We're there digitally. That whole thing has changed, yes, that we do quite a bit of that.
So, yeah, so.
I started. And GM has Shop Click Drive. So it's out there. I just don't think that people know about it or they expect it of us. So we're trying to get that out.
My experience is 100% of the people shop online originally. In my case, 100% also want to test drive it and take delivery from somebody that can look across the table and know who they're dealing with.
So, and just like I said in my testimony, different dealerships, different geographies, different situations. I've been for 20 years, I've been delivering cars all over the planet. I mean, long before there was a Carvana or there was a Vroom or whatever. I started, like I said, I put myself through college selling cars. I started in Texas, and I have 300 or 400 Texas customers that buy cars from me all the time. They started back then, and I drive them to, we put them on a truck and we ship them. The major difference between Vroom or Carvana and most conventional dealerships at this moment in time is that the conventional dealerships just can't afford Super Bowl commercials. I mean, we do the same thing. We have the same capacity. We have for way longer than they did. They just had a really, really big chunk of change they started with, and so you know that they do that, and you don't know that we do that.
And in my testimony, I'd even added that one of the concerns is by pushing these customers out of state, so they've got to buy that, and they don't even have to go out of state. They can, to your point, have the car delivered to their driveway. The limit law, does anyone know what state the limit law of that transaction would apply? the state they purchased it in? Do we really want our New Mexico residents going to Oklahoma or Texas or wherever to get those kind of protections? We adhere to quite a few laws and regulations and processes that this state mandates, and they're all good. We do them. That customer, by forcing him out of state, they don't. There's no obligation whatsoever other than what that state has for protections.
And I mean, we've talked a lot about your sales structure and business structure, and I kind of want to kind of pull in some of Member Lewis's kind of where she was going with her line of questioning there. But you know, we've heard a lot of we tend to hear a lot of the negatives on each party side when they're presenting things. But I'm curious, is there an opportunity? Like as we are moving towards more fuel efficient vehicles and reduction of emissions, and with your business structure, do you see opportunity in how to better market these vehicles or sell them, get them off the lot, move them out? Is there changes or opportunity that you see? And I mean, that's a big question. So
I'll give you an example, like of what we're doing. I mean, as an example, because I think the answer to your question is yes. Like what we're doing, and it sounded to me like one of these other guys did something like this. We're holding loaner cars that are EVs or plug-in hybrids for our customers to use when they're having service performed on their ICE vehicles. And the reason is so that they can drive them. You know, I mean, a huge part of adoption, just like Ms. Lewis was saying, was just seeing them and touching them and smelling the leather, and you know, I mean, that's a big part of it, a big part of selling anything. And so, yeah, I mean, we're doing all sorts of things to try to make these things go away. And go away sounds negative, just to sell them, just like everything else we try to sell. I mean, we're doing lots of things. There's a lot of stuff happening naturally. You can't watch a football game or a major sporting event without seeing 17 electric vehicle commercials. Yet, if you look, none of those vehicles are anywhere. I mean, very few of them, right? I mean, we have a handful of electric vehicles that have hit the market. They're slow moving, EVs, slow moving. But there's the promise. The gentleman who left said something about, what do you call it, vapor. You know, yeah, there's just all this buzz about what we're going to do. And hey, man, I'm in for when it happens. Let's go, rock and roll. Let's get there. We just have to convince the people to buy them, and that just hadn't happened at the rate that this regulation would require.
well, thank you all. You've all been really great with the information. So thanks for taking your time to come talk to us.
Thank you. Vice Chair Richards, do you have questions of this panel?
Thank you. Actually, I had a question of you, Hearing Officer Worth. I'm hearing a lot of really interesting information that doesn't necessarily comport with what we heard from the State Environment Department and the other testimony from the climate change advocates, et cetera. Will there be an opportunity at the end of this to kind of go back and ask questions of these other panelists to try and figure out why there's such a wide gap here in the information that we're hearing from different parties?
Well, let me answer it this way. The rulemaking procedures for each of the boards, which are pretty similar, not identical, don't contemplate sort of, you know, reaching out and collaring a witness who spoke earlier. However, to the extent either the Environment Department, the Environmental Health Department, or the climate advocates, clean air advocates, excuse me, believe that this testimony has, for example, undermined or undercut, contradicted their testimony of their own witnesses, they will be asked if they want to present rebuttal. I won't ask them, though, until after they've, you know, we finish this panel and the next panel, and it's at their option.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I just needed some clarification. My question was to this panel, and I don't know if you have this information, but I have a hard time looking at percentages without knowing what the actual numbers are because it can vary, right? So in the 2027, there's a percentage of 43%, and it sounds like it actually is closer to 17%. So I think there's some questions amongst you of how that 17% was calculated. What can you tell me what the number 43% would represent in 2027? And one of the underlying assumptions to this is that there have been comments regarding the lack of charging stations and the cost of, for example, level 2 charging. I'm hoping and assuming that infrastructure will be built out gradually and at a high enough level for 43% to actually be able to be achieved. But really, I think my question is, what number is that? What's the absolute number there?
I've actually got that in front of me here. This is 2022's numbers, and so what we'll do is we'll assume that we sold just as many cars in 2027 as we sold in 2022. No way to know that, of course, but we'll use that number to answer your question. So last year there were total registrations of new cars in New Mexico of 66,762. So if you take, and I'm doing a little mental math, that's going to be about 25,000 EVs in the state of New Mexico in 2027. In 2022, EVs represented 1,768 sales.
I'm sorry, 1,768?
1,768 EV sales in calendar year 2022.
Okay.
And to get to 43%, the number is actually 28,707 vehicles. So,
okay, and so essentially
1,400% increase.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. So essentially what you're saying, even, I think there was a question, and still in my mind, what I understood when other panelists were speaking is that this 43% was statewide. So it wasn't necessarily each and every dealership had to achieve this 43%, but the manufacturer had to achieve the 43% delivery in order for this rule to be in compliance, this proposed rule. Is that your understanding as well?
That is correct. That is correct. So the expectation from the, I'm sorry? Yes, but a little explanation maybe. The expectation from the manufacturer is everybody's going to be allocated equally. You guys sort it out amongst yourself.
Oh. Okay, that's an unsaid rule, I guess, or an unsaid expectation.
It's been traditional, though. I mean, I may get too many two-wheel drives, which I can't sell in my neck of the woods, but the gentleman, the dealer in Hobbs can, so we'll trade two wheels for four wheels. That's been a routine part of the business since it began.
So I would imagine for those dealerships that are in the regional or in the rural area, that negotiation, you'd be getting contacted if you were in one of the metro areas and basically shifting those cars that you couldn't sell into like the Albuquerque metro area. But then from what the gentleman from University Mazda was saying is that he's already going to have too many EVs. And so this would be kind of a glut of EVs in the metro areas. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with that? I'm sorry, I forget your name. The person from University Mazda.
That's absolutely correct. I mean, we fully expect that the metro dealers are going to have to carry a lot more water with this, but I'm already currently in today's market turning down anywhere between 30 to 40 EVs a month because I've got no place to put them.
Okay, and so, for what you have on your lot, it sounds like you're having difficulty because of the price tag for these Volkswagen EVs to get purchased.
That's correct.
Okay. And so your argument is that this rule would basically create kind of an artificial supply, it would result in a lack of supply for the ICE and an overage of EVs, and therefore to make up for that, I guess I'm having a hard, so for the ICE vehicles, there wouldn't be enough. And in order for enough cars to be sold from the manufacturer's perspective, they would have to up the price, so it'd be an artificial inflation point.
The feeling is that they would stop selling the if you can only sell, if there's 10 vehicles they can build and 70% of them have got to be electric, the 30% have got to be gas, they're going to build the most expensive 30% they can possibly build. We just saw this. We spent 3 years in COVID and I couldn't get a Jetta. Not because they weren't great cars and I couldn't sell every one of them. It's just because they can send me a $50,000 Atlas and make a lot more money on that car and only send one versus sending me 2 or 3 Jettas. Hope that
Okay, great. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you very much. That's all I had for questions.
Thank you. Chair Spino?
No questions.
All right, thank you. Oh, Member Coleman?
Thank you. Sorry that I skipped my turn before. I actually do just have a quick question based on my own experience that I'm totally just curious about. I drive an Ioniq 5 and I love it. You might remember the last Clean Cars hearing, I had ordered it a few months before that hearing started. I didn't get it until the end of 2022. It took about 9 months. And so I've had it for about a year now. And I understand that you're saying there's too many EVs and not enough demand for it. And I get it that the demand might have been different when I ordered mine at the beginning of 2022 than it is now. But I just want to ask you, because for the last 6 months or so, and I pulled up the emails, Larry Miller, Southwest Hyundai, has sent me an email about once a month asking if I would sell my car back to them. And I'm wondering if you have any insight into why that's happening if there's no demand for EVs.
It's called marketing. Yeah. So dealerships all over the place do it, right? What we do is we'll send you an email. I say we because we've done the same thing with a lot of our customers. We send them a note saying, because the used car market is, the prices of used cars continue to go up, and that makes it more difficult to find them, and it makes it more, the supply has gotten lower. So what we do is we call our customers and say, hey, we'd like to buy your car. And you go, oh, really? You want to buy my car? Great. And then we say, well, what are you going to get? How are you going to replace it? And then we sell you a car. Yeah. It's just marketing. And it's very common.
Why is that still happening if there's no demand for my car?
Because if it gets you in the door to consider buying a car, that's what the purpose of marketing is.
And I've never gotten an email like that before with any other car I've bought.
Well, I can tell you that just about everybody I know does it.
Okay.
So,
Just curious.
I don't know why.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. No other board questions? All right, thank you. We'll turn then to the parties. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of this panel?
Your Honor, I have no questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knight, questions for this panel? I have no questions for this panel. Ms. Sona?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bach or Mr. DeSalen?
No questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Domenici, any redirect based on the board questioning? All right, thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's take a 10-minute break while these folks vacate the witness table and you bring up your next panel, Mr. Domenici. We are back after a break that went longer than advertised, but I hope you feel refreshed. Mr. Domenici, I understand you have another panel.
Yeah, we're going to finish up with one panel, another panel with 4 witnesses.
Thank you very much.
Take care of all our testimony.
Thank you very much. And can I just ask you to have their, as Mr. Ortiz was providing the last panel, have their written testimony in front of them so we don't have the same issue. So I would like them to track their written testimony. If you would swear them.
be sworn under oath.
What?
Oh.
I forgot that. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. DeMenci.
So one of the points I want to make to the board is just that this panel and this party is separate from the New Mexico Auto Dealers Association. This is Automundo Garcia, which is basically one of the group of Garcia family dealers, or dealerships. What you'll find out is the Garcia family has been in transportation in New Mexico, originally and primarily the Albuquerque metropolitan area. They are very progressive. They look forward to moving towards a ZEV world. They've taken significant steps to move in that direction. They are looking forward to continuing those steps. They have been very active in this community. They're a part of this community in many different ways, including business and philanthropical. So they have other businesses that they've chosen to advance in this market and try to pursue economic development in New Mexico as a family objective. What you're going to hear from them is frankly, kind of what I started my opening of my other client is let's be careful we don't move too quickly. We have somewhat of a baseline to build from, but it needs some additional work. I think you've heard some of this testimony. Let the credits catch up, let the infrastructure catch up, and perhaps even take a look at how the California standard is working in California and other states. It does kick in a year earlier in California than this proposed rule. What you'll hear is this proposed rule would actually take place and would govern vehicles delivered in 25 months. So it basically, essentially starting in the January, February of 2026. And so California will start a year earlier. So California will be roughly 13 months from now. There'll be an ability to learn from California. And so I think sort of the gist of it is this rule probably has many downsides, many unintended consequences, many good intentions, and some of the concerns already presented and which will be echoed are public acceptance, which will drive demand, is going to depend on infrastructure being available, on incentives being on the books and available. And so I think the message from this group is a delay of a few years to come back and look at this rule would be beneficial. Other states, if you choose to go that direction, the federal standards would take effect. The California standards will also be in effect. The California 1 standards, which they're on track to meet and we're working towards. Just less than a year and a half ago, those standards were 7 to 9%, and really for the same time period now, those standards are being proposed to be 43%. So what was 7% that was good enough 16 months ago is now being proposed to be increased from that to 43%. And I understand there are some credits that might reduce that. I think those are somewhat hypothetical. But they appreciate the opportunity to share their perspective with the board and answer questions. So with that, I guess you could go ahead and swear them in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So we'll call Michael Martinez first. Mr. Martinez, will you introduce yourself to the board and just tell them who you are?
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you today. My name is Michael Martinez. I'm the platform manager for Garcia Automotive Group, Mercedes-Benz, and Volkswagen in Santa Fe. I have been in the industry for almost 20 years. I started out selling cars, and I moved my way into finance as a finance manager, and then moved to a sales manager, general sales manager, general manager, and now a platform manager.
Will you provide a summary of your written testimony?
Yes. My main areas of responsibility are Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen in Santa Fe, but the company represents multiple different brands. we currently have 258 employees. In 2022, we sold 352 Mercedes-Benz new and used vehicles. We sold 252 new and used Volkswagens. Of those vehicles, 3 of them were Mercedes-Benz that were electric, and 38 of them were Volkswagens. For 2023, we will sell more Mercedes-Benz, but less Volkswagens. Of those vehicles that are electric, currently 11 of them Mercedes-Benz and 23 that are Volkswagen. At our Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen dealerships, we have done a tremendous amount of work already to make our facilities and our teams ready for the ZEV transition. The Garcias have always embraced manufacturer initiatives for as long as I can remember, and we have been early adopters of EVs. I have been a major part of the dealership's transition to EVs as directed by our manufacturers. We have done lots of electrical and structural engineering to our dealerships. We know we have a lot more to do to stay compliant with our manufacturers. That also includes off-site and on-site training at our own expense. We have seen multiple requirements from our OEM partners that affect how we operate, especially in service.
Let me interrupt you. I think OEM's the first, you're the first person to use that. Just explain what that is.
It's original equipment manufacturer.
Thank you.
You got it. Over the next 5 years, Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen will be developing more and more zero-emissions vehicles. No legacy auto manufacturer has been more committed or aggressive than Mercedes-Benz in transforming their company into an EV leader. While most manufacturers have stated their plans for an EV transition, Mercedes is the only one who has actually delivered and currently has 6 different EV models. That's more than Tesla. By 2025, Mercedes-Benz has stated that every single model will be available in an electric vehicle as well as gas. They have also stated by 2030, every one of our vehicles will only be EVs and they will not continue making ICE vehicles. Volkswagen has also been a very early adopter in the EV segment. They were the early backers of Electrify America, which is a national charging station network. The New York Times recently reported that Volkswagen will spend $193 billion on electric cars and software in an effort to sell 20% electric vehicles by 2025. We currently sell the ID4 in Santa Fe at Garcia Volkswagen, and we should have 4 more electric vehicles available by model year 2026. I am familiar with the ACC2 mandate as it relates to the future of the auto industry and what it dictates to New Mexicans. I have read the ACC2 guidelines and Albuquerque Journal coverage of the EV mandate. I have read a lot of articles online and what that does to our marketplace. But I do, however, believe that my day-to-day reality of trying to sell EVs is more telling than anything, however. I support the transition to cleaner vehicles, including traditional hybrids, zero-emission vehicles, plug-in hybrids, and some alternative that we might not even know about yet today. I believe there is a workable solution to make this transition easier and more affordable to all New Mexicans. My main concern for EVs is plain and simple: affordability. The bottom line, most EVs in the market today is that they are on average way too expensive for a typical New Mexican, and they can't afford these vehicles. I understand that Mercedes-Benz It's a luxury vehicle, it's a luxury product, and I know our clients expect to pay a premium for this craftsmanship, refinement, and engineering, but even Mercedes-Benz clients shudder at these prices when it comes to the EVs. The average Mercedes transaction price of around $100,000 is not out of line when you're comparing it to Audi, Rivian, Lucid, or any other luxury EV. But $100,000 for the people of New Mexico, which is one of the poorest states in the country, it's just not even a consideration. The Volkswagen ID.4, which I consider to be one of the best all-around EVs on the market, is still very expensive. The New Mexicans are at a further disadvantage when looking at an EV because we have no state incentives to make the purchase price of an EV remotely comparable to an ICE vehicle. If the state were serious about trying to help all New Mexicans and not just the rich ones in buying electric cars, it would have passed legislation for state EV incentives before pressing this mandate on all of us. I am well known to the car buying public in Santa Fe. Based on my conversations with dozens of customers, range anxiety, the lack of range, lack of public charging stations, the possibility of having to install one at their home is everyone's main concern. And I think all of these are just more elevated in rural areas like northern New Mexico. I am actively trying to sell EVs every single day, but objections from prospective buyers are just too much to overcome almost all of the time. Early adopters bought their Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagens really right when they came out, and the market has just been somewhat stagnant since. It does not seem technically practical to me when most New Mexican car buyers cannot even imagine having an EV in their life without a tremendous amount of anxiety and added expense. My experience tells me it is not going to change for quite a while. The typical EV buyer I sell to has an income of over $100,000 and has multiple vehicles and even multiple homes. This type of lifestyle is not representative of New Mexicans and most Santa Feans. I do not believe the ACC2 mandate is economically reasonable at this time. The main reason is the true lack of demand on the part of New Mexico's car buying public. EV sales are slowing, as CNBC had on their feature story from October 16, 2023. It takes an average for us to sell an EV 3 times the amount of time that it does an ICE vehicle. I believe the Ford F-150 is the #1 selling truck year over year. And current to date, the Ford Lightning has dropped their sales 46%. That's according to Yahoo Finance. Tesla keeps dropping their prices dramatically. From my experience, you don't drop your price when you're selling something. I am not an expert on ACC2, but I can tell you what it looks like when the demand is very, very little, and it's not a great feeling when selling cars is your livelihood. There are many articles that illustrate the lack of EV demand. As I write this, California just announced, per the KCRA, that it is letting its popular EV rebate program expire when the funding runs out this year. The focus will then move to low-income buyers who are even more resistant to EVs. California is letting the bulk of their EV incentives expire, yet we are just starting to embark on an incentive plan here in New Mexico. This is absolutely alarming and makes no sense. The ACC2 mandate is not economically responsible for New Mexico at this time. Adopting the ACC2 mandate in New Mexico is not justified. I represent two of, if not the two most robust companies on the entire market, and even they would not want to participate in this mandate. I am up to date on current production and projections, and I can safely say neither Mercedes-Benz nor Volkswagen would be able to deliver 43% of all of its cars to New Mexico by model year 2027. As I have stated before, the supply is just so much bigger than the demand that no manufacturer would want to try this experiment out in New Mexico. I have lived here nearly all of my life, and we do not have an air quality control problem per the EPA website. It is also my understanding that Albuquerque nor Bernalillo County has this problem. I see no justification for the ACC2 mandate for New Mexico based on the air quality issues, consumer demand, which should be the drivers in the transition to EVs. The typical Tesla owner has a household income of over $130,000. This type of demographic is something that most New Mexicans could never wrap their head around and could never identify with. I think this proposed adoption should be turned down, as it is obviously not in the public interest. Thank you.
I'll call our next witness. Matt Conker. And Matt, will you introduce yourself to the board? Boards.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Matt Conker. I'm M-A-T-T-K-O-N-K-E-R. I'm the COO for the Garcia Automotive Group. I've been in the industry since February of 2000. I started out at a large dealership in Phoenix, Arizona before moving here in 2006 and starting with the Garcia family. I've held the positions of salesperson, finance manager, sales manager, general manager, and COO, I apologize. The Garcia Automotive Group represents Volkswagen, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Mercedes-Benz, Sprinter, Infiniti, Cadillac, Alfa Romeo, Subaru, Honda, and Land Rover. And we are currently retailing roughly 5,000 units a year.
Do you have anything else to add to your testimony?
No. You want me to go through it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
summarize it.
I've trimmed my testimony down quite a bit, just not have the repetitiveness of going through with everybody else. You know, we've spoken a lot about the build out and the infrastructure associated with what we've taken on as dealers representing the manufacturer. We just completed stage one of the Honda dealership, which required us to provide proof that our lifts were upgraded, that our chargers were installed, and that we had purchased our forklift. These were all requirements to even begin the allocation of the vehicles to us, which will be showing up in Q2 of next year. I think that's kind of important, that the manufacturer said, we're not going to allocate you a car, send you a car, until your charges are there, your forklift is there, your lifts can handle it, and you sign up your technicians for training, of which we will be doing a lot of online training with our technicians, and we will be sending them off-site to be trained by the manufacturer for these new products coming out. Honda, who I think we all agree is probably one of the most recognizable brands in the industry based on economy, name, consistency. Through the years, they've just been a trendsetter in so many items, so many ways in the business. We'll be receiving our first EV from Honda in this state, like I said, in Q2 of next year. It's going to be called the Honda Prologue. Honda expects to retail roughly 1.2 million total units next year. When I originally wrote and submitted this testimony, Honda had a plan for 70,000 Prologues to come out. The only EV on the market that will be coming to this area. Unfortunately, we had a meeting about a week and a half or so ago with some representatives from the factory. That number has been dropped down to 40,000. We at Garcia Honda, who we're one of the top new car volume dealerships in the state, will retail roughly 1,800 new cars next year. And when I say next year, from the time the Prologue arrives through the following 12 months, and we're expecting to get 40. That's going to be a difficult track to continue on to head to the numbers we're looking for. We support the transition to cleaner vehicles, including hybrid. I want to touch on hybrid for a second because that is becoming so popular. It's the fastest turning vehicles we have at Honda, including the CR-V and the Accord. I'm sure Aubrey will touch on the Subaru and their plans for the hybrid later. We also support plug-in hybrids. We think that's a big part of the future. We support EVs. We support clean energy and what's coming. We want to be part of the solution. We're just concerned that New Mexico has proposed and adopted a program that the state itself and the people of New Mexico are not ready for at this time. We would propose a delayed implementation of 3 to 5 years so the state, the manufacturers, the dealerships, and other involved entities have the time to fully prepare for an effective implementation. We firmly believe that New Mexicans should add non-plug-in hybrids to the administration of AC2 should it pass. We also think it's illogical that the plug-in hybrid does not qualify for the same credit as an EV. We're confused about that. Obviously, I think it's 20% of the 43%, so what, 8.6 out of the 43. Once again, we're not against EVs, plug-in hybrids, or the future that is coming. What we are against is a mandate that requires us to work with nothing but hope. Hope that the state passes credits next year that they vetoed last year. Hope that the infrastructure grants are submitted in a timely manner. Those same grants are processed in a timely manner. Those grants are approved in a timely manner, and those grants are funded in a timely manner. Hope that the infrastructure build-out happens in a timely manner. Hope that there is no issues with skilled labor that's required to install these products. Hope that there's no supply chain issues with the charging company's product. We say hope on that because we've been doing this. We've been through this. All of these things are happening. Transformers, switchgear, the product themselves, things along those lines. I can't think of much that showed up on time based on our original estimate. We also hope that the build-out stays on budget so there are no delays for any needed funds to be approved to complete the installation. Hope that these items are completely in place for a long enough period of time to give consumers confidence to move forward to the next step in their possible car buying future. We hope that the prices of EVs fall in line with New Mexicans' incomes. We have a lot of hopes. What we're saying is, at least my opinion, is that when the infrastructure is built out, when folks leave their houses, they're driving around, they see these stations.
Emily Freeman, 6'9".
Oh, I'm sorry. We're hoping that when these folks leave their houses, they're driving to work, they're driving to the grocery store, driving their kids to school, sports, whatever it may be, they see these stations. They see that they're well lit, that if it's at night, they can stop and feel comfortable. That if my daughter's coming home from her shift after Dion's at night and she needs to charge, that it's somewhere safe she can do it. That they're readily available. That there's not 2 ports at a stop, there's multiple, so multiple people can do it. And we believe that when they see this, when they build their confidence, that's going to start to transfer people to looking more at this model. And with that time, gives the manufacturers hopefully the ability to catch up to the demand of less expensive, like everybody's talking about. They could be a little more mainstream. But what we're seeing is not only not the percentages, not any of these things I just mentioned about the infrastructure build out, the confidence, everything associated with it. At this time, ACC2 is not technically practicable in New Mexico. The ACC2 mandate is not technically practicable in its current form for New Mexicans that are trying to be ready to implement it. Multiple things have to happen to help the expansion of the EV market. Infrastructure must build, huge financial incentives must be in place, consumer confidence must increase, and ZEV prices must fall in line with New Mexican incomes. I personally believe that New Mexicans should be able to spend their hard-earned money on whatever kind of vehicle they want. I do not believe the ACC2 mandate is economically reasonable currently. The mandated new vehicle sales percentages are unobtainable by the vast majority of manufacturers or dealers, and demand would have to skyrocket to even achieve 50% of the California target by model year 27 in calendar year 26. The effects of this mandate would have massive unintended consequences, such as tremendous job losses related to the auto industry, people buying cars out of state, New Mexicans keeping older, higher polluting cars longer, and driving used car prices through the roof. As I said, I shortened it up quite a bit, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Our next witness is Aubrey Padilla.
Oh, you want that?
A-U-B-R-Y. Last name P-A-D-I-L-L-A. Hello and thank you. My name is Aubrey Padilla and I am the platform manager for Garcia Automotive's North Campus. I have been in the industry for a little over 15 years. I've been a salesperson, internet manager, finance manager, sales manager, general manager, and platform manager. My main areas of responsibility are Subaru, Cadillac, and Alfa Romeo. I'm here today to discuss a few things that I think are important in your consideration in your decision-making process. In 2022, we sold 1,107 new and used Subarus, 364 new and used Cadillacs, and 25 new and used Alfa Romeos. In 2023, we will finish with more Subaru and fewer Cadillac. Alfa Romeo will be about the same. Regarding the EVs, my stores have sold 6 Cadillac Lyrics year-to-date and 5 Subaru Solterras year-to-date. Having represented the Subaru brand for the company for over 8 years, I can safely say that I know my customers. Subaru's customer base is by far the most progressive and environmentally focused of any of the legacy car makers. I'm currently selling EVs at my dealerships and understand that zero-emission vehicles are going to be a big part of our future. I personally want to be part of that solution so I can continue focusing my energy on offering my customers the choice of vehicle they want to spend their money on. We've spent countless hours preparing for these changes, whether it's training, online, off-site, prepping for staging of the charging ports, heavy lifts. We have spent a majority of our efforts just to wait. The power company can't keep up with the demands of the ever-changing guidelines by each manufacturer. My manufacturers have begun to require higher capacity vehicle lifts, and due to extreme weight of electric vehicles, we have also been required to purchase very expensive forklifts as well as other specialized equipment for Subaru and General Motors. Our company, as I stated, pays for training specifically for EVs in addition to ICE vehicles. The biggest challenge, as I mentioned, has been working with the manufacturers, trying to stage the location of our chargers on site, P&M connecting power supply to our property, and supply chain delays and demands. I would say another change that we must administer is how we administer service on EVs, which is run through manufacturer programs rather than doing our own diagnostic work. This really slows the process down. Subaru said that they will introduce 3 more EVs by the end of 2026 and 4 more by the end of 2028 for a total of 8 EV offerings. Cadillac has committed to be all electric by 2030, and there's supposed to be 3 more EV models for 2024, but those have not yet been confirmed. Alfa Romeo said that they will offer an EV in 2025 and 5 models by 2028, but information has been very limited to dealers. I think the biggest area of concern is the cost of an EV compared to a conventional vehicle for the average New Mexican. I know the lack of incentives in New Mexico compared to other states is also a major challenge for me to overcome when I try to sell an EV. I think it's pure conjecture to assume that manufacturers are going to deliver on their EV promises given their very weak demand for EVs across America and all of the supply chain issues they are now facing that aren't getting any better. As a Hispanic woman who works extremely hard and spends a lot of time in the community, I don't think a mandate like this works for the average New Mexican. I and my company support the transition to cleaner vehicles, including hybrids and zero-emission vehicles. We recognize that the future is electric, hydrogen, plug-in hybrid, or another alternative that has not yet fully been developed. Our company wants to be part of the solution best possible for all New Mexicans, not just wealthy EV buyers who are not representative of a typical New Mexican. I do not believe that New Mexico is ready for ACC2 at this time, and we are putting the cart before the horse, especially in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County. The lack of demand for electric vehicles cannot be ignored. EVs stay on my lot for months at a time, whereas ICE vehicles sell a large majority of the time before they even hit the lot. Our day supply is very low in regards to ICE vehicles. The EVs on our lot are at a price point that really boxes people out. So it's concerning to me, especially representing a brand that it's considered to be affordable, to have that mix on my lot. From a consumer standpoint, as I mentioned, I sell at the Subaru dealership an affordable brand that I would say we have an adventurous customer base. They like to go enjoy the great outdoors, they're environmentally conscious, and they like to enjoy things such as skiing, hiking, biking, you name it. But an EV is not a consideration to them. Price point, range anxiety, charger anxiety takes this type of buyer out of the market because of the poor performance of the EV batteries. The weather impacts their desire to enjoy the great outdoors. Also, with Subaru customers, I hear often that we must implement a robust EV battery recycling plan that figures out a way to deal with these extremely harmful vehicle components. This brand represents a zero landfill campaign, so you can imagine that my customers do not get behind these sorts of measures. I know lots of my clients have environmental concerns over the raw materials for ZEV batteries, how they are mined, produced, and recycled. There is a downside to EV batteries that is not being discussed enough, in my opinion. Also, another major unintended consequence that would never occur to the average New Mexican consumer is the pricing and accessibility of used cars if the ACC2 mandate goes into effect. If traditional car makers are forced to meet the ACC2 sales guidelines in 2027, the number of overall vehicles sold in New Mexico will drop significantly. Ignoring the millions of dollars in excise tax revenue that will be lost from selling far fewer new vehicles, there will also be a severe lack of used cars available for the public to purchase at a reasonable price. This applies to all used cars, newer, safer used cars, all the way down to older, higher polluting used cars. When fewer new cars are sold, there are fewer trade-ins, which we sell as used cars. With this massive shortage, the prices will spiral out of control, and only the wealthier New Mexicans will be able to buy them. This is inherently discriminatory against people of color who make less money in New Mexico. I can give you an example. Think about used car prices during the COVID pandemic. Every newspaper, website, and news outlet wrote for over 3 years on the out-of-control prices of used cars. It is my problem that this problem will be worse after ACC2 is implemented because less new vehicles will be sold in New Mexico than during the lowest selling point during the pandemic. I'm at the forefront of EV retailing in New Mexico every day while representing a huge manufacturer like Subaru and an even larger manufacturer in Cadillac, which is part of the General Motors. It does not get any more visible than working with EVs as a General Motors dealer. My vast experience tells me that the ACC2 mandate is in no way technically practicable in New Mexico and will not be for a very long time. I believe that EVs are the wave of the future. We want to embrace them, but the mandate to force customers into buying them is unfair.
Thank you. So we'll turn to our last witness, Carlos Garcia. And Carlos, I'd ask you to introduce yourself to the board members.
Sure. Madam Hearing Officer, board chairs, and board members, my name is Carlos Garcia. That's C-A-R-L-O-S. Last name is Garcia, G-A-R-C-I-A. Just to tell you a little bit about me, I wish I could see you all better, and just want to preface this that I cut my testimony way down to try to cut out a lot of repetitiveness, but my goal is to clarify many key questions by board members that have been asked and I don't think answered totally effectively over the last 4 days. Everything that I am going to touch about is in my written testimony, and so I'm not going to be speaking of anything that isn't. My decades of experience, I think, are different from anything that you've heard the last 4 days, and my perspective is different also. So like Mr. Domenici said, our family's been in the transportation business in New Mexico for over 80 years. During my career, including early on in my career, I worked for General Motors. But over my lifetime, I have dealt with almost every single auto manufacturer and their factory personnel. So you heard us talk about OEMs. That's an automotive manufacturer. My family heavily supports the change and progression towards a ZEV marketplace for vehicles in New Mexico. We are 100% committed, as you've heard, about our investment and what we've done on the dealer side, and we want to be part of the solution to this problem. We were not asked to be considered a stakeholder in any such of a capacity from the city or the state, and if auto dealers were not considered stakeholders in this rulemaking process, I don't know who possibly could be. We do represent a lot of vehicle lines. My parents were early pioneers in fuel-efficient vehicles when they acquired a Toyota franchise in 1967. We have 258 employees in our company, which you've heard of, and our typical customer that I see every day is somebody, it's a female from Bernalillo County that makes about $60,000 a year and is a Hispanic. We do sell cars all over New Mexico due to our varied offerings, but our main objective is to take care of our primary markets where we operate. When I go to work every day and when my brother goes to work every day, there are thousands of New Mexicans that depend on us keeping our businesses going and investing in our dealerships and investing in our economic development activity. It's not just our 258 employees, it's their families, the vendors, suppliers, everything that you can think of in this chain that employs as an industry over 17,000 New Mexicans. I started selling electric vehicles in 2009. I think I was the first dealer in the state, if not first, I was second, to have an EV charging port installed in my dealership when I was the dealer for Smart Cars, which is part of Mercedes-Benz. So I've been doing this longer than anybody. When you look at the current makeup of Tesla buyers and what they do, that's a very different, and the demographics of Tesla buyers, it's not really representative of what we see in our dealerships, as you have heard, but I don't think I probably need to go back over those statistics again. Our typical customers with EVs that we sell to are in the wealthiest zip codes of Albuquerque, 87109, 87122, and in Santa Fe. And like I said, you know, the Tesla owner that has the highest percent of graduate degrees of any car buying demographic in the U.S., and they're a homeowner with an average household income of over $130,000 is not representative of many New Mexicans that I know or that I deal with. My particular concern for some of our dealerships is manufacturers' plans to, or lack thereof, to have EV and ZEV cars in the future. You heard about Mazda earlier. Infinity's in a similar boat. Infinity is very close to my heart. It was my brother's first dealership that started in 1995, and I have friends very, very high up in the Nissan Motor Corporation, and they're absolutely mum on what their EV plans are and how they're going to respond to the California mandate, because there's absolutely no way that they can achieve this, because there's no plan for an EV any earlier than 2028 at the earliest. You've heard about our other brands and what we've sold. I don't need to go over those again. I am extremely familiar with this rule. I believe that all auto manufacturers are very behind where they need to be in the progression towards ZEV vehicles, not just in ACC2, all of them. They're, even with what Mercedes is doing, you know, we had a board question earlier about doing our part. I think everybody needs to do more, absolutely. I think the manufacturers have dragged their feet on EVs for a while, trying to wait and see what's going to happen. But we, as you all have pointed out time and time again, we need to activate, and we stand behind the manufacturers, or stand behind trying to help the manufacturers in moving forward. But I do want to tell you that New Mexico, with our, I think the state number that they use for 67,000 new cars sold in New Mexico, we are so small in the big picture of auto retailing in the United States. Anything that is going to go towards trying to meet this mandate, those cars are going to go to California first. They're going to go to California first because that market is so huge and so fundamental to every auto manufacturer's profits. They're going to get funneled all of those cars. Same thing for Honda. We've been a Honda dealer since 1975, when people laughed at my parents for selling little tiny Japanese cars that got 50 miles to the gallon. You heard from Matt saying that we're going to get 40 cars in the first year of the Honda Prologue. Even with the crazy charts, and I read data and charts all day long, I read every piece of testimony that was submitted from the city, the state, and the client advocates. It took me hours every day to get through it, and I read charts for a living. It's going to take this board weeks, maybe even a month, to get through that much data before they can make an informed decision. But I will tell you that there is no reasonable person that can think that these car companies with their volumes now are going to be able to hit that 43% threshold. And I'm checking my time here. So it is definitely not economically reasonable that we can try to enact ACC2 in New Mexico right now. And I'm not going to, I thought we had some great dealer presentations about other parts of the state, which show that it's just not in the public interest, so I don't need to go back over a lot of my testimony for rural New Mexico. Also, ACC2 overlooked a lot, and I think one of the best things that I heard all week was board member Lewis saying that our government is screwed up. Well, a lot of times when these rules get made, they don't talk to the right stakeholders and people that are on the ground every day. There's all these hired people and out-of-state people that talk to you this week. I talk to customers every day. I talk to my employees every single day. My brother and I are in there 7 days a week, and you can ask our people. We are in touch with our community. We're picking up trash downtown. But ACC2, when they did this, they didn't talk to people that know what's going on. Not including hybrids was absolutely one of the worst decisions that they could have made, not only because hybrids are so much better for tailpipe emissions, which is true, and they deserve to get more attention, but it's the bridge. And the thing that I really think is the worst about this, when you look at this and how poorly it has been thought out, how to plug in hybrids only earn a 20% credit in this program. That's the best solution for all of this. It's the best solution for everybody, and it is something you can explain to someone that lives on the Navajo Nation or somebody that lives right in the middle of Albuquerque like me. It makes sense to everybody. It cuts down the emissions, and they're only, I think, 20-some% less efficient than a full EV, and you take away so much anxiety. But we're actually discouraging the auto manufacturers from making plug-in hybrids because they only earn a fifth of a credit. That's a major, major flaw in this. Those cars, and I think they're the best, absolutely. You ask me what the solution is car-wise, it's a plug-in hybrid. I've been doing this my whole life. You will not talk to anybody in your lifetime that knows more about cars than me. And I'm telling you, that is the best solution, and they only earn a 20% credit. On the demand side, you've heard a lot about this. I'm not going to use a lot of sensationalism like you heard from the state and using a lot of buzzwords. What I will tell you is in 2022, we sold 3.61% of all new cars sold in New Mexico were EVs. This year, with all this adoption through September, we're up to a whopping 4.29%. Take Tesla and Rivian and Lucid out of that. Your legacy dealers who are employing New Mexicans, not selling door to door and not giving a single job to a New Mexican, it's around 1%. And we're the ones giving the jobs and we're selling 1%. So there is also mention of these lead-up credits. They really amount to nothing. Please don't be fooled. All these cars that we're talking about, the numbers are so tiny, the manufacturers cannot build up any sort of bank of credits that are going to help them to that 2027 goal, because they're not selling very many cars now that qualify and give them these fractional credits. It's not like California. They aren't adding up in there, and you kept hearing about this over and over and over again about these lead-up credits. That's great. It might get a few percentage points, but then what happens in 2028? We have 3 years to get lead-up credits to get us nowhere near 43%, then we're back at zero. So in our business, on the first day of every month, we say hero to zero. With this program, we're hero to zero, because after 2027, we don't have lead-up credits anymore, and we're starting back over with nothing. New Mexicans vote with their wallets. We know that. We've been in business for a long time. We hardly do any advertising. People come back and see us over and over again because they know we're in our stores every day and we take care of people. We hear from people when we're trying to sell EVs, and they have a lot of these concerns. I'm not going to repeat the ones that you heard, but they are true and they are real. One thing that I think is the most foolish of all of this is comparing us to California. New Mexico has nothing in common with California. California is the richest state. We're one of the poorest states. They have 39 million people. We have 2. Their average income is more than 40% of ours. You heard these people talk about, oh, Colorado, Colorado. Their income's more than the average person in California. There are 3 million people in Metro Denver. How many people do we have in the whole state of New Mexico? We don't have anything in common with them. California has 5 of the 6 most polluted cities in the US, and Denver's number 7. Look, I don't want to do anything like California does. I would much rather be New Mexico and be where we are with the challenges we have than be California or follow California into anything. I mean, everything they do, from what I've seen, I don't think there's anything that any of us would want to have that California has. And California also has spent well north of $1 billion in their incentives to get to 19% sales per year. We've spent nothing. The governor vetoed last year an EV incentive. If she thought this was so great that this was going to happen, she would have passed at least something so that we could be competitive and try to get it in there. If we were really committed to moving to EVs, why the last 2 sessions were bills not being passed? And this is the governor's initiative, who I consider a friend and to be reasonable whenever I talk to her about anything. This will hurt New Mexico worse because of our income. You know, when there's going to be so much more taxation because to achieve these proposed incentives, which it's foolish also, as foolish as it is to guess what California is going to do, it's also foolish to speculate what our legislature is going to do. You heard the state absolutely arrogantly profess that these incentives are going to happen. There's no guarantee that they're going to happen. We've seen lots of things that people think are slam dunks in the legislation, but we have letters from Benny Shendo and Representative Wanda Johnson, lots of Democrats, lots of Republicans against this. We have, so there's no guarantee that anything's going to pass. And oftentimes in New Mexico, which I think is unfortunate for all of us, and I'm not a political person, but things turn political so often. And it's awful and I hate it and I wish it weren't that way. But the reality is we have far much more Democratic support on this than any other initiative that I've seen that has drawn the parties apart. And I hate to bring politics into it, and I didn't mean to. You know, in the U.S., the average American has $800 in their checking account. Despite what you've been told, the $400 EV charger credit from P&M does not cover a charger that any of you would use that's going to use an EV. You don't need that charger. It's not going to do anything. You need the $4,000 charger that you have to pay for and wait 9 months to get power service from P&M. And that is in my testimony. Perhaps the worst thing in all of this, for me personally, is that we only have two choices, and I think both of them are bad. The fact that the U.S. government said we have to follow California or follow the federal standard, to me is just absolutely wrong and totally un-American, regardless of what side of the aisle you were on. As much as I think that New Mexico doesn't identify with California, no one else in the country does. 1 in 8 people in the U.S. live in California. This makes no sense. If we're going to compare it to a state, do a group of states or group states by population and income or some other metric to where we can have a fair comparison. But every state having to look at California, and there's states that in certain areas are worse off than New Mexico. There's some states that are better off, but it's not fair to any state. In my personal opinion, we should be able to make our own plan. And I know that you all don't have that choice, but we should be able to make our own plan where we can be a progressive leader. I'm tired of people coming in here and saying, we can be a leader, not a loser, or be a leader and be a lagger. Well, what are we leaders in if we're following California and rolling our autonomy over to them? We're not leaders in anything. We need to be the state that says we're going to fight this and do our own plan. And my thought is delayed implementation. If everybody in every chart that you saw about what California is going to do and all these pie in the sky projections and conjecture that you've heard, everything is speculation, speculation, speculation. What you heard from the four of us is real. We're boots on the ground every day with New Mexicans coming in to spend their hard-earned money with us and come in and work to put food on the table. I'm not speculating about anything. I'm telling you about us going in there and putting it on the line every single day to keep our doors open. And let me tell you, it's been a real struggle these last few years, especially trying to keep up our commitments for what my family does in this community and what we've promised to do. It's very hard. The governor shut us down and deemed automobile sales non-essential 2 different times. One time in November, the second time was in November of 2020. If anybody knows anything about the car business, which the state will tell you they know a lot about it, but really know nothing, November and December are the 2 most important times of the year for us to earn allocation for the next year. We were shut down, closed, could not sell a car. New Mexico has never recovered from those COVID shutdowns that strictly sought out to penalize car dealers and in the beginning local liquor stores, but Costco could be open and sell liquor, but local liquor stores couldn't. Car dealers couldn't sell cars. We've never recovered, and that's a huge concern, and that caused a huge problem with the used car market. We were just here less than a year and a half ago to hear ACC 1. There's nothing that I have seen or nothing that has been presented that ACC 1 is still not an applicable law in New Mexico. You all aren't being asked to repeal that law. It's still on the books. So you can listen to the buzzwords and these so much data and paraphernalia that's printed and things that are trying to say that that is not the case, but it is still a law in New Mexico. We haven't even given it a chance to work. 15 months between these huge sweeping changes, there was no chance for anybody to react to it, dealer, manufacturer, or customer. Tesla's price drops of over 20% this year, which represents $15,000 a car. They're still losing market share. You don't drop prices if your product is selling. They're dropping their prices and losing market share. Simple economics for anybody, cars, cereal, shoes, whatever it is. If you can't sell it, you drop your price. I've been doing this my entire life. I've never seen a window sticker on a car dropped ever until Elon Musk started doing that. It's always been through dealer or customer incentives how that's done. And he's gotten a ton of attention for it. and a lot of press, but how mad are the people that bought a Tesla a year ago and that same car now is $20,000 less and their resale value is plummeted because the price of their car goes up and down weekly at the whim of Mr. Musk? You've heard so much about pricing on these cars and people saying they're too expensive. I'm not saying that EVs are too expensive. All cars are expensive. Any nice car is expensive. But parity, when you see the chart of EV prices dropping, parity only counts when you put in SUVs and trucks because that's 80% of the market. The price parity that you're seeing on these little tiny sedans means nothing. That a Tesla 3 or a Bolt or these tiny little cars, I looked in the parking lot out here. There are very few small cars. Sedans represent less than 20% of the sales in the United States. So comparing a chart and saying the prices are dropping, that's fine. They are dropping on these small, little tiny cars that don't work for a lot of our families. They don't work in a gas form either. And they certainly don't work for somebody that has a truck in New Mexico. I'll touch on that in a second on trucks. But please don't be fooled by the chart that shows you this huge spike in EV sales. It's a shrunken chart that goes from 2 years ago at 0.5% to 4.5 now. It's still only 4.5%. Let them show you that the top is 100. Ford, GM, and Volkswagen all have cut billions in spending out of their future planning for EVs. That's purely based on demand. I'm not going to touch on charging infrastructure. I think that's been heard by everybody plenty. The three documents submitted that propose to tell us about vehicle registration, they're clear as mud. You all asked this question many times from the city and the state and the climate advocates. You got three different answers. They're trying to confuse the issue about what is a 50-state car, a Cal car, a ZEV car, a CARB car. It's clear as mud. None of those regulations that you see in the ones submitted by the city, submitted by the state, or the California Clan is very clear on what happens when someone buys a car out of state and tries to register it here. You've heard you can't register it, then you can. Then you can register it if it's a gas car that's California certified. It's smoke and mirrors. Every car we sell is 50-state certified. There aren't California cars anymore. California cars were not, when people started talking about California emissions, they thought, oh, their emissions are so strict that California has a special emissions plan. I want a California car. They actually were developed because California couldn't meet the emission standards that New Mexico has been meeting consistently. And since 1996, per the EPA website, Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, in large part to what this air board has done, has been in 100% compliance with all federal air quality standards. The lack of any testimony to the contrary proves that point. It's not in there. There's a bunch of other charts, but the one that matters most, and it's the federal number and the thing that most regular people are going to look at, we're not in violation of it. No one has talked to you about how long you actually have to drive an EV to have an environmental advantage over a gas car because of the hazardous ways these batteries are built. You have to drive an EV 40,000 miles to outweigh the environmental damage from their production to equal that of a Lexus RX 350. So a gas car is inherently better for the planet when it drives off the lot because of the way these are made. No one wants to talk about that. Like I said, there was nothing shown that has invalidated ACC 1. And per Ms. Borchert's testimony in the city of Albuquerque, what they send in their statement of reasons that the NMAD, that the ACC 1 is not valid, is not true. When we were here a year and a half ago, before these same boards, the state's attorney, Mr. Knight, said when there was a lot of questions from you board members and dealers to clarify what would happen if California adopted a new rule, He clearly said on the record, the short answer to your question is, if California changes their regulation, that will have no effect because we are adopting the current California regulation. And if they adopt ACC 2 or some other change to their regulations, this clean car rule and the standards in it remain in effect. You as board members relied on that. Us as dealers relied on that. At 7 to 9%, I thought it was a stretch to get there, but it was at least reasonable and at least doable. Further, there is a lot of testimony between a lot of you who are up on that stage and Mr. Knight and amongst each other and amongst Ms. Borchard about this, and you can go back and read those on pages in their testimony. They're pages 339 to 414. There's 65 or 75 pages of back and forth on what would happen if this doesn't happen with California and what happens to New Mexico.
Mr. Patrick, I see you're approaching. Yes, I do think we're getting a little bit outside the scope.
It's all in my testimony.
I don't recall the discussion of Mr. Knight's.
Right there. It's in my rebuttal testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of the rebuttal. Okay.
We submitted it timely.
It's in there correctly.
Okay, Madam Hearing Officer. Sorry, got me out of my rhythm here. Right, right. NMED's claims regarding EV cost of ownership to New Mexico consumers, including tribal members, are highly misleading. Please see Claudia Borchard's email, NMED Exhibit 44-011, where she represented to all tribes in New Mexico that there can be a cost savings of $3,000 to $4,000 annually, and powering electric vehicles on average costs the equivalent of 75 cents a gallon. Ms. Borchard's email contains no disclaimers, no qualification, and no statements that this may not represent actual experience. Every other exhibit they submitted has 1 million disclaimers in it saying this may not be actual and it's an all projection. But to the tribal members, they didn't put that disclaimer in there. Do they not matter? It was not in there, and I find that highly interesting that everything else is highly disclaimed, but to our tribal members who are 10% of the state, there's nothing in their email, but everyone else gets 1 million disclaimers. Or I shouldn't say 1 million. There are many disclaimers in all of their other pieces of testimony. Let's see, what do I got? I got 2 minutes. So the last two things I'll say, NMED is absolutely arrogant in telling you as board members that they're going to tell these auto manufacturers what to do. That's not how this works. And their experts know nothing about dealing with auto manufacturers. No auto manufacturers have committed to this for California, for New Mexico, not for any state. For the ACC states, ACC 1 states, not all of them have opted in to ACC 2. Please take that into consideration. No auto manufacturer has confirmed anything for California or New Mexico whatsoever, and you have been told something that absolutely isn't true. So the last 2 things I'll leave you with that are the most important things that answer your questions and summarize everything that you've heard from us. New Mexico represents 0.5% of all new vehicles sold in the United States. 0.5%. When you sell 0.5% of the volume, you're not telling Toyota, Nissan, Honda, Subaru, you're not telling them what to do. When they get the letter from New Mexico, if this passes, it's inconsequential. What they have to do is feed the beast and feed California and feed other states, just like they do on gas cars. Because we've never recovered from COVID and our sales and all the other states around us have flourished, we get last choice. You hear all these people talking about base model, base model, base model. Nobody buys base models. People don't want base model cars. They don't want base model tiny cars. And this question was asked repeatedly by the board, and I do not feel like it was answered. How do we fix this? How do we drive it? Until SUVs and trucks are totally able to match the capability of ICC vehicles, this is not going to get fixed. It's not about base models. It's not about Bolts. It's not about Teslas. It's about trucks that hardworking, everyday New Mexicans use every day in their jobs. Trucks represent 31% of all new vehicle sales in New Mexico. We're one of the top 25% markets in the U.S. We're a huge truck market. Until we can satisfy the need of those buyers and people that want and drive SUVs that have families, it doesn't matter what we're talking about. It's not about base models. It's not about price parity. It's not prices coming down. It's that we don't have cars capable of what people have now to replace them with an EV. Throw range anxiety, infrastructure, everything else out the window. If we had capable SUVs and capable trucks, this could work, but we're not there. It's coming, and someday I firmly believe that. Do I think the governor being able to say that the entire state fleet of vehicles, including Caterpillar tractors and semi-trucks, is going to be replaced by these ZEV vehicles by 2035? There's no way, right? Can we get a comparable truck to a Ford F-150 by 2027, 28, 29? They can't haul, they can't tow, and the battery life doesn't work. Warranties on these cars are just like the other cars that you have. You hear about an 8-year battery warranty. These cars still have the same bumper-to-bumper warranty. Every manufacturer knows when things are going to go wrong on the car. Toyota has a 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty. Why? Because they know that after 3 years, that's when things start to break. I'm not as worried about my service departments. Do I have a minute? I'll finish this thought. I'm not as worried about my service department as other dealers because these EVs break just as much as every other car. And when they break, they're a lot more expensive to fix. I have an advantage because when an EV breaks, they have to bring it to me. And my experience so far is they break more than regular cars. So I'm not that worried. I'm going to train my people. They're going to find a way to flourish. I understand their concerns, but we're going to survive in the service lane, right? But the Tesla does not share their data, and these cars have not been out long enough to build a thorough track record to show us what the true cost of ownership is and out of warranty repairs. And Tesla, the 98% of their sales of their cars are still under battery warranty. What's going to happen to those owners when those warranties expire? The car is worth zero with a dead battery, and it goes into a landfill. So those are my final points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Thank you, Mr. Domenici. So, board members, excuse me, would you like a quick break? All righty. Let's just come back at 1:45. It's going to be a short break. Let's come back from the break, please. Figured out just in time. All right, we are back after a short break. When we broke, the Garcia panel had finished its testimony. We turn now to board questions. Member Coleman?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Thank you. Member Lewis?
One word really quickly. I heard you say two different things that were wildly different within.
Oh, do you need the microphone, Member Lewis?
Oh, sorry. Can you just clarify? I thought I heard you say 80% of the market was SUVs and trucks, and then a couple minutes later, I thought you said 35% for the same thing, so I must have missed something.
Member Lewis, to clarify, 80% of the total U.S. market for new vehicles is trucks and SUVs. In New Mexico, trucks alone are 31% of new vehicle sales.
Okay, thank you. Member Armijo?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Eberlein?
I have no questions.
All right. Member Richards? Chair Paul?
Also, one quick clarification. I heard a
a couple statements, I apologize, I forget who said it, that no manufacturer can actually meet these mandates. And then I also heard that Mercedes, was it, or another manufacturer committed to be all electric by 2030, which is quicker and more than the proposed mandate. So I don't know if anyone wants to clarify there.
Yes, Chair Paul, to clarify, Mercedes-Benz has said that by 2030, their entire brand will be all electric or ZEV with plug-in hybrid, but they do not have the capacity to do 43% of ZEV and plug-in hybrid by 2027. So obviously 28 and 29 and that model year 30 are going to be very critical for them. But if you look at their production plans, there's a very steep downward scaling of ICE vehicles in 28, 29, and 30 model years, as I have seen it. Is that correct, Michael?
Thank you.
Thank you. Justina.
No questions.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Trujillo. No questions. Member Ely.
I have no questions.
Member Garcia.
No questions.
Member Bitzer.
Real quick, I'm sorry, you forgot your name. You were the first one to
Mr.
go.
Martinez?
Yeah, you had said there was a surge, early adapters came in and bought high-end vehicles early on, EVs. Did any of them pay cash?
Sure, some of them paid cash. I think most people who purchase EVs actually lease them.
Oh, from our stores.
Yes, from our stores.
Okay. Because I was thinking if you were talking about a sort of a demographic outside 2 or 3 deviations from the norm, then they were probably more further removed from even 130 or so. That's the average Tesla buyer, but some of these guys I'm imagining could just walk in and buy, pay cash for a 6-figure car.
Member Blitzer, there are certainly a lot of people that are high-end buyers that come in and do pay cash for cars. On the luxury side, I think Aubrey would agree with Cadillac, Mercedes, Volkswagen, which is a higher end of the mass-produced cars. Their leasing programs are very, very attractive in spite of not being able to qualify for the federal incentives, and obviously we don't have any local incentives, but the manufacturers are doing everything they can to try to make these cars look as attractive as they can. And so while the numbers with the residuals being much lower because the resale value isn't as good on an electric car, and money factor is very high because interest rates are high now, they're really doing their best to try to come up with attractive leases for EVs to make them more approachable for most people. But we certainly do have cash buyers. But even cash buyers, as I've learned, is the people that are really savvy with their money. If there's a really good deal with a 0% interest or a really great lease or a one-pay lease that we see in our Honda business a lot, those customers will take the better time value of money deal.
Fair enough. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Do we have a board member on the platform? Member Galuski? Maybe? He might have stepped away. All right, Vice Chair Trujillo.
Yes, I just was trying to fill in a blank for myself on this. In one of our exhibits, Exhibit 47, it was the economic report. It talked about rental cars, and so I understand that you guys are not in that business, but I'm just curious, do rental companies generally buy directly from the manufacturer, or do they ever reach out to you all and pick up some of their vehicles?
That's a great question. The car business is one of those things that's a very interesting business, and when people find out that I sell cars for a living, they always have a million questions because there's so many unknowns with the car business, and it has so many facets, and it's so interesting. So it's great to hear different questions. Rental car companies, what's different for us is being in the import business. The rental car fleets in large part in my lifetime have always been with domestic cars, Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, all that kind of stuff. It's very hard for the rental car companies to get their hands on import cars because they try to protect their resale value by not selling to rental car companies. So we don't have a whole lot of experience. I mean, I can think in the last 20 years, a couple times we have sold cars to rental car companies, but it's really not part of our business at all, but they do. So to answer your question, almost all of the major rental car companies buy their cars directly through the manufacturers at preset prices, and they are delivered locally to those dealers. So if Chevrolet is selling 100 cars to Enterprise, they might send 33 to Gallus, 33 to Reliable, and 37 to the other Chevy dealer. They prep them and then deliver them to the rental car facility, but it's not, for us, it's not part of our business.
Do you have to compete with them for vehicles?
The rental car companies?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't used to, but I will tell you in COVID, it was a really, and as Zach Brandt testified yesterday, EV prices move in real time up and down, but used car prices, and we thought that the recession in 2008 and 9, we saw that prices were moving in real time, but in COVID, they were moving within hours. We just couldn't keep up, but when there was the chip shortage and the manufacturers couldn't build any cars, the rental car companies started coming to all the auctions that we go to buy cars, and a lot of them are very well funded. For us, every single car that we buy, we have to have an end New Mexico buyer in hand, and we have to backtrack. Okay, we can sell this car, it's going to cost us this much in auction fees, this much in transportation, this much in our shop. I can tell it's going to need tires, it's probably going to need brakes. But the rental car companies don't have all those same concerns. They don't have to get the cars to be frontline ready and customer ready like we do, and we take a lot of pride in our used cars, as do a lot of dealers. So we were competing with the rental car companies, and it was dismal for over 2 years because the rental car fleets had to supplement their lack of being able to buy cars from the OEMs or the manufacturers by buying used cars, so they just came to the auctions that we count on every day. And it was a really interesting, now I can look back and say it was a interesting learning experience, but I can tell you I broke a couple phones throwing them down on the ground when Hertz was bidding against me on Hondas that we try to buy and sell to our customers.
All right, thank you for just filling in that gap for me. Appreciate all of your time.
All right, thank you. Other board questions? Oh, Member Lewis.
I love questions. I wish there were more.
Lease cars count towards, lease cars, hello? Is this one? Okay.
Yes.
Lease cars count in the percentages?
Yes.
But I haven't heard anybody mention whether the volume of lease cars, this was the first time I've heard that brought up, and everything we've heard is the number of sales.
Right.
Were lease cars counted in those, or are they a separate number?
Yeah, I would, they definitely are counted in there. So when you look at a retail sale and all the charts that you saw from Climate Advocates and everybody else in the state, when they say sales, that's total retail sales. So that would be if someone leases, finances, or pays cash, they're all into the same total. All those sales would go to the 43%, no matter how people pay for them.
Anything else? Oh, yes. Vice Chair Richards.
I'm not used to using this. So I just have a basic question. I am wondering, it seems like the market, well, I shouldn't say the market, certainly things, advertising, manufacturer advertising, is going with this wave of ZEV vehicles. And it seems like it's very close on the horizon. So I just am not sure, and it sounds like you're getting a lot of inventory for the same. Given some of the infrastructure things that we've talked about during this hearing, do you not feel like, and I'm thinking, okay, we're 3 years out before these 42%, and you also get early credits. Do you not feel that the infrastructure will be enough when this hits? It looks like you're basically when I spoke with an earlier panelist, he said the requirement would be about 2,000 vehicles a year.
On our end, that would be pure speculation, same as it is for the state and the city. We just don't know. The grid to me is the least controllable part of all this from where I stand, because so much of it is based on federal money, the ability in our area for P&M to get power to these places and getting the correct equipment and not having to deal with theft. You know, we have a lot of commercial properties in Albuquerque where our wires are getting stolen every day. The same thing's happening with these chargers, and the charging networks are changing, and a bunch of manufacturers are going to Tesla, and then this whole program that we invested in our Volkswagen store, they're switching vendors. It's so fluid that I just kind of think with the infrastructure, that is something that is so far out of anyone's control that I think everyone should focus their energy on what we're going to do on our end on the EVs to clean our air. That's where I think the energy should, or energy, I didn't, no pun intended there. We should spend our time focusing on how we're going to deliver cars that people want. That should be the focus, because if that happens, that's what's really going to push the infrastructure. You know, watching the one charger in Cuesta, New Mexico, that, you know, the shovel goes in the ground and they count it as a new charger, you know, that's up and running. You know, every one of those, and it's like you all have said this over and over again. Well, doesn't it make sense that the more cars we sell, it's going to drive, make more available? So all the people that you heard in public comment, which, you know, one thing I noticed with them was every one of them was Anglo, and we didn't see any Hispanics or Native Americans talking about their EVs that they bought, which I thought was very interesting. Does reflect my experience with EVs. But if the EVs that people want and they buy them, there's charging infrastructure is going to happen a whole lot quicker. Just like you all are saying, the more that we build of EVs that people actually want to buy, not base models and not tiny little cars, that's what's going to move the infrastructure. Just like you all, I forget which board member said it, but you know, when you see somebody with something cool, or you hear, well, I had to wait, you know, like Member Coleman said, I had to wait 9 months for my car. That's a cool story, right? Well, what does she know that I don't know? And I'm going to go get on the list and I'm going to wait for my Hyundai Ioniq. It's the same thing, you know. People, it's a herd mentality in a good way. You know, we love it when we have a certain model that gets super popular. You know, we have some cars and some EVs that are catching on a little bit more. We love that, but the more people see them, right? And it was Member Lewis again who brought that up. Yeah, the more people see them, absolutely. But they need to see cars that they can identify themselves with. For most people, that isn't a Bolt or a Tesla 3 or a small EV, and there's nothing wrong with those cars. I personally think the Volkswagen ID4 is the best EV available on the market, period. That's just my opinion. I've driven them all. But the more people see a car that they see that can fit in their lifestyle, and you know, that their kids will think is cool, that really is what I think is going to move it. And when people want stuff, the infrastructure is going to come, because there's going to be pressure from all directions, not just the government saying build these charging stations. Sorry, that was long.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Any board member? No. All righty then. We will turn to questioning by the parties. Mr. Maxwell, do you have any questions of the Garcia panel?
Your Honor, I have no questions for the Garcia panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knight. Okay, Ms. Sona.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bach.
I think I just have one, really more of a clarification, but Mr. Garcia, I think you testified that plug-in hybrids, under your understanding, are only eligible for 20% credit under the rule. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I was wondering have you actually read the California regulatory text?
Mm-hmm.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me pull up.
Sorry, yes.
But you're not a lawyer, right?
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. I actually am. You might you might have figured that out by now. And I actually am licensed in California also, so although I mostly practice here. So I pulled up the language, and this is section 1962.4 of the California Title 13 of the California Code. And it says manufacturers may meet a portion of their annual ZEV credit requirement with PHEV values. And then it goes on, and it says for each model year after 2026, manufacturers may count such a vehicle for a value of 1 towards the annual ZEV requirement, provided they meet certain standards.
So I read the NMED report about the PZEVs. I'm sorry, would that be PZEV as plug-in hybrid? Yes. About the PZEVs, and they cited in there several times that it counts as a 20% credit. So if if theirs is wrong and the California one is right and overrides that, then I would stand corrected. But I did see it several places in the other testimony that a PHEV does not get the same amount of credit as a full plug-in, as a full electric. But if that's the case, because I'm not a lawyer, then
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
I think that I think the 20% is that it can be up to 20% of your target is what I had read. But I just wanted to
So
clarify.
basically then it caps it out is what you're saying. So in effect, it is the same thing because the PHEVs then would cap out at only 20%, which illustrates my point even better actually, because if the PHEV only can be used as 20% of your credit when it's the absolute best solution and there's way more demand for PHEVs and we have discouraged automakers from making them, the PHEV should be allowed to go up to the highest number that is possibly that the manufacturers could obtain because it would be far more appealing to consumers, and I think it would help the climate crisis so much faster if we could get people into plug-in hybrids a lot quicker. I think that would be a huge, huge impact for the impending climate crisis. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, but that actually helps
So,
me.
but just to clarify, that is quite a bit different from saying you have to sell 5 plug-in hybrids to get 1 credit.
You are correct.
Thank you. And I think that's it's helpful for.
It was
all of
helpful
us.
for me.
It's incredibly confusing, the California language.
Yeah.
So
But-
that's all. I want to thank you all for coming out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bach. Let's see, Mr. Domenici, any redirect of the Garcia panel? All right, thank you very much, ma'am and gentlemen. So I believe that's all of your witnesses, Mr. Domenici? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Maxwell, we turn to you.
Your Honor, ahead of today's hearing, I submitted my written statement into the docket in place of oral testimony today. I request that the record shows my statement was filed under the title Maxwell Commentary. Additionally, when appropriate, I wish to present a brief closing argument. Thank you.
All right, we are not quite to closing arguments, but yes, you will have an opportunity to join when all parties are making closing arguments, which won't be too long from now, I think. Here's the thing, though, Mr. Maxwell. If you would please be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I wasn't going to be swearing in today.
I couldn't hear you.
I did not wish to be sworn in today.
Okay. Did you hear the optional word affirm? That you just affirm you're going to tell the truth?
I didn't wish to be sworn in.
Okay. So that may or may not go to the weight. Having made comment, though, even in writing, in lieu of oral comment, I have to invite the board and the other parties in the event they have questions of you.
I do not wish to be questioned today.
All right. So that will definitely go to the weight then, Mr. Maxwell, that the boards are able to give to your commentary if, because the Air Quality Act for the state of New Mexico and of course both rulemaking procedures state that all testimony is to be taken under oath and subject to cross-examination. It's not a nicety, if you will. It's required by law. We have your statement, though. The boards will be advised as to the weight they can give your comment when they deliberate. Do you have anything further?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you very much. We can then move to any public comment that folks would like to offer. I'm going to call on Ms. Feebleman first, and Pam. Where did Pam go? I'm sorry, hold on one second. Lisa O'Grady is going to make a comment in the event anyone would like to offer their comment in Spanish. Thank you for this. Okay, so if you would then just make your comment, and I have what I would have asked Pam for regardless. And Mr. Domenici. Oh, people can make one comment, and I know that you know Ms. Feebleman made a comment earlier. What she is doing is submitting a document, not making a second comment. Ms. O'Grady. Ms. O'Grady supports the teams of interpreters who've been providing simultaneous interpretation between Spanish and English for the entirety of the hearing, and makes this statement. Yes. Makes this statement before every public comment period, please.
And thank you all for that. They are very hardworking, and we really appreciate your patience with us and how great you've been. So thank you very much. We are at this time, if there's anybody that would like to give a public comment in Spanish, please let us know. And we will happily interpret for you, whether it's here in person or via the platform. Buenas tardes. Si hay alguien que quiera hacer su comentario público en español, por favor avísenos y con mucho gusto lo interpretamos, que sea por aquí en persona o por medio de la plataforma.
Thank you very much. Ms. Feebleman, if you would.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I was surprised to hear yesterday a claim in public comment that the Sierra Club's members in New Mexico were somehow out of state or that didn't have a stake in this conversation. So I simply printed out all of the public comments that we received, all of the personalized public comment, along with people's names and addresses. I just did one copy, and I did it in a matrix version to save paper. But I also made you each a copy, and you can use a QR code to access, and then I thought you could distribute these. We're parents and EV buyers from right here in the land of enchantment. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, if you would take that back to Pam, and we will get it posted and distributed. All right, thank you for that. I have 3 names on the public comment sign up at this point. I will make an open invitation for anyone wishing to offer comment, either in person in the room here or on the platform. The 3 names I have are Deborah Kapoloff, Joseph Hernandez, and Leland Gould. Ms. Kapoloff, are you with us or on the platform? Ah, you're right there. All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would spell your first and last name and then start your statement.
Absolutely. My first name is Deborah, D-E-B-O-R-A-H. Last name Kapoloff, K-A-P-I-L-O-F-F. Thank you, chairs and members of the board, for giving so much of your time to be here today and address this matter of importance to so many New Mexicans. I wanted to provide a public comment that talked a little bit about some EV technology, and specifically EV technology in cold weather. I know several commenters and presenters have brought up range loss with respect to EV performance in cold weather. One thing that I would like to clarify is that there are two potential ways that EVs can be heated. The first is with a resistive heater, and so that can cause range loss and battery degradation, not battery degradation, I'm sorry, that can cause temporary lower battery range of 4 to 8 kilowatts, and that's because you're running an electric current through a conductor, which is not necessarily very efficient at heating a car. And electric vehicles do need to produce heat, whereas gas cars, they have waste heat from the engine that they can use to heat the car. However, there's another type of technology that has largely been deployed in countries with large EV penetration like Norway and Sweden and Iceland that are very cold, and that's to use a heat pump, which is significantly more efficient because instead of creating heat, you are using a reverse refrigeration cycle to instead move heat, which is significantly more efficient. That's really common in these countries. When you buy a country with, say, a car with, say, all-wheel drive, to have an EV that has a heat pump. I think that as customers become more and more educated about EV technology, this will be something they ask about if they're traveling in cold climates frequently. In the same way, when I bought my car, I asked if there was all-wheel drive, I asked if there was a backup camera. Now, because I live in Colorado and plan on purchasing an EV within the next year, I'm very interested in purchasing a model that uses heat pump technology, given the fact that I often do long drives in the mountains. So I just wanted to bring that up and say that the heating and the battery loss temporarily from driving in cold weather varies very much from model to model. And I think the statistics that were presented that painted one picture and a blanket statement really don't portray the whole picture. And so I would just ask the board's consideration in that matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Joseph Hernandez. Are you in the room or on the platform? Thank you very much. Mr. Hernandez, can you hear me? Mr. Hernandez?
Okay, what about now?
Oh, yes, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right, if you would spell your last name, please.
Joseph, J-O-S-E-P-H. Last name, Hernandez, H-E-R-N-A-N-D-E-Z.
Thank you. Please start your statement.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and members of the New Mexico Environmental Improvement Board and the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks hearing that's taking place. I am a community member from San Juan County. I live in Shiprock, New Mexico, on the Navajo Nation, largest Navajo community. And I first want to share that electric vehicles, they will save people money. They will save lives. They will create economies in communities like many tribal communities here in New Mexico. I've been listening into the discussion that's been taking place this week, and it's been pretty interesting to hear the amount of people that are speaking from throughout New Mexico who are asking for us to ensure that we are doing everything we can to clean up our emissions, especially in the transportation sector. I've been to Albuquerque many times, and it's been beautiful weather, and I've rolled down my windows I've had to roll them back up on a nice day because of the emissions that are that when our vehicles are idling, and it's just situations like that I think about how this rule will help us ensure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that that number one is ensuring that we are creating a healthy environment for our future generations. And I think that's what's really critical, that we could do both at the same time, and we could when I mentioned about creating a economy, there's a lot of electric vehicle owners that are driving through the Navajo Nation, and yes, there's we don't have charging stations yet, but I do know, I have heard conversations among tribal leaders that they are working with the state, they are working with federal officials to make sure that we do get charging stations in our communities. If you look at chargehub.com, over at Route 66 Casino, at the RV Resort, they have a level 2 charger that's free. Anybody can go there to charge up right on I-40. The Warrior Fuel
Mr.
Station in
Hernandez?
Bernalillo will have 8 new stations, level 3, coming soon. And I just got done talking to the mayor of Cuba, who said that they're excited because in the spring of 2024, Mayor Denny Herrera told me that they're going to have they're going to start construction on a level 3 charging station. So this is really
Mr.
exciting news.
Hernandez? I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Leland Gould. Leland Gould? Ah, there you are. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
Leland Gould, Lelandgould.
Thank you. Please
And
start.
thank you. As a former member of the EIB board, I respect your responsibility, and I understand the challenges. But I'm here today to talk about who I represent. I represent the New Mexico petroleum marketers, and I also represent Marathon Petroleum. It's my goal to show you what is happening on the leading edge of fueling stations potentially in the future. Marathon Petroleum is the largest fuel supplier in the United States. Their fuels include obviously fossil fuels, but it also includes all other types of fuels, especially renewables. They have turned 2 of their refineries into renewable fuel refineries. Marathon is one of the leaders in our new energy direction. But I also have hundreds and hundreds of members around this state. They represent the largest convenience store fueling locations around New Mexico. We are working with the energy marketers of America to provide all fueling needs to consumers. These include alternative, renewable, electric, and fossil. There are many challenges providing all of these fuels. It's evident that not one type of fuel, there's a demand that there's just one type of fueling station. It's going to require having multiple types of fuels because we have a long stretch of how this evolution may take place. This is why our current infrastructure in New Mexico will more likely lead these providing fuel alternatives. Knowing these members will providing these fuels, there are many challenges. First, providing electricity for EVs on the same location as alternative or renewable or fossil fuels can be very dangerous. It's going to take time to figure out how this is all going to work. Some locations have enough land that they can make all these fuels work, especially truck stops. But we have, in New Mexico, these consumers, we have thousands of employees throughout our state that are working in these locations and understand that the evolution will happen, but some of our locations are small, and you cannot put an electric charging station close to fossil fuels. There has to be a certain amount of distance for safety. And that's the same with renewables and alternative fuels. And these employees and owners understand that it will take some time. We will figure it out. The federal government is helping us as a nationwide industry to figure out the safety concerns, the setback requirements. It's a lot of work, and it's going to take a lot of technology to figure it out. So what we're asking is just move slow and let us figure out some of the dangerous challenges that we face as fueling locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. All right, let me ask first if there's anyone else in the room who would want to offer public comment. This would be your final opportunity. Okay, I'm going to turn to the platform. Is there anyone on the platform who would like to offer public comment? This is the last opportunity. Please reach out through chat. Oh, you did? Oh, I'm very sorry. Yes, thank you. I have Xavier Obando and Dan Pritchard. Xavier Obando, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Great. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please spell your name and then start your statement.
Xavier sorry. All right. Well, esteemed members of the Commission and Board, the following is my personal opinion as a community member. I am an architect focusing on civic and commercial projects in the Southwest, and I am witnessing a significant shift in client demands with a growing emphasis on transitioning to full building electrification, including EV chargers. One notable example is a client preparing to switch their 60-vehicle fleet to electric, utilizing IRA and DOT programs. This is not an isolated case, but a clear indicator of what the broader move towards electric mobility presents. Adopting these standards is an environmental imperative and a substantial business opportunity for New Mexico. Starting in 2026, this will cater to local needs and attract EV consumers from neighboring states like Arizona and Texas, boosting our economy and supporting our diverse communities. Let's remember that in the 21st century, energy is not an explosive and dirty fuel, but it is a clean technology. I urge you to consider the extensive benefits of these standards, both for the environment and our economy. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Obando. Mr. Pritchard.
Good evening.
Good
My name
evening.
is Daniel Pritchard.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you would spell your last name and then begin your statement.
Last name is spelled Pritchard.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good evening. I live in Taos and I'm speaking in favor of the rules. I am a retired electrical engineer. I've owned a Tesla Model 3 for 4 years and have had to do very little maintenance. I expect my car and its battery will last at least 500,000 miles. For those that are worried about batteries, there are companies starting up now to recycle EV batteries. I'm also a board member of Renewable Taos, a local nonprofit promoting renewable energy and economic development. For the last 5 years, I've organized the Taos Electric Vehicle Expo. This is an educational event for EV education. Each year, we have seen increased participation from dealers, owners, and the general public. Our EV Expo would be even larger or will be even larger when dealerships have more models available. Municipalities and electric cooperatives have electric vehicles and will be getting more because of the low cost of operation. I'm also on the executive board of the Tesla Owners Club of New Mexico. Our membership is growing every month, and I know many of our 70 or so members support these rules. I'm hearing a lot of misinformation. Tesla cars have consistently been ranked highest in safety and crash worthiness since their introduction. Nearly 5 million Teslas have been sold, so I think they've figured out how to service them. Weight is not an issue. A Tesla Model 3 weighs 3,600 pounds, and that's 1,000 pounds less than the popular Toyota Highlander. I recently completed a 4,300-mile road trip in July and had absolutely no problems finding a charger when needed. I never had to wait once, and my average charge time was 15 to 20 minutes, barely enough time to get a cup of coffee. Most of the chargers were co-located with convenience store gas stations. And here's an interesting point. When you plug into a charger, you don't have to stand there like at a gas pump. There's no danger of the pump handle falling out and spilling gasoline. Your cell phone tells you when you have enough charge to get to your next stop. About 80% of EV owners charge where they live. And there are about 100 public charging stations scattered around the Enchanted Circle here in northern New Mexico. And there are several websites where they're all listed. All major auto manufacturers are now lining up behind a common North American charging connector standard, which is huge. I believe the transition to EVs cannot happen fast enough to stop burning fossil resources. True to your name, please improve the environment by adopting these rules to facilitate clean electric transportation in our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on the platform who would be interested in making a public comment? This is the final opportunity before we close the record. Anyone at all? I'm not hearing anything. All right. Parties, any reason not to close the evidentiary record at this point, having heard all? Oh, I forgot to ask if you wanted to present rebuttal.
Madam Hearing Officer, given the lateness of the hour, we would waive rebuttal and would stand on our submitted written rebuttal.
Okay. Ms. Sona, I know that there's closing arguments. I'm talking about the evidentiary record. Ms. Sona.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do believe that EHD needs to move still to admit the exhibits that it filed. I don't think we have finalized that.
Yeah.
Did we?
All exhibits were stipulated to?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes, I was thrilled. Okay. Once again, I understand we still have closing arguments, but is there any reason not to close the evidentiary record before we move to closing arguments? Oh, all right. The evidentiary record is closed. Let me ask another question, which is, we can be in this space until 8:30 tonight. The boards may well choose to deliberate immediately. They may choose something else, but they may choose to deliberate immediately. I feel like we need at least a short dinner break, and wondering whether council would prefer to offer closing arguments and then break, or break, gather your thoughts, and then we'll come back to closing arguments and whatever decision the boards are going to make.
This is Mr. Maxwell. I'd like a break.
Okay, thank you. Other input? Other input? You would too?
I was in see if the board's pleasure. I'm ready to go, but
okay. All right, anything from here, Mr. Knight?
I'm likewise, I'm ready to go, but I'm happy to have it either way.
All right, let me turn to Chair Paul. Do you have a,
I have no preference. Well,
anybody preference? No?
Decisions when we're fed.
Okay, nice chair to you. Terrific. All right, so then, oh, what did I do?
Vice Chair.
Oh, I just said I feel like we make better decisions when we're fed.
That was worth repeating. Is our dinner actually available?
Let's see, do we have Anita, or is dinner going to be available, or we have to go out for it? Okay, so knowing that we have to go out for it, should we come back at 6:30? That gives us a little less than an hour. What do you think? I'm sorry? Yeah, I like.
That's a good.
Yeah.
it's a good
More
idea.
pizza? More pizza?
Or tacos. Tacos or
Tacos?
something. Yeah, why don't we, let's DoorDash something.
Yeah.
So I think we will balance the desire to be fed with the desire to press through in, because we have now this space for less than 3 hours from here. How about just a 10-minute break? We'll come back and we'll do opening statements. How about that? Oh, my word. Very sorry. All right. I'm getting delirious. What's up with all these texts? Charging anxiety? You have charging anxiety. All right. Let's come back from the break, please. Let's see. I see Mr. Knight, Ms. Sona. I don't see Mr. Domenici. Pam, would you? There he is. All right. Alrighty, we are back after a very short dinner break, or a long non-dinner break, and we move now to closing arguments. We will do closing arguments in the same order in which we heard the direct presentations. So we'll hear from Mr. Knight, Ms. Sona, Mr. Bach, Mr. Salen, Mr. Domenici, and Mr. Maxwell in that order. And you'll remember the time limits we all agreed to during that second pre-hearing conference, I think, right? 15 minutes, Mr. Knight?
Won't be that long.
All righty. Go ahead.
Okay, I just got to finish chewing first. Madam Hearing Officer, chairs and members of the boards. First, I want to start by acknowledging our hosts, the State Bar Center, for their generous use of the room. I would like to acknowledge our amazing AV staff and interpreters and court reporters who have done marathon work here, all of them. And we couldn't have done it without each and every one of them. And I just want to say, as you know, as the petitioners and proponents of this rule, we are deeply grateful to all these people who have stayed late and come early and done such a really, I have to say, a flawless job. Everyone, and also the board administrator, who is always there and always comes through for us. So, as well, each of you, the board members and the hearing officer, thank you for all the hard work, and we really do appreciate it. I'm not going to advocate too much in my statement. You all have heard all the evidence that I have, and things have gone largely, I will say largely as I predicted they would. You've heard passionate and intensely contradictory testimony, and you will evaluate everything you've heard, and you'll give it the weight that you decide to accord to it, and make your decision. So, some things to keep in mind while you deliberate. You must adopt the rule as written. That's not usually the case, and of course you don't have to do anything, but if you do adopt this rule and you intend for it to be effective, it must be adopted as written. We are confident there are no typos to correct, and it needs to be the way it is for the reasons we've outlined and in the Federal Clean Air Act and Section 177. And, you know, in the spirit of being forthright and completely honest, the only flexibility you have is to adopt all the way through 2035 if you choose to do so. If that's what you decide, that's what we will file with state records, and that's what the rule will be. I suppose in theory you also have, you know, legally you have the ability to adopt for a shorter period of time than we are proposing. But that is really, again, under the identicality requirements of the Clean Air Act, that is really the only flexibility I can offer you with this particular rule, and the way that it interacts with federal law, and the way that the jurisdiction of these two boards interacts. You know, whatever you decide to adopt, you both must adopt the same rule in order for it to work the way that, well, in order for it to work. And you must adopt it preferably tonight, but in any event very soon, because it must be submitted to the state records within the next 2 weeks in order to become effective for model year 2027 as written. Otherwise, the first compliance year for this rule could not be until 2028. So a delay of 2 weeks means a delay of a whole year. And while all of the focus of the testimony and all the controversy this week was on the advanced clean cars portion, please keep in mind that this rule actually consists of 3 parts: Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Trucks, and the Heavy Duty Omnibus. And those last 2 are not opposed at all by anyone that I heard in this entire hearing. And those are major parts of this rule, even though they weren't extensively discussed or debated. They're major parts of this rule, and we presented evidence on what they do and what they are. They have major environmental benefits The health benefits of those two parts of the rule, as with ACC2, are real, they are tangible, and they are significant. What I heard in the testimony this week was that all the dealers said that they are committed to the electrification of transportation, and this transition is happening whether or not this rule is adopted. That is not a reason not to adopt this rule. But all the things that they're afraid of, all the things they say will happen because of this rule, will happen anyway. Adopting this rule will not necessarily make those happen any faster or any slower. Most of the things that I heard them complaining about are occurring right now when this rule does not even exist. If the rule is adopted, the first compliance year would not be until 2027. These rules were adopted through extensive negotiations between CARB and the manufacturers, as I said in my opening, and I will say it again, the manufacturers have remained committed to meeting these requirements and are not opposing these rules. And one thing that might be confusing about that, and one thing that I'm afraid that the opponents of the rule don't fully understand, is that, well, please remember, the ZEV requirements in this rule are by manufacturer, not by brand. So, contrary to what some of the witnesses were stating, the rule does not require individual brands to produce or deliver ZEVs to New Mexico. So some brands that do not have firm plans for ZEV models don't need to be concerned. For example, General Motors could rely heavily on Chevrolet, its Chevrolet division, to deliver ZEVs, and they're meeting that requirement in California. General Motors, the company, is meeting their ZEV requirement in California with just one model from one of their brands, and that's the Chevy Bolt EV and EUV. And for another example would be Infiniti. They could rely on their parent company, Nissan, to fulfill the entire ZEV requirement, and they would not need to deliver a single ZEV themselves. So with that cleared up, the department does recognize that both regulatory and incentive strategies are necessary for this transition to be successful and to minimize pollution and to maximize benefits. We have control over, these boards have control over one of those. The other, we don't. But keeping New Mexico as a Section 177 state is vitally important to keep our nation on track to meet its climate goals. The manufacturers are watching what New Mexico does in this hearing. Believe me, all of them. The world is watching what New Mexico does in this hearing. And the decision is now in your hands. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer, chairs, members of the board. We understand it has been a long week. We're very thankful for your volunteerism. I won't repeat all of the thanks that Mr. Knight gave, but the city echoes those as well. I also won't take a very long closing statement in the interest of time, and just echo that should the boards choose to adopt this rule, I'd remind the Air Board, since we don't have as many rules coming through your docket as the EIB, that the final steps would be issuing a timely final order and signing and submitting the transmittal forms to the State Records Center, which Ms. Este Armijo and I are able to assist with. Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Sweeney, Chair Paul, members of the board, thank you again for your dedication in this rulemaking. Your questions have helped the parties fully explore these important issues, and I think I can speak on behalf of all the parties in applauding your service on behalf of our state. I want to join Mr. Knight in thanking our court reporter, our AV team, the translators, Ms. Jones, Ms. City Armijo, and everyone else who's stuck with us through this grueling week. The past week, I think, has been illuminating for all of us. The advanced clean cars and clean trucks rules implicate questions of climate science, public health, automobile design and marketing, tax policy, and economics, just to name a few. We've heard from distinguished experts and dozens of ordinary New Mexicans. We've even been lucky enough to hear from a few lawyers. We've heard about the urgency of taking action to reduce air pollutants like ozone and particulate matter. Efraim Lopez from the American Lung Association testified that 50% of New Mexicans live in counties affected by unhealthy air pollution. Dr. Rasso testified that we are already violating EPA ozone standards in Bernalillo, Doña Ana, and Eddy County. Dr. Charlton testified about how air pollution can contribute to serious life-changing health consequences for New Mexicans, from asthma attacks to strokes and lung cancer. Mr. Copal testified that adopting this rule is the single biggest step the state and the city of Albuquerque can take to cut deadly ozone pollution. And our expert panel of Ms. Harris, Mr. Kressig, and Mr. Ortiz discussed analysis showing that these rules could prevent 136 premature deaths and over 76,000 cases of respiratory illness in New Mexico by 2050. We've also heard about the urgency of taking action to address the climate crisis. Dr. Charlton testified that climate change is the greatest global health threat facing the world in the 21st century. And I don't think those were actually his words. Those were quoting from a joint statement of 200 medical journals, including The Lancet. He spoke about how emergency room visits for heat exhaustion have more than doubled in New Mexico during the last decade. We heard about how unmitigated climate change will devastate our state with extreme heat, mega drought, deadly wildfires, reduced snowfall, reduced agricultural output, forever changing the way of life for our people. We also heard from our expert panel that these rules would eliminate up to 139 million metric tons of carbon dioxide by 2050, more than the entire state emitted in 2018. That would make these standards one of the single greatest steps our state has ever taken to protect the climate. Finally, we heard about how EVs are revolutionizing the auto industry across the globe. We've heard about how demand for EVs has increased exponentially across the country and in New Mexico in the past few years. We heard about how manufacturers are committing to bold, all-electric future, with major car companies like General Motors and Volvo planning to completely phase out internal combustion engine vehicles by 2035 or earlier. We heard that today's EVs have more range than ever before, how prices are falling rapidly, how battery technology is improving, and how EPA and private companies are spearheading recycling efforts to ensure that critical minerals are returned to the economy. We've heard that an EV owner may save up to $17,000 over the lifetime of the vehicle in reduced fuel and maintenance costs, and that new EVs will be up to $5,400 cheaper on average than comparable gas vehicles by 2027, thanks in part to the Inflation Reduction Act. We heard from Jerry Valdez at the New Mexico Department of Transportation about how the state is constructing a vast network of new EV chargers across the state, and how the state has been awarded tens of millions of dollars in additional federal funding to build even more chargers. We heard public comment from P&M explaining that P&M offers extensive rebates and incentives to promote EV adoption, and that it is ready to support the transition to electric transportation contemplated by these rules. We heard from both Mr. Kopal and from Climate Advocates panel of experts that these rules will produce billions of dollars in net benefits for New Mexico, mostly in the form of consumer savings. New Mexicans who are relieved of the burden of paying hundreds of dollars at the pump each month will have extra money to spend on healthcare, education, or starting a business. I urge the boards to carefully consider all of the evidence in the record, including the detailed cost-benefit analyses that NMED and Climate Advocates submitted. It's hard to overstate the breadth, quality, and detail of the evidence submitted by the New Mexico Environment Department in this case. I'm also extremely proud of the witnesses that Climate Advocates put on and the quality of the evidence that they submitted. All of this evidence warrants careful study. But it is also important to take a more holistic view, because this rule has consequences far beyond the confines of the State Bar Center and far beyond 2023. First of all, how will the board's actions tonight or this week be seen from a boardroom in Detroit? We know that automakers are rapidly embracing EVs, but their actions are always shaped by the regulatory environment. Many of the most important innovations in the history of the automobile were the product of government mandates. The catalytic converter was developed in response to stringent technology forcing requirements in the Clean Air Act of 1970. Seatbelts, airbags, anti-lock brakes, and back-over cameras were also mandated. If Chevy or Ford is on the fence about whether to open a new EV factory or whether to bring a new affordable, no-frills electric pickup to the market, what impact might this rule have on that decision? Second, how will the board's action look from Dubai, where the 196 countries that signed on to the Paris Agreement will meet later this month in an attempt to strengthen global efforts to fight the climate crisis? Solving this crisis and ensuring that our children have a livable future requires worldwide action across virtually every industry. Just as New Mexico is now looking to other advanced clean car states, other states and nations will look to New Mexico for leadership and inspiration as they make their own difficult decisions about whether to cut their own climate warming emissions. Third, what's the view from a car dealership in Las Cruces in 2027? There's a lot of uncertainty in this world, but I think we can safely predict that Texas will probably not adopt the clean cars rule. We heard testimony from our expert panel that automakers are already sending EVs to Clean Car 1 states before any other state, and that certain EVs are only available in clean car states. We also heard that experts in the auto industry expect a typical EV will cost about $5,400 less than a conventional vehicle by 2027. If EVs are both cheaper to buy and cheaper to operate, and New Mexico has EVs that are not available in Texas, how much additional money will pour into our state? Fourth, what's the view from Dr. Charlton's emergency room in Gallup in 2030? How many kids will be checking in with severe asthma exacerbated by tailpipe pollution from cars and trucks driving along I-40? How many delivery workers will be rushed to the hospital after collapsing during their shifts from extreme heat? How many folks will suffer acute respiratory attacks after breathing suffocating wildfire smoke? Those issues turn in part on what we do today. Finally, what's the view from New Mexico in 2050? How will New Mexicans look back on this moment in our history? The world will have surely changed vastly from what we have now. But if we have managed to preserve some of our forests so that our children can hunt and camp and fish like we did growing up, if we still have enough water for our farmers to grow pecans and chili, if our indigenous New Mexicans can still inhabit the lands they've called home since time immemorial, I believe we will look back on this day and your decision with deep gratitude and pride. So with that, we urge the boards to adopt each of these rules under consideration in full. And again, thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
May it please the hearing officer, the chairs, and the board, if I can proceed to make closing on behalf of both of my clients, the New Mexico Auto Dealers Association and Autos Garcia. Thank you. I'll thank all the staff also. I want to join in that. It's been actually, when I walked in, I didn't think it would work too well, but it's worked out fine. At least from my perspective, I hope that's similar to other people. I know the Air Board a little bit better than the Environment Improvement Board. I've had the opportunity to appear in front of the Air Board some, so I appreciate getting to know the Environment Improvement Board members. I had the opportunity to start working on this case about 3 or 4 weeks ago. My first sort of flavor of this is, gosh, this is a rush for the transportation security of New Mexico. This petition was filed with a schedule that was backloaded to meet a deadline that didn't even come from New Mexico. And then I further looked at the public meeting / stakeholder engagement, and that doesn't even come close to meeting what the Air Board suggests happens in Bernalillo County. There were zero stakeholder meetings. This was a policy decision from the governor, demanded to the Environment Department, which was latched onto by the city, and there was not a shred of analysis done before this rule was presented to see if it meets the requirements of a rule in New Mexico. No comparative studies were done. No neutral analysis was requested, selected, even considered. What you have here is a top-down policy being dictated to these environmental agencies without any regard for their expertise. Zero. This was not the Environment Department rule. This is the governor's rule. This is not the Climate Bureau's rule. This is the governor's rule. They didn't call on any kind of expertise from any regulatory bodies in New Mexico before deciding to pursue this. That's why they had to chase evidence after the rule was already submitted and scheduled and determined to be decided tonight. That's actually what happened. There was a decision made by the governor that you would vote on this rule right now, tonight, and that her agencies would ignore anything contrary to what she wanted to accomplish. The city's been a little bit more neutral, but they haven't done any independent analysis. No one reached out to the dealers at all. None of the consultants that were hired reached out to the dealers. No one considered the consumers. Everyone started this hearing very comfortably telling you this rule affects only manufacturers. I think if anything is clear after this, the purpose of demanding these manufacturer requirements is to manipulate customer demand and to place the burden of this rule squarely on New Mexicans, either New Mexico taxpayers or New Mexico car purchasers. And by placing that burden and by identifying where the burden's going to go, it's going to be passed down through the manufacturers, to the dealers, to the customers. I think some very strong concerns should be in your mind. Is this really appropriate to pass this enormous burden on to average New Mexicans? And has there been a demonstration, considering that the burden of proof has been satisfied? And I will suggest that once we've had an opportunity to actually analyze where this burden will fall, and you consider the requirements, which you probably do when you deliberate, most of you probably know them like the back of your hand, but when you're considering a rule of this magnitude, or any rule, but this is probably the biggest rule any of you will hear during your tenures on these respective boards, in terms of total dollar impact and in terms of impact on New Mexico households and how they will function. You are dictating the second biggest financial obligation of New Mexico's families for a decade, or slightly less than a decade, starting in January 26 to January or 2032. You are telling New Mexicans, we are going to tell you what your vehicle will be. We're going to force you to come up with the funding to pay for that vehicle. We're going to force you to accept the limitations and lifestyle changes that go along with that vehicle. And we decided that in Albuquerque. So yes, I agree, people will be looking back at your decision in 2050. And I'm fairly confident that whatever your decision is in 2050, everyone that's looking back on this will be driving an electric vehicle. I don't think there's been any demonstration of this scenario, and I do want to point out the scenario that was used by both NMED and climate advocates is electric vehicle sales would go up to 30% and then plateau to 2050. How can that be possible? There won't even be ICE vehicles on the market for at least 15 years of that time period. So these scientific studies are based on, and which is very common, the baseline analysis, which is used to demonstrate benefits, is based on a completely unrealistic baseline that only New Mexico will have 30% electric vehicles. Most of the rest of the world will have 100%, the US will have 100%, but we'll be stuck at 30% so we can show these massive benefits. In fact, we'll be up there no matter what you do. The question is, what burden are you going to place on New Mexicans 25 months from now and 37 months from now and for those intervening time periods? And I think you have a better idea what that burden is after this hearing. I just want to point out again, just reiterate, and that's why I brought my books here, because I do want to quote a couple of things. So, first of all, I hope you're not persuaded that New Mexico manufacturers will only be required to send 18% electric vehicles in 2027, because there's this myriad of credits and values that some may take advantage of. You haven't seen a single example of anyone taking advantage of those. You have no evidence that that huge bulk, 25% of the initial year mandate, will be used up with available credits. With the sales you see now, they are flat. They sold 1% electric vehicles to maybe ordinary people this year, 1%. The credits will not in any way make that up. You're going to be driving off a cliff in 2027. You might be at 5–8% electric vehicles, and you will have a mandate of 43%. That is a train wreck. So the question is, are you going to assist in a transportation train wreck for New Mexico? And the only way you can do that is to ignore the evidence and to ignore what you're supposed to look at. The technical practicability and economic reasonableness of reducing contaminants through this method. I think everyone should feel comfortable now that there will not be confidence in consumers appearing in 25 months to change in any way this dramatic requirement of 1,400%, 1,000%, whatever percent is out there in this very short period of time when none of the infrastructure has been put in place, or very little of it. Very, very few level 2 home chargers. That's what that's the actual baseline in both climate advocates and Mr. Copal's documents. That's what supports electric vehicles, is level 2 chargers in basically 95% of the homes that have those vehicles. We're not even close to that. It's not on the horizon. So I question, and I want on behalf of my clients to say, the public process here failed. You failed to gather necessary information about how this would affect New Mexicans. The expertise of the agencies failed. They were instructed to become advocates instead of being regulators and use their experience. And you're about, I think, if you don't sort of put the brakes on, you're about to fail rural New Mexico. It's obvious rural New Mexico will not be able to have a reliable transportation in 2027 or afterwards. They will be buying inflated priced used vehicles. There's no other option. They will have no very few new vehicles to buy. That will be diminishing rapidly over the next few years. So you'll be seeing used ICE vehicles and out-of-state vehicles in rural New Mexico. And the rural car dealerships will be struggling, of course. But why wasn't that presented by the Environment Department? Why did the auto dealers have to come explain to you that it's the obvious effects of this are on rural New Mexico? There's no discussion in these reports of rural New Mexico. We've heard from the city dealers, and this isn't even going to work in the city. The discussion that the vehicles will be $5,000 lower than ICE vehicles in 2027 is based on a complete fiction. That all of a sudden, going from buying 80 to 90% SUVs and trucks, somehow people in Albuquerque, Santa Fe will be going to buying 80 or 90% small model sedans. That won't satisfy their family. It won't transport them to work. It's simply not going to happen. You're not going to see fleets and fleets of Volts in New Mexico in 2027. You're going to see wholesale non-compliance. You are going to have a disaster on your hands. This rule is going to create a disaster. It's a rush to judgment. It's following California, which we are not. It's building on a non-existent baseline of infrastructure. It's building on a non-existent demand for electric vehicles. And of course, it's mandating things, and I understand, and I kind of agree, the regulators have that tool of mandating, and the market has its tool, and the other government agencies can provide incentives. There's certainly no coordination. The incentives that were proposed last year were uniformly denied. So what we have, I just want to walk through some of my notes here. So first of all, before I lose the point, the two portions of this rule that Mr. Knight indicated are unopposed, and my clients are not opposing them, are the heavy-duty omnibus and the clean trucks. That, in fact, is where most of the ozone, most of the NOx, and a large percent of the climate gases are. Certainly that is where the NOx and the health effects are. The testimony was 60% of the NOx emissions from vehicle emissions are from that category. So we are all working to squeeze down the light truck and passenger vehicle 34% to these targets, the California targets, when the federal targets are going to get almost there using emissions levels, fleet emissions levels, which have been tried and true for decades, and people are familiar with them, and so are the manufacturers, and so are 37 other states. So I understand New Mexico might be sending a message. 37 other states have already sent or will be sending the same exact message. We're not ready. We're not willing to place that burden on that segment of our society that needs reliable transportation. When there is no infrastructure, the incentives are not in place, and we're not California. That's what the majority of states like New Mexico are doing. The states that have adopted this, if you look at them on a map, none of them are similar geographically to New Mexico. The only one kind of similar is Colorado, but nothing else has anything close. The other ones, you look at the West Coast, they've been doing this for 20 years. Washington, Oregon, California, nothing like New Mexico. And I think my clients feel that you've broken a trust with them. You agreed 18 months ago to California 1. They all have been working towards that standard. They were told at that time, if California changes the standard, we don't have to adopt that standard. It won't automatically be adopted. And they were told California 1 will remain in effect. And that's what should be done. California 1 remain in effect. The federal emission standards will do what they do. I don't think it's anywhere as dire as the climate advocates witness of saying there won't be a federal standard. The federal standard is a significant reduction of tailpipe emissions, rapidly incorporated, which will result in huge electric vehicle or PHEV sales. Exactly what this rule is. It will be more uniform than this rule. It will be 38 states. It will be 60+% of the vehicles on the road. And it will have that flexibility of, instead of mandating vehicles, of mandating emissions controls and allowing the fleets to have that flexibility to market what the customers need. I want to just focus on really the contradictory testimony. I certainly agree with that statement. So we have the New Mexico Environment Department up here being asked about tribal outreach. We hear tribal outreach, tribal outreach, tribal outreach. Not a shred of data about tribal difficulty meeting these regulations. Not a shred of information of how people will on reservations will actually charge their vehicles, or what will be available if they cannot buy electric vehicles. So all that you heard was some soft talk from NMED that is typical in government-to-government conversation without any meat on the bones. And it took the dealers to come in, and actually a dealer from Farmington and Gallup to come in and explain there really is no meat on that bone. There is no silver bullet. There is no way that this rule will work for those communities. And that's what they should have been told. Instead of saying you'll save more on gasoline, you won't save more on gasoline. You don't have charging at your house. You're going to pay more for your vehicle. You're going to have less selection. You're going to have to buy it in Arizona. It will be used. That's what they should have been told. But of course, the Environment Department didn't do any of those studies. They weren't neutral. They weren't asked to weigh things. Is this good for the Navajos? Is this good for rural New Mexico? That question was never asked by that agency internally, so they have nothing to report to you. Not a shred of evidence to report to you. Respectfully, what is going to happen, and everybody has their own crystal ball, but my crystal ball is based on the evidence. So the requirements, just to go over them, it has to be economically reasonable, in the public interest, technically practicable, and there has to be prior experience showing this will work. We don't have any of that. What's going to happen is we're going to reach January 2026, take about 45 days from now and add 2 years. We're going to reach that time period when this rule takes effect, and manufacturers will be required to send 43% of their vehicles electric to New Mexico. We will be hoping that the price of those vehicles will improve in that 25 months. It won't. But you will be asked to vote, assuming, based on this evidence, which has these unrealistic baseline numbers and has the selective analysis of base base level sedan vehicles, not the 90% that people actually use, you're going to be asked to believe that 43% of those vehicles could be sent to New Mexico and actually sold off the dealers' lots. That won't happen in 2026. You will be asked to believe that infrastructure will improve by 25 months from now. And yes, there will be some public charging improvements. They won't be anywhere near significant to support 43% of the, or 28,000 new electric vehicles. I'm glad we broke it down into numbers instead of percentages. You will be asked to hope that in that short 25 months, there will be significant range improvement. It won't happen. If it was going to happen, you'd see it happening. You'll be asked that there will be a 180 on range anxiety by January of 2026. How is that possibly going to happen? There will be only a few more vehicles on the road between now and then. You'll be asked, most importantly, that price affordability will improve by January of 2026, essentially right around the corner. That's not believable. That's simply not based on the record.
Please wrap up, Mr. Domenici.
So after you review the evidence as you're required, and of course you're being asked to rush to judgment, and I understand that, and that's completely your prerogative. There's very useful information in the record. There's letters from the Navajo representatives, democratically elected Navajo representatives, opposing this regulation because it harms their constituents. I don't know if you'll have a chance to review those because there's a big record, but whatever record you are able to review, if you think it's a thorough enough review, I hope you come up with the decision that this regulation cannot and does not meet the requirements for you to enact it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maxwell.
As we close this day, let us consider the feasibility of adopting California's standards in New Mexico. Our state's unique landscape and its economic conditions distinguish us from all others. If this timeline worked for California, it still prompts the question, are we equipped to take on the burden of proof lies with the petitioners. The presumption that a significant segment of our population...
Oh, hold on, Mr. Maxwell. I'm sorry, you're not coming through quite loud enough.
Where does the record reflect I've stopped?
Our state's unique landscape. Our state's unique landscape.
Our state's unique landscape and its conditions distinguish us from all others. If this timeline worked for California, it still prompts the question, are we equipped to take on the same transition? The burden of proof lies with the petitioners. The presumption that a significant segment of our population will seamlessly transition to an electric vehicle future. Not only overly optimistic, but it displays a lack of wisdom of our state's realities. Our state's existing infrastructure challenges pose tall hurdles for this initiative. New Mexico's expansive and rugged areas encompass not just towns, farms, and ranches, but colonias, where existing infrastructure is essentially non-existent. Many of our residents, who may be perceived as sophisticated by some, practical individuals by all account, they depend on these gas vehicles, mainly trucks, to maintain independence for their daily survival. Consider the practical challenges faced by residents in the rural areas of this state. They often have to deal with rough terrain, scattered with stickers, sharp and cacti, stretching charging cables across these to reach their vehicles. These vehicles are usually parked on caliche or dirt pads, exposed to the elements all year round. because many country homes don't have garages. In contrast, the urban areas of New Mexico, which same stickers, rocks, and cacti, you got them too.
Hold on, Mr. Maxwell. Repeat the last dozen words or so.
Because many country homes don't have garages.
These vehicles are usually parked on caliche or dirt pads, mine included, exposed to the elements all year round, because many country homes, they don't come with garages. In contrast, the urban areas of New Mexico, which also share those same stickers, the sharp rocks, the cacti, present, and they have a different set of issues, particularly concerning in multifamily living spaces. There's this likelihood of an emerging market for poor quality charging cables, which is significant fire safety concerns. Residents may resort to risky methods to charge their vehicles over extended distances, especially in situations where parking lot chargers are limited. It's a reality that for the foreseeable time, not every parking spot, nor for that matter, in New Mexico, will be equipped with the charging port. This highlights our need for a thoughtful and slower approach to the infrastructural challenges brought by the petitioners. Those who have chosen to own an electric vehicle now, a small number, they are the pioneers. They generally care for their property, and they have a safe method to charge their vehicle. A lot of them are waiting a year to get this vehicle. This won't translate easily to the larger population, especially on an expedited time frame. Given that the people can be unpredictable, where was the fire marshal's expert opinion in this conversation? The transition to electric vehicles entails more, much more than just replacing gas engines. It requires a lot of what is beyond the authority of the boards here today. The proposal necessitates not only a comprehensive overhaul of our transportation infrastructure, including accessible charging stations, idealistic, and close to home manufacturing facilities and maintenance facilities, then that's so logistically problematic. What it really requires, though, is a comprehensive legislative redress. Consider the burden this workaround thrusts upon all businesses, and particularly housing providers in urban areas. It's disproportionate. It really overlooks the associated with installing these chargers.
I'm sorry. Where did you stop hearing it, Mr. Sanchez?
Consider the burden this work around rests upon all businesses and particularly housing providers in the urban areas.
Again, consider the burden this workaround thrusts upon all businesses, and particularly housing providers in urban areas. It's disproportionate. It really overlooks the high costs associated with installing these chargers. Every business where people park, whether they be employees or customers, will need these chargers. This could affect those in low income, high density housing the most, especially as the free market for used vehicles dies. The concerns about our electrical infrastructure capacity are crucial and insufficiently addressed by these petitions. If utility companies and landlords are unable to support the necessary upgrades, the residents, again, many of whom struggle with poverty, brunt the consequences. The optimistic assumptions of this proposal overlook the practical and logistical challenges New Mexico faces, and we have created a gap between proposed ideals and feasible reality. This initiative appears to advocate for a government-driven setting.
Oh, driven, say it again?
This initiative appears to advocate for a government-driven economy.
Thank you.
Yet the required infrastructure is notably absent. In large self-productive regions like Southeast New Mexico, to spearhead this monumental task and risk seems overly ambitious. Furthermore, the speculative nature heard here should be concerning. One assumption that electricity costs for charging will remain low, particularly in the context increase on your power grid's draw. It just overlooks common economic principles. You heard it today. Supply and demand. Supply, demand. To illustrate further, this understanding mirrors the classic carrot and stick paradigm, where the initial allure of low rates eventually gives way to the harsh reality of escalating costs. As advocates of these currently affordable rates, chart the course for sharing the grid with many, many more people. There looms a substantial likelihood that their support will wane once the practical and economic realities come to pass. As the true impact on our energy infrastructure and market dynamics of this sudden shift become a reality, the promise of low rates will just be a thing of the past. Directly related to this feasibility of a sharp increased strain on the electric grid, unresolved issue many in here are all too familiar with. We're New Mexicans. Strangled energy production, where similarly, well-intentioned plans in fields like nuclear have led for decades to complications. The expectation that electricity costs are going to remain low for charging, it just fails to see the bigger picture of when these vehicles are forced to be the primary mode of your transportation. Misconceptions were heard about the maintenance costs of these cars, such as, well, you only have to change the tires. Like their gasoline counterparts, electric vehicles also require significant upkeep for various mechanical components, most notably the suspension assembly of your vehicle from the wear and tear of all the friction you cause while moving, turning, hitting bumps, potholes. Not any of the posts in Albuquerque now. You need to stay away from those. That was a joke. Okay, laugh. Simplified or incorrect assumptions cannot stand in the face of reality. The changes in the petitions are an overreach of the board's authority, potentially creating undue economic hardship for New Mexicans, and may not be in the public interest. Contrary to Section 5 F subsection 2 of the Air Quality Control Act, and showing a sincere lack of consideration for New Mexico, of which should go unnoticed by these boards. I rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. We have a new interpreter, Melinda Gonzalez Hibner, Hibner, and she needs to be sworn in.
Madam Hearing Officer, may I ask that interpreter Amelia Cardeña be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. She's online.
Mr. Sanchez, will you swear her?
Yes. What is her name? Ms. Hibner?
Yes.
Ms. Hibner, would you raise your right hand and be sworn under oath, please? You ready? Hello? Are you there?
Lisa's going to make sure she's on the right channel. Just a moment. Yes.
Ms. Hibner, I need to swear you in, please. Will you raise your right hand? Ready? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
But she's an interpreter. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will your interpretation be done to the best of your ability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further, Ms. O'Grady? All right, thank you. We have come now to the closure of the record, and it is time to turn the matter over to the boards. As I understand, Madam Chair Sweeney, you'll have a discussion with your board as to whether they're ready to deliberate and the logistics of all of that with your other board members and council, and then turn to the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Board for that same discussion. So I'm going to turn off my microphone and
for a quorum.
We just wanted to.
All right, can you hear me? Ms. Jones, we were wondering if you wouldn't mind doing a roll call just to document that our EIB board members are present, just for the record.
Okay, roll call this evening. Member Bitzer, are you present? Member Honker is absent. Member Ely, are you present? Member Garcia? Vice Chair Trujillo? Chair Sweeney?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Much for that. Okay, so now that we have documented a quorum, let's see, and just documenting as well, the record has closed for this hearing. And okay, here we go. And I just want to check with my fellow board members if the board will, if you would like to immediately deliberate to make a decision on the proposed rule. And so just looking around and checking, yes. No.
Council?
Sure.
Can we perhaps move to summary judgment on trucks and heavy-duty vehicles, since there seems to have been no opposition on those?
So it's my understanding y'all want to...
Legal counsel.
That's my understanding that if you guys want to adopt the rules, then they need to be adopted in their entirety. If you guys want to discuss that, you've come to an agreement on those two portions, you're welcome to do that. But the ultimate vote needs to be on the entirety of the rules. Right.
Member Bitzer, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, this makes things a lot harder than it would have been if we could have taken care of the two easy ones, the low-hanging fruit, and then tackled the nettlesome one.
Informally, you all can agree, and then we can incorporate that into the final vote if that's what you decide. Does that make sense? So you don't need to have a full discussion on that.
Yeah, we've done things like that in the past, so I think that's what he's after, yeah.
Okay. Are you good, Member Bitzer?
With deliberating now?
Yes.
Sure.
And Vice Chair Trujillo Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wonderful. So, so as you shared with us, legal counsel Bowen, it's about looking at the entire rule as a whole. So I don't know if you want to kind of discuss the entire rule as a whole. I know in the past we went line by line, which I know it's been long. And so from my understanding, and please, I'm open to additional comments, we have the proposal by, the language proposed by the department, and then we also, and correct me if I'm wrong, legal counsel, the language proposed, or the proposed by Clean Air Advocates. Those are the two proposals we have on the table in terms of language.
That is correct. And I can provide you guys, if you don't already have it pulled up, the factors that you have to consider in deciding whether or not to adopt these. That's under section 74(2-5. I can send them to you if you would like them in writing, because they're rather lengthy. But number one, you have to consider all the appropriate facts and circumstances. This is the totality of the circumstances consideration. You have to consider the character and degree of injury to or interference with health, welfare, visibility, and property. That's number one. The public interest, including the social and economic value of the sources and subjects of air contaminants. That's number two. And number three, the technical practicability and economic reasonableness of reducing or eliminating air contaminants from the sources involved, and previous experience with equipment and methods available to control the air contaminants involved. So like I said, that's rather lengthy, so I'm going to go ahead and send it to you all so you have it in writing. There is a
and I'm sorry, just one more.
Yes.
There is a secondary requirement that you guys must consider because this will be more stringent than the federal act, which is that the proposed rule will be more protective of public health and the environment.
And just for clarity, and again, we're on the record in our deliberation, Legal Counsel Bowen, that's under section 74-1-9.
That's under section 74-2-5.
Dash 2, sorry.
That's okay.
Dash 2.
And I'm going to go ahead and send that to you all so you have it in
Okay.
writing.
Okay. So with that, I just want to open up the discussion with the board. Given the the considerations that Legal Counsel Bowen shared, if anyone wants to jump in on your thoughts, of course the floor is open. Yes, Member Ely?
You mentioned the markup by the Clean Air Advocates, so kind of in the spirit of getting things off the table, I would suggest that we do not consider or do not vote to include that proposed amendment that would have the rule go out to 2035, because I believe my reading of the Air Quality Control Act is that anybody can come to the board with a proposal, and that this language is not needed, and if they wanted to come to the board in 2029 or whenever they could. So I'm, just to put that piece aside, I would suggest that we opt not to include that language in anything we might adopt in the rule.
Thank you for that, Member Ely. Is there any other comments regarding Member Ely's point? Yes, Member Garcia, and then I'll get to Vice Chair Tree.
Thank you, Member Ely. I would agree with that. And also, just for to help us move along, it's always helpful to make sure we're all on the same page about a couple of points. And that would be that aside from perhaps agreeing with Member Ely on the proposal by the Clean Air Advocates, aside from that, that we all agree that if our choice here is we either agree to adopt the amendments to Part 91 and 104, and if we don't do that, that the state would revert back to federal rules. And that I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about that before we move forward. The other thing that's a little tricky also is that the Advanced Clean Cars 1 would not be in effect either. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about that as well.
Thank you, Member Garcia, for that. And Vice Chair Trujillo, were your comments going to be would they be commenting on what Member Garcia just shared?
Yes, I was just going to support Member Ely's approach to that as well. So it was just a statement of support.
Okay, thank you. So Member Garcia, thanks for bringing up those additional points. Should we maybe, unless, do you have any other comments regarding Member Ely's comment about Clean Air Advocates proposal?
I would concur with Member Ely's notion.
Thank you. So maybe we can clear that one up at least, and then address your comments, Member Garcia. And so with that, Legal Counsel Bowen, we would need a motion, right, to kind of, that's what we did in the past, just so that we're clear that that's what we're gonna do.
You're more than welcome to do that.
Okay. I don't know, Member Ely, if you want to attempt a motion?
So I moved that we reject the proposed amendments in Climate Advocates Exhibit, as written in Climate Advocates Exhibit 2A.
With that, legal counsel Bowen, do we need a statement of basis or a justification for that motion to support it? No. Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Bitzer. All right, so it looks like we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion regarding Member Ely's motion or comments? If not, Ms. Jones, would you mind doing a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion and Member Bitzer's second? Yeah, we'll just go through a roll call just because we have a lot of folks watching.
Okay, very good. A roll call on Member Ely's motion. Member Bitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Ely?
Yes.
Member Garcia?
Yes.
Vice Chair Trujillo?
Yes.
And Chair Sweeney?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So we'll get to your comment, Member Garcia. And I don't know if folks, I know it's been a long day and long week. Does anybody have any further comments regarding Member Garcia's comment? Point? I don't know, can you repeat it again? At least for my brain is trying to absorb this whole process.
Sure. It may be obvious and everybody already agrees, but it's just always good to make sure that we're all on the same page, and that is that we understand that our choice here is we either agree with the proposed amendments to Part 91, 104 as proposed by the Environment Department. If we don't do that, if we don't adopt it, then what happens is the Advanced Clean Cars 1 is not in effect, and the state would revert to the federal rules. So just...
Yes, Member Bitzer?
Council, do you concur with that explanation? That we need to reaffirm our year-and-a-half ago commitment to CC Clean Cars 1, or Advanced ACC, Advanced Clean Cars 1, in order to maintain it?
Yeah, it needs to be identical in order for it to be enforceable.
So we're not considering yet Clean Cars 2?
No, I'm sorry. If, in order for it to remain enforceable, you have to pass Clean Cars 2.
Yeah? Okay.
As
I
it's,
wasn't
as
sure
it's
the way it was
proposed by...
explained.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the big motion then?
Yes, and maybe again, another way that my brain's understanding it is it's either we do Clean Cars 2 or it's the federal, right? That's my understanding. And is that legal counsel Bowen? Is that okay? She says yes. She can.
That's how you remain a Section 177 state.
Yeah.
So, Member Bitzer, I don't think Karen is making a motion. I think she just wants to make sure everybody understands that that's one of the consequences if we vote it down. Or Member Garcia.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Member Ely. Do you have any questions on that, Member Bitzer?
Clear as mud now. It's like I thought we had Advanced Clean Cars 1 in the rearview mirror for good once we passed it a year and a half ago. And evidently it's now on the chopping block if we don't move ahead with Clean Cars 2.
That's how I understand it as well. Okay. Vice Chair Trujillo, do you have any comments?
I don't.
Okay.
I think I understand. Good.
Okay. All right. So the next point of discussion would be the department's proposal in its entirety, since we voted and moved away from the Clean Air Advocates language. I don't know if anybody want to jump in on some discussion points regarding the department's proposal. Looking around. Member Ely?
Yeah. This afternoon, as they were providing closing comments, kind of summarizing some of what we've heard and trying to line those up with the requirements in the Air Quality Control Act under 74 to 5 paragraphs. I think it's 3 paragraphs, E, G, and F and G. And so, it might be helpful to have a discussion about whether we meet those requirements based on some of the information that we've heard, because that's our obligation as a board, right? And so, is this proposal more protective of public health and the environment than the current federal standards? And I believe that ERG made a good case that it is. They demonstrated that the rule would provide greater emission reductions of criteria pollutants and greenhouse gases than the federal baseline, and that those decreases would result in significant public health savings and decreases in illness, mortality, and morbidity in New Mexico.
Thank you, Member Ely. Is there any other discussion from other board members regarding some of the documentation and the record that was submitted?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If it helps, I can provide a little bit of guidance. Substantial evidence, that seems a little vague, I'm sure. The courts have defined it as evidence that a reasonable mind would regard as adequate to support a conclusion. So it's kind of a low standard, but it is a standard nevertheless.
Reasonable mind? That precludes me. I can recuse myself. No one's ever accused me of having a reasonable mind.
Thank you for that, Legal Counsel Bowen. Yes, Vice Chair Trio?
I think another portion of that section that you pointed out was economic reasonableness of reducing or eliminating air contaminants. And I will say that I had some misgivings about that as far as the evidence that was presented by ERG. I got that acronym right? Yeah. Yeah, ERG. Mostly my misgivings were in that I questioned whether that was representative of a New Mexico resident, of how it impacted a New Mexico resident, and also how I didn't feel like it accurately, or at all actually, not even accurately, at all, demonstrated the impact to New Mexico, the business community, and the New Mexico economy specifically. I just felt that it was lacking there, and I had some misgivings about that.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Trujillo. Is there any other comments regarding that? Yes, Member Bitzer?
I'm really torn. I've spent my whole life struggling to breathe in one way or another, whether it's allergies or bronchitis or bronchial pneumonia. I swim like a mad dog these days to sort of keep the lungs in great shape. But I get that there would be substantial health benefits if it played out the way it's envisioned, but with the ability of folks to substitute, buying cars out of state and circumvent the intention, the good intention of this rule. I'm not sure that we would yield near the benefit. We also have the risk of encouraging people to continue to drive the nasty old beaters that we ought to be getting off the road, that you can actually see the tailpipe emissions. And one of the public testimony folks talked about when he came into Albuquerque, he had to roll his windows back up, and I do the same thing. I change the vent from external air to internal air. I get the windows up. I change lanes to avoid the super mobile point emitters that are legion, and that this might inadvertently actually keep on the road longer if we intervene in the market mechanism of supply, fresh supply of vehicles. Like folks said, Texas is not likely to close that door. I don't know that Arizona will either, and we're not California. We don't have our population center far away from bordering states like California does. If you want to leave California, you want to leave urban California to go buy a vehicle, you got a long haul. And then you're likely to be in another a similar state. So I don't know, it's really hard. I'm a little concerned also about the swiftness, the lack of stakeholder input, and the economic upheaval that I'm afraid we're going to compound. We already do a lot to damage our own economic viability in a lot of ways. I used to oversee the regulation and licensing department before I was at Human Services, and our regulations create 10 to 25% higher cost of doing business on this side of the border versus just over a state line. So we're our own worst enemy in some regards, and I'm afraid that this might compound some of that without having near as much of the intended benefit as we would hope. So that's where I'm leaning right now, but I'm eager to hear most of the rest of you weigh in as well. So.
Thank you, Member Bitzer. Any other? Yes, Member Garcia.
Thank you, and I appreciate everything you just said, Member Bitzer, because this, our decision impacts a lot of folks in New Mexico in lots of different ways. And one thing I was originally compelled by the Environment Department when they said, oh, this is, the burden is on the manufacturers, nobody else. Well, we've learned through testimony that's not entirely true. While the manufacturers are the ones that have to comply and may be penalized if they don't comply, obviously the entire population is impacted, and dealerships are clearly impacted in a way that I didn't realize. So I learned a lot about the real day-to-day issues they have to deal with, and I could hear the concern in their voices. I can hear, very serious concerns, and they're very passionate about their businesses, and they want to keep their businesses going, and how they juggle all the things they have to do, I don't know. But I also have thought about, well, if we don't do this now, and say, okay, they need more time, New Mexico needs more time, we need more time for infrastructure. What would be different if somebody came back in 2 years or 3 years? What would be different? Things move pretty slowly in New Mexico. Back last year when we passed Clean Cars 1, the department said we're going to be getting a lot of money, we're going to put in a lot of infrastructure. Well, it takes a long time, and things move slowly, and I think, and obviously there's not enough infrastructure. But what would be different if we don't pass this now? What would be different if we wait? Wait how long? 2 years, 3 years? would the dealers be coming back saying the same thing? We need more time, because things move slowly. So I'm not sure how much further along, how different things would be if we waited. And I do get the feeling that the idea, I think, is if this rule were passed, then there would be more choices for New Mexicans. There would be more electric vehicles available, plug-in hybrids, et cetera, because the manufacturers have to send them to the Section 177 states. So the idea is, well, this would really kickstart things, and we would get more money, we would get more infrastructure. Supposedly the tax incentives would be passed in the next legislative session, we hope. But I just, so if that's true, then if we pass this, then in a couple of years, we may be further down the road. If we don't pass it and we wait a couple of years, are we going to be any further down the road? I don't know. So that's just my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Yes, Vice Chair Trujillo.
Yes, I just want to follow up on both Member Bitzer and Member Garcia's comments, because they both had a number of comments that I agreed with. But overall, I had a very optimistic view of the evidence that was presented by both NMED and the Clean Air Advocate about where we're going, and also just moving towards the electrification of motor vehicles. It was just very, very positive to see. And I believe in innovation, and I think a lot of that actually comes from my oil field background, because I think that, and this spoke directly to the infrastructure portion of it. I think that if there needs to be more chargers, there's going to be a group of people that are out there getting that done. I mean, people drilled wildcat wells before there's a pipeline. So I think, like, as we move forward in this innovation, like if there's infrastructure needed, there's going to be people willing to get that done. And so that was a little bit of less of a concern for me when I was weighing the decision for this. So for me, what it came down to was a choice of whether we need a mandate to reach the goal, or if we let the market kind of take care of that alone. And I had concerned, and Member Garcia spoke to this directly about, we passed the Clean Cars 1, and we passed it in May of 2022. Man, those years are starting to slip together. And there was an opportunity for our legislature to put in these incentives, and they didn't. And I question the priority on their end, and I feel like we're making, if we go ahead and pass this rule, are we passing it on a promise that this is going to happen? And the department said directly that the department acknowledged that incentives are necessary. And the majority of what was presented in their economic report was with incentives, with rebates. And so that portion of that really it kind of sticks with me about cashing a check that you don't quite have the money for. And so essentially, I'm concerned about artificially inflating the market, and then it will self-correct, right? Like every market, even if you artificially inflate it, it will self-correct. And at what cost to New Mexico? Sorry, I'm just kind of looking over my notes here.
And I think Member Ely has a comment.
Oh,
Member Ely.
I just wanted to note that I was surprised, but ERG said their economic analysis for the individual did not even include the federal rebate, let alone a state rebate. And still, the payback was short and significant in both the start year and then later in 2030. So to me, it sends a strong signal that the lifetime costs,
Yes.
up front, they may pay more, but especially if they have a charger at home. If they don't have a charger, the payback is not as quick. But the savings can be significant for an individual, even without the tax rebates. Now, ERM, Climate Advocates, they included the tax rebates in theirs, and that may be what you're thinking about, too.
It was, and I think it was just for the federal.
Just the federal,
Correct.
yeah.
No state.
Nobody included any potential state
Correct.
rebates in there, yeah.
Yes, that's definitely one of the things I was thinking about, because I mean, you talked about rebates over and over again, but you actually made a really good point there about having the home charger as being very important. And we heard a number of comments from people, public comments, comments through testimony about having your home charger, charging at home, or charging during work hours and different places like that. And what was not lost on me in those comments was how much privilege was associated with those comments. And so when I think about inflating the market and the economic, potentially what happens with that is all the people that, or just the people in that who have the privilege of charging at home, in their own home, and the people who get to go to an office and charge in an office, and all the people who don't. And that's my concern.
The economic argument that I'm hearing well spoken on both sides. From my perspective, it's not really my place to say this is in your long-term economic benefit or even your short-term economic benefit. You are in charge of you. You're an adult, you're 18. My looking after your best interests ends when you become an adult. If you're a minor, it's one thing, but when you're a kid and you're an adult and you're out there, you're head of household, could be a household of one, you could have a family, but it's not my place to say you're going to save money and therefore I'm going to make you do this. So I sort of discounted the hey, it's in your best economic interest, because it's not my place to tell them. The citizens of New Mexico, the residents of New Mexico, that they'll be better off. It's up to them to make that decision, in my mind.
I agree with that, Sir, but I also think that if it's economically attractive, they might be more likely to adopt it and have better market penetration. And then, of course, there's the economic impacts of the health effects. And I was really, and I worked on climate policy a long time. I really believe we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but getting a 43% reduction in NOx emissions by 2050 is huge, especially for a city like Albuquerque that is probably going to go non-attainment next time the feds revise. And that also has large economic consequences. So to address the public health impacts and to address the impacts to other businesses if we go non-attainment in any other areas is, I think, something this rule does well. And I think considering those impacts conform to some of the things we're supposed to be thinking about under the Air Quality Control Act.
Thank you for that, Member Ely. And I think in terms of the economic analysis, and this is something that was brought up, and I just want to share this thought. Why I was asking the questions about our tribal and Pueblo nations, and I don't know, this just comes from my work, is, those areas are sovereign nations. And so one of the things that has been challenging is how to have the engagement of tribal leadership. There's a difference between tribal leadership and those that make decisions for a jurisdictional area rather than the tribal members. And it's always like a really hard navigation because you, like me, I would never speak on behalf of any tribal nation because they're sovereign, right? So and I didn't, just to share, you know, I've looked through all the public comments and tried to see, you know, if a governor or a president from one of the tribal nations issued any comments regarding tribal nations or Pueblo nations, and I didn't see any. So I just want to be like hesitant, but also acknowledge the sovereignty of our tribal nations and Pueblos here in New Mexico, and understand that there's a relationship, and that's why I asked the department a couple of times about their engagement with those tribal nations. And you know, in the state of New Mexico, there's the State Tribal Collaboration Act, which just encourages the state to engage with tribes and pueblos. And unfortunately, as of today, there's no requirement, like we would have like at the federal level, to actually consult with tribes and nations, which is, one of those things that, you know, I know that many of tribal leaders want more teeth, if you will, to that engagement. So I just wanted to bring up that one of the challenges for me is how do we integrate or open and engage that door, and I think there's still a lot of work that needs to happen in that area, and to understand the complexities between the federal, state, and tribal nations and all the jurisdictional puzzles and how they dovetail and how they don't dovetail or apply or don't apply. And I don't think right now, just what I've seen and read in the rule, really, there's no real, it's so complex that this rule can't even attempt to address this way or that way regarding that. So I just wanted to chime that in, and what I'm seeing from that perspective, and I know in terms of the economics, like I shared a number of times, is a large part of New Mexico is federal and tribal and tribal lands that are in fee and trust, and a whole host of different jurisdictions. So that's the other complexity, I think, that I kept asking the state how that will continue to evolve over the years. And I guess for me, I don't know how that will be. There's still uncertainty there, is what I see. So I don't think we can fully, I wouldn't never feel comfortable speaking on behalf of a tribal nation because I'm not a tribal leader. But even, the complexity with the tribal members and their financial status and their financial realm and considerations.
You had a state rep and a state senator weigh in who have a high degree of Native American constituents there. They, of course, don't speak for every one of their constituents, obviously. Mm-hmm. There's no uniformity of things, but I found that eye-opening to a certain extent. I know Republicans are probably all monolith on this, but I saw Democrats cross over on that. So that was food for thought for me as well. I don't know them well. I used to work in the legislature, but that was some years ago. So unless you've been up there 20 years, I probably don't know you anymore.
Thank you. Yes.
I just want to speak to Member Ely's point, because I agree with something needs to be done swiftly. I don't agree with the let's take it really slow approach. And so I think that I really just have a comment, because I think that the health impacts are just such a huge portion of this and incredibly important to weigh in there. And, I think that's what makes part of this a very difficult decision, because we are almost trying to predict the future in a way. And that makes this decision very difficult.
Yes, and I also, one of the things that I found challenging through this process is I'm really glad we got to hear from various perspectives. As was noted in one of the filings of the comments we made, in particular Vice Chair Trujillo and myself on the first round, was that this process, this hearing, rulemaking and the hearing process, and how, in particular, the Automotive Dealership Association and those individual dealerships could become a party to the hearing, I thought was really helpful, because we've seen it on other hearings. So it was good to hear that. One of the things that I've been kind of trying to navigate in this is that, what was on record in terms of the expert testimony, and then the testimony provided, and I just want to, share what I've been struggling with is how there were discussions and testimony that went off of what was originally submitted, and it made it, I think, difficult for me, because there was times when I was like, well, I wish I could have asked, and knowing about the hearing process, that if some of this evidence or these points were brought up on record, then the other parties like NMED and Clean Air Advocates could address it. And so, like, kind of the weight of what we're discussing today is, what's on record. And I think Hearing Officer Orth said this at one point is, is it fair that new evidence is brought what's the fairness in terms of the process? So that's another point, because it's like when something is mentioned, then it's kind of like I was using this metaphor, the genie's out of the bottle, and that due process was something that I'm trying to navigate in my head. So I have a lot of discussion, and then our respective backgrounds and interests, and what we know just from our backgrounds in our profession, and what we've experienced as regulators or industry, or folks that have served in political offices in support, like you, Member Bitzer. So I just wanted to kind of share that I'm having to go back, and I had to go back the last few nights back to the actual record whenever those, I guess we kind of veered off and away from the record of what was submitted. So like for the example on the economic analysis, I didn't really see an economic analysis provided by everybody, every single party. But there were some that did provide some data. And of course, the source part of what was provided on record is something that I'm trying to figure out how to weigh in the decision, and what we're looking at in terms of, as what is shared here as giving the weight it deems appropriate, which is in our statute. So I just wanted to kind of share that perspective of what's going on in my head. Yes, Member. Sure.
Getting kind of tired.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, it's going on 8 o'clock? It's going on 8 o'clock. Time flies.
A secondary location, can you give me the address of the secondary location? That we're going to give you an address for, that we have to move to in order to continue the deliberations for both boards.
600 2nd Street Northwest. It's Plaza del Sol.
We're going to Plaza del Sol. That's 600 2nd Street Northwest. And so we're going to do that now. And we will try to reconvene by 8:45.
It is Roma and Second Street, if that helps anyone.
Yes.